Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Casting live from Enugu, and we're so happy to join you once more after the holiday break, where we are setting out for the market this morning after the Democracy Day holidays. Overnight, the geopolitical premium choking global markets completely evaporated. A major diplomatic breakthrough between Washington and Tehran has sent Brent crude crashing over 4% to a 3-month low of $87.33 a barrel. Why this rewires global energy flows, our focus is on what it means right here at home. Despite the shift in oil prices, the Naira enters today's session holding its ground. The era of wide, unpredictable intraday swings is fading, backed by CBN's aggressive interest rate defense and the massive structural relief of the Dangote effect, which is finally slashing our reliance on imported fuel. The local currency is firmly consolidating against the dollar. The speculative noise is clearing out and the raw data is taking over. The markets are about to open, the numbers are locked in, and this is the business desk, where data meets destiny and your weight finds its voice. I'm Uche Osai. Let's get down to business. Starting with the Nigerian equities market, which heads into today's trading session carrying strong positive momentum following a resilient recovery that stabilized the market after a prolonged correction phase. The market's baseline health entering today's session rests on the latest close figures. The All-Share Index ASI settled at 244,738.74 points, maintaining vital structural support despite a marginal 0.05 softening on the final trading day of the previous week. Market capitalization stands at 156.970 trillion naira, and year-to-date performance retains an exceptionally strong 56.77% gain, positioning the Nigerian exchange as one of the top-performing frontiers globally. The weekly trajectory finished the previous week up 0.87%, driven by 4 consecutive days of gains that halted an early June contraction. And quickly, being that is the first Monday after the Democracy Day holidays, we'll give you our market outlook for today. The tone of today's opening bells will likely be determined by 3 distinct market forces. 1, bargain hunting versus profit taking. The early part of last week saw over 514 billion naira pumped back into equities on a single Monday as institutional buyers scooped up undervalued mid and large cap stocks. Expect this tug of war to continue between value-driven investors and traders looking to lock in short-term profits from last week's rebound. Secondly, the heavyweight counter-reliance. Market stability remains heavily anchored to massive telco and financial stickers. Moves by market movers like MTN Nigeria, driven by network expansion news, and Airtel Africa, alongside major banking stocks like Zenith Bank, buoyed by upward analyst price targets to 154 billion and 154 naira, and GT will dictate whether the wider index weeks positive. The third factor here is the macroeconomic pressure. While Q1 GDP growth tracking at 3.89% provides a fundamentally constructive backdrop for corporate earnings, persistent inflation risk and foreign exchange liquidity management by the Central Bank of Nigeria keeps systemic volatility elevated. The emphasis here is that volume confirmation during the opening hours today will be critical. If initial trades mirror the high aggregate volume seen last week, exceeding 1.2 billion units transacted daily, the market is highly likely to sustain its upward recovery path. Avoid chasing highly volatile tickers that lack clear fundamental updates. Now, quickly moving to the Naira. Yes, being that is the same opening week after the democracy holiday, we head straight into our market outlook. Yes, holding into today's trading section, the Naira is expected to maintain its recent trajectory of measured stability with slight tightening bias, hovering within the 1,350 to 1,420 range against the US dollar in the official foreign Nigerian official exchange market window. The key market drivers here is one, official versus parallel market convergence. Yes, the structural spread between the Nigerian foreign exchange markets and the parallel markets remain compressed. In recent session, the Naira has been trading firmly around 1,358 to 1,420 Naira against the US dollar, a significant improvement from historical volatility. The second factor here is the Dangote effect on local demand. Increased domestic refining output, now averaging 40 million liters per day, has significantly altered the structural demand for forex. By reducing the need for imported petroleum, a massive chunk of daily dollar demand has been stripped out of the market, allowing the Central Bank of Nigeria to defend the current bans more efficiently. The third factor here is the monetary tightening and reserves. With the CBN keeping monetary policy tight, the benchmark interest rate stands at 26.50%. Speculative positions against the Naira remain expensive to hold. This policy is successfully deepening corporate hoarding of foreign currency. And quickly, our market projection for today, we are urging you to do not look for wide intraday swings today. The data indicates that the era of aggressive daily depreciation has shifted into a cycle of consolidation. Expect the currency to open flat and potentially firm up slightly towards the mid-1,360s by close of trade if opening system liquidity proves robust. And quickly moving to the Brent crude projection for today, where the global energy market is heading into today's trading section under intense downward pressure, driven by major diplomatic breakthroughs that are rapidly stripping out the geopolitical risk premium from crude pricing. Brent crude fell sharply at Friday's close, shedding over 4% to settle at $87.33 per barrel, its lowest level in over 3 months. This sharp correction comes on the back of concrete signs that a peace agreement and reopening of the critical Strait of Hormuz choke point may be signed as early as this week. The key market drivers here are one, the Hormuz peace draft discount. The primary driver for this morning's bearish open is a reported 14-point draft peace agreement between the US and Iran. The proposal includes a commitment from Tehran to formally reopen the Strait of Hormuz within 30 days and lift oil blockades in exchange for the suspension of sanctions. This has caused traders to aggressively unwind long positions that were hedging against 12 to 15 million barrels per day. Yes. And then we're looking at the second factor here, which is resilient Gulf exports. Fresh data from shipping analytics firms such as Kepler, reveals that actual disruptions were less severe than initially feared. Gulf producers successfully rerouted flows with non-Iranian crude movements through alternative channels, holding at roughly 1.9 million barrels per day between April and June. Saudi Arabia alone redirected 4 to 5 million barrels per day through its Red Sea port of Yambu, signaling to the market that fiscal supplies are far thicker than speculative models suggested. And then the third factor here is softening demand versus rising supply. Compounding diplomatic de-escalation, global demand signals for 2026 have been revised, downward due to the recent prolonged period of high fuel prices. Concurrently, surging U.S. crude production and rising non-OPEC exports are outpacing demand growth, creating a structural underlying surplus. The key takeaway here for today's session, the market is completely untethered from standard inventory fundamentals and is trading purely on headline diplomacy. If official confirmation of the treaty emerges, expect Brent to rapidly breach the $86.50 support floor, potentially targeting a move towards the low 80s. Conversely, any friction or conflicting reports from Tehran regarding the terms of the draft will trigger a sharp short covering bounce back above $89. And then quickly moving to the international market projection for today, where the overreaching narrative for the global trading week is a synchronized risk on rally. Risk assets are enjoying a strong tailwind as aggressive geopolitical premium unwinds following a breakthrough draft peace treaty between the U.S. and Iran. This diplomacy has triggered a sharp 4% weekly drop in prices across the world, especially oil, Brent crude, giving major oil importing economies breathing room ahead of a pivotal week of central bank decisions. Starting from the Asian market, which are projected to open with strong upward momentum, carrying over the massive late week gains from Wall Street and regional heavyweights. The sharp drop in global crude prices is an immediate structural win for Asian giants dependent on energy imports. Tech and banking sectors are expected to lead the opening charge. The key levels to watch here is 1, Nikkei 225 Japan, visually breaking cleanly above its medium-term rising trend channel with technical resistance entirely cleared. The index is eyeing a sustained run, supported by localized cushion at 59,000 points mark. Nifty 50 India, following a spectacular 1,700 point surge in the Sensex and a 2% jump in the Nifty to close Friday at 23,631. Analysts predict extended long build-up into this morning. The index is heavily bullish above 23,400, targeting 23,800 next, with banking giants like HDFC leading the sector. And then moving to European pulses are set to open firmly in the green as the correction in energy costs relieves severe inflation anxiety across Eurozone and the UK. The data drivers here is that a broad-based rotation into equities is underway. The direct relief from the easing of the Strait of Hormuz bottleneck has immediately lifted corporate margin outlook. However, gains may be slightly measured later in the section as traders anticipate, Thursday's Banks of England interest rate decision. Eurostoxx 50 is maintaining a highly constructive rising trend channel. The broad European blue chip index has zero immediate technical overhead resistance with a firm floor established at 6,030 points. FTSE 100 UK, FTSE 100 UK and CAC 40 France. France CAC has broken out decisively above its key short-term resistance at 8,250, turning old resistance into new support. The UK's FTSE looks to build on Friday's 1.6% rally to 10,471, its highest print in weeks. Now moving to the Wall Street, which is positioned for a steady positive open after a stellar late week performance, where the S&P 500 closed higher near 7,394. The factors to watch here is that beyond the immediate relief of cancelled military strikes in the Middle East, the structural conversation in New York is dominated by macro monetary policy. Investors are preparing for the upcoming Federal Reserve meeting, the first under newly appointed chair Kevin Walsh. While a rate hold is widely anticipated, markets will aggressively pass the statement for any hawkish inclination to hike rates later in 2026 due to sticky domestic service inflation. S&P 500 and Nasdaq we are taking a look at the key levels to watch here, where S&P 500 and NASDAQ, futures indicate a positive entry. The NASDAQ remains securely in its medium-term upward channel, with major technical support resting comfortably at 23,700. Institutional desks are closely watching positive capital flows today. Updated data confirms that Vanguard's VO alone crossed the historic $1 trillion threshold in this month, remaining at automated index tracking flows will heavily dictate afternoon liquidity. The key takeaway here is that global markets are entering today's trading with a clear green light. The deflation of the geopolitical oil shock is fueling an equity rebound from Tokyo to New York. The big question for the day is whether the macro data, specifically upcoming U.S. retail sales and central bank rhetoric, will validate this newfound optimism or force a midday reality check. And this is where we'll be drawing the curtain today on this business segment. Yes, I know you were waiting for a lot of projections, but due to the, the Democracy Day holiday, what we'll have to give you today is the market outlook for today. So we're urging you to stay sharp. Yes, watch the margins and let the numbers work for you. However, before you make an incursion into the Nigerian financial markets, please do well to consult a certified financial analyst. And this is due to the volatility of the market. I am Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. morning and welcome to Aneke TV Sports. I am your one and only Good Hope Chukuma. That's talking about the sports oracle. Yesterday promises to be interesting on this edition of sports because I come and I'm here with a lot of updates in the world of sports. Yes.
Yeah, good morning. And I'm worldwide. And you said yesterday, which is supposed to be today. I know you're just excited. I know you're excited about the Formula One, but you have to calm down.
Excitement.
I know. I'm seeing the excitement.
My excitement. Listen,
since yesterday evening, you have not allowed me to rest.
Yesterday evening, since after 4,
you have not allowed me to rest.
I've been on my system on my phone like this, reading about the race. You know, going through a lot. See, like till this morning, I was still reading. I was still kind of, trying to. Lewis,
you should calm down. Calm down.
No, there's nothing about calming down here.
It's just one win. Okay? It's just one win.
It's not one win.
It's one win.
He's 90. He's just beyond, just behind Kimi Antonelli.
Yes.
And this is his first win. That's Lewis, talking about Lewis Hamilton in red. Sorry, I didn't introduce that. Don't mind him. This is the first time Lewis Hamilton is winning in red. The first time that he drove for Ferrari and he got the victory. I'm talking about the man of the moment, Sir Lewis Hamilton. Please give that, put that sir behind him.
That's what I'm saying. You should calm down. You see, you're introducing him very well. Yes, he's a sir. I'm not disputing that.
He's sir.
But this is his first win.
Yes.
Somebody has been winning since.
No. This is not his first win. He came second. He came second in the Canadian GP.
We're talking about the first position.
He came second in the Miami GP. Then he came second in the Canadian GP.
Second. That's second consecutive.
Now
he's coming first.
Yes.
Somebody has been coming first when he was coming second.
Of course, we're talking about Kimi Antonelli, and this not to talk.
Yeah, you should recognize him. That's what I'm trying to let you know. Just recognize him.
This guy is
please recognize Kimi. Then you
continue with the man of the moment. I would also want to recognize Kimi Antonelli for just being amazing and having that bromance with Sir.
Yes, right now I'm satisfied.
Add that Sir.
Yeah, you can add Sir, you can add Mr, you can add Master, anything you want to add.
Hamilton.
But recognize my Kimi for me.
Okay, well, Kimi Antonelli, you are amazing. Yeah. You had a bad time yesterday. You were just, coming behind your guys. You were just coming behind your guys.
Was in second position.
Then it was just out of the game for you because your car had to break down.
Yeah.
And I want us to delve and dive into this game properly. Yeah, and I wish you would just allow me to, make this introduction.
No, see, you have been disturbing me. I don't have it to
basically, I told you.
Yeah,
I told you, right?
But there are some circumstances.
I told you that Lewis Hamilton, my bad. Sir Lewis Hamilton would get through this race.
Yes, you said
and you had to say it's Kimi Antonelli.
Yes,
it's okay.
Well, now we can agree that there were circumstances.
Let's just take a look at Sir Lewis Hamilton and
recognize the circumstances. That if it was like a normal race that Kimi had to finish with his car, not having any problem, maybe Lewis Hamilton will have not finished first.
Was that the first time cars?
Yeah, it was not the first time. That's why I'm telling you that Kimi could have
it was not Kimi's. It was not. I wouldn't even blame Kimi for.
Yes,
we not blame. That's the case. I watched the race.
Yeah.
I watched it when he had to pull out.
Yeah.
His control room. They had to call him. They're like, okay, what's happening now? He said, oh, it's just down. His car is just down, and he had to just clear by the way. And it was a disappointing moment.
Yeah,
for him.
very disappointing.
But then that did not take away his recognition of a champion.
Yes.
I'm talking about the man of the moment.
Now you are recognizing because since you are not recognizing, you are just asking me, okay, now who won the race? I said, okay, I've seen Sir won the race, but Kimi had issues.
First of all, Kimi had issues, but I want to read out to you what the race means to Hamilton.
Yeah.
I want to read out to our audience what the race means to Hamilton. It means a lot to him. And this was after his victory yesterday in Barcelona, where he said, I feel in full physical shape. Yes, I'm competing with 90-year-old drivers who are achieving extraordinary feats. But I feel in full shape. The season is just getting started. The guys in Maranello have really been listening and have worked their tails off to improve performance and bring in innovation. This, was what he said yesterday. Yeah. We're trying to, get the games right and together. And that's his first race. Can we just recognize that's his first race? First win in red. And also he is the only driver who has won in
every team that he joined. He has featured. He won with McLaren. And then he when he drove from Mercedes, he won. And now there's the first win in red. Ferrari. And you're talking about many years of gap. Years. The last time this such a thing happened, with winning or having this kind of thing was in 1996. So to tell you that man is a man of history. Man is a man of the moment. A man is a man of... I know you don't like the way I'm just
there's no problem.
This guy.
There's no problem. Because he deserves the accolade you are giving him quite all right. This is a legend in the sport, or this is a legend in Formula 1 driving history. And he, of course, coming out to get the win. I'm also happy for him, quite enough. I'm happy for him, despite my favorite guy did not win because he did not finish. His car had the technical issues. But I'm also reminding you that there was a person that came out second. That was Judge Rizzo. Judge Rizzo has been talking one or two, but now, this time around he came second.
Now, before I finish, before I could go to Judge Rizzo's game, I would also like to let you know that Lewis Hamilton, that he won with McLaren. He drove for McLaren in 2007, 2012. Okay. I wish we could just put up the graphics. And then we have Mercedes too, and that's in 2013 to 2024, where he moved to Ferrari. I saw the movement. I saw the emotional time he had when he was about to leave Mercedes. It was an emotional moment for him.
I don't think he wanted to leave Mercedes.
Of course, he would not have wanted to leave the team, but he has had 106 wins. That's the man of the moment. See, I want you to, in a minute, just talk about the man of the moment. No, because when Kimi Antonelli won, you were like, oh, that's your boy, that's your guy.
He's man of the moment because despite him being the winner, I'm going to give him the accolade. Yes, he deserves it. Of course, he deserves the win.
Did you see where Lando Norris had to, splash him the drink? Like, it was
Kimi was there to celebrate with him also. It was the healthy bromance was there because I saw a picture of Kimi also. So I don't want to take anything away from the young lad Kimi, but of course, the winner is the winner. Sir Lewis Hamilton had to, take this. What I'm saying, he might not be the winner because Kimi had technical issues with this car. So I wish Kimi finished the race. We will have seen probably another result, maybe him coming second. But of course, things happen. It's part of the race. You can never evict the part that there is going to be a technical issue. So when it happens to you, I think the last competition in Monaco, even Hamilton was penalized. He had a 5 seconds penalty or 10 seconds penalty. So all these things happen. But unluckily for Kimi, his own was technical issue where he didn't have to finish the race. Verstappen the other time did not finish the race because of also this technical issue that he did not start with. So congratulations to Sir.
Say it again.
Congratulations to Sir Hamilton Lewis.
Congratulations to...
When Kimi won, I don't tell you to be repeating it. So congratulations to Hamilton for taking up this. It was, it has been a long time coming.
It has been a long time coming. And then he is the first British podium lockout for, in the Formula 1 race for many years. It's the first British podium lockout where you had British guys just on the podium. You have Lando Norris. He was at the P3. Then you also have Judge Rizzo at the P2. That's the celebration and the man of the moment. This is the most iconic picture you ever have.
Look at all the Ferrari guys.
All the Ferrari drivers.
Almost wanted to jump out.
Everyone is excited. Everyone is just at the at the moment feeling so fly. You could see him. That's the map for Barcelona, Catalonia. That's the map of the road, and that's how they give the award. Just take a look at him. When he arrived, a lot of people were saying, "Oh man, you changed your hairstyle. You had this."
We talked about this hairstyle.
Take a look at that celebration.
This means a lot for him because with this, for me, with this, he can even retire from the sport.
No, he cannot.
He can decide to retire right now.
He's not going to retire.
This is like when
he needs to retire because he really needs to retire.
He's 41, Mr. Kudu.
He's 41, but then
he should not be driving at 43, 44. What is he looking for? He has done everything he could do for Formula 1.
Well, talking about that, then the first time that Barcelona GP was won was in 1996 by Schumacher. That's the man who won it. Now, just many years later, you are having that man of the moment, and you having 17 seasons of wins from Lewis Hamilton. Then in McLaren, you see 2007, 2012, Mercedes 2013, 2024, and then Ferrari the time, the period just started, and we are up to a wonderful moment, a wonderful time in the history of sports and in the history of people doing this. So I'm telling you for a fact that this guy is not just he's not just what he said he's not. He is who he said he is. You know, he was teary. He was kind of catching up, you know, trying to, you know, drop a tear. I was like, no, you shouldn't. No, you shouldn't.
Tears of joy, of course.
Yes,
you know,
and also a lot of rumors are going around. You know, people would just talk. Last week, you know, Kimi's towel. Kim Kardashian had to take the towel and then
give it to Hamilton.
No, Kimi was looking for the towel, so that where he kept the towel, Kimi was looking for it. So it happened that he could not find it. Now these guys were like, "That's your towel." So it happened that it was with Kim Kardashian. Now Kim Kardashian now was like, "Oh, you know, they had to just wrap everything up." Kimi was so shy to go and take the towel. Now just on Friday, the towel was sent, and it was written to Kimi from Kim.
From Kim
to
Kimi.
That was what was written on the towel. And a lot of people have been saying, "Oh, don't you think something?"
You know, as according to our African mentality, they have said, "Okay, don't you think, you know, Kim has gone to, you know, do something to make
like,
Kimi."
I'm like,
and Kimi did not even finish the race, so it could be possible that she has done to do something.
Then, all those things are just kind of
just our normal African mentality. You know, we believe in so much of all this.
A lot. Yes, and also I want to finish the statement.
Yes,
don't cut it.
No, there is no problem. Now, yes, I'm listening to you.
We can have the graphics where I just, you know, deliver the statement.
No,
are you ready to get the statement?
I'm all yours today.
We are ready, right? Now let me give you the statement. It says, "This year everything is about innovation. We've introduced the solution on the rear exhaust, then the rear wing, the Macarena." It's exactly what I was asking for last year. I was saying that this thing needed to be at the forefront in this area, and he said it has proven that it was capable and that it will be. We still have a lot of work ahead of us. That doesn't mean in any way that it will be always the case. Let's be clear, we have a very steep mountain to climb and to try to do what Mercedes has done so far throughout the year. Of course, Mercedes has done a lot throughout the year. And he also said, I really didn't remind the team of anything. They've been kind to me when you come back to the garage after a tough race. They just say to you, don't worry, it will be better next time. They've given me incredible support throughout this journey, but it's clear that results like this change everything. And if there has been any lack of confidence, they completely restored it. That's all we needed. That's really all we needed. You know, we've been talking about teamwork, really. We've been talking about teamwork, teams, you know, kind of putting themselves out there to, you know, support their guides. And I can tell you that this means a lot for the Barcelona GP, because winning in Barcelona means a lot for the people who participate in the games. And from my own perspective, I will tell you that if not for Monaco, it seems to be more of a festival kind of celebrity kind of race and event. We could say that you know, when you talk about Montemelo is the circuit of truth. For decades, it was where the F1, that's the Formula 1 tested cars before the season, because there's no place to hide there. So that place they drove was actually where cars come to test for the season. It's the first place cars are launched out. You know, you get to, you know, start to drive, start to understand how the road works. You could see the map.
From that map, I even saw that the road was more straightforward than that Monaco's route. Because that Monaco was one. There were many curves,
and then
the map was kind of different. This one was kind of easy. You saw the map; it was like a straight line before you get some little curve. But Monaco was all bendy and, you know, curvy. That, you know, that kind of race, you know, it will always be difficult for you to get a time that you just drive for straight, let's say 1 minute or so.
You know about this race, there's, you know, the high speed that demands downforce. That's the medium that requires balance and technical final sector. Straights that expose the weak engine. So it's actually straight.
Yeah.
So if your engine is not okay, fine, you are done. That's actually what happened to Kimi, I would say. That's what happened to Kimi, and it was where Ferrari suffered the most on Friday. That's the track at 52 degrees Celsius, man. That was a lot, because it was very hot. Then, you know, it was a brutal degradation, and it was where Ferrari also won, because they tested a lot. They, you know, to kind of check what was happening. It wasn't actually Monaco where the chassis hid behind it. It wasn't an easy circuit, of course. So it was the most complete and demanding on the calendar, and the package of 8 upgrades delivered exactly where it mattered most. I could tell you strategy helped for Ferrari. Strategy really, really helped for them. And Antonelli's retirement also helped.
No,
yes, Antonelli's retirement we could say also helped.
We still have our heads up. Yeah.
Yes, we have our heads up, but opening up a 19-second lead over the pole sitter on the year's toughest circuit isn't luck. It's a car. That's talking about the Ferrari car. That's Scudetto. That it's actually the car that finally works. And this one isn't just emotional, guy. It's not just emotional. It's the technical proof that Ferrari is back. Forza Ferrari!
They are back. They should just be lucky that, Mercedes have. They are saying they are back for now. Yes. Yeah. They should just take it that there was a hand of God in this their win.
I could also tell you more, because he said that I managed to rebuild myself over the winter, getting myself trained up, rebuild my mind, rebuild the team. It was just... it reminds him of not giving up of the first time. And then I watched a video also where someone had to tell him from the crowd, say, you remember who you are.
Of course.
Remember where you started. Remember how you started. And that video had to stick with him till now. He's still reminiscing on the video. He's still reminiscing on the statement. Yeah. He's still kind of thinking about this. Wow! So someone would tell me this, even when he was...
words of encouragement.
Yes, even when he was granted an interview, he had to, it was obvious that a lot of people had to motivate him.
Yeah.
That's to tell you the place of motivation in sports. Of course. It's very important. Now...
no, Hamilton should take his flowers.
Yes, yes. Say it again.
Young man. No, he should take his flowers, of course. Yes. He deserves the win for me. We have been all Kimi. We have been coming every Monday, every Tuesday, everywhere. All we hear is, Kimi has taken the win, Kimi has taken the podium. But unluckily for us, we the Kimi fans, that Kimi did not finish the race. But there is somebody else that has finished the race, and also deserves to win, even while Kimi was winning all the races so far.
For me, I feel like Kimi actually would have won this race. If Kimi had
all things being equal, Kimi finished, he will have won.
Kimi would have been second. And talking about George Russell would have been...
no, Kimi would have been first. Hamilton would have been second.
No, Kimi would have been second.
Because he overtook Russell before his car developed issues. So he was also gunning for Hamilton. So we should recognize that this person was right behind.
It would have been the best.
He was chasing already before his car, developed that technical fault. So that's why I say maybe he will have, finished the race on top. But things happen, all these things is also part of F1 that, can occur. Yes. So your car gets to break down. It's when you come outside, you get to resolve it so that next race to not repeat itself.
Yes, I would tell you that this guy started winning since 2007 with McLaren.
Yeah.
And then where he won the Canadian GP, then also won with Hungary, the first win with Mercedes in 2013. Then now Barcelona with Ferrari. I'm sure that if he eventually goes to another team, he will still win. And then we are going to give him...
Are you sure he will have time to even go to another team again?
Of course, because he's actually...
He just came into Ferrari, and I'm not sure Ferrari will want to let him go anytime. So I believe, that's what I believe he's going to retire in Ferrari.
Yes, could be.
He will probably retire.
A lot of people have been also asking about, the guy, Charles Leclerc, his colleague, what really happened, what made the race to be... are you sure that they have not switched positions? But switching positions with George Russell, because George Russell was actually the one they tagged as someone who was just crying on the radio. Yeah. That's what these guys know how to push these words out. Say
of course,
that
he was crying on the radio, and now look at him. He finished second this time around. I wonder what he's going to cry on the radio about now. Is he going to cry that after so many backfiring of your teammates? And now you are coming out to, I did not see, maybe much of him and Kimi, after the race. I don't know if there was any bromance between them because I did not see anyone. I just saw that they, got their award and the rest. But Kimi and Hamilton I saw, but him and his fellow colleague I did not see. So I wonder if, the air is good between them, but I don't know. Right. So about Leclerc, I don't know also.
All right, let me just tell you that Kimi has also congratulated
of course, we saw the pictures already.
Lewis Hamilton.
Oh, no, from
Kimi
today.
Has
from
actually,
today.
Congratulated him because he said, of course, I wanted to win, but seeing Lewis win with Ferrari is really nice.
That's something that everyone should do here.
He's always been kind to me. You know what it means? That someone took your towel. You have to leave it for the wife, and then the wife now
had to return
the towel and had to
scripted it with something. No, the bromance is so healthy.
It's amazing.
For himself, he will be happy that Hamilton actually took his towel.
Yes.
This is a legend in the game. This is your idol that took your towel. So for me, I would have loved that. Okay, you have the towel. Let it be known that my legend, my idol is with my towel. So those things, just imagining in football, you give your jersey to Messi and Messi collects your jersey, and you'll be like, I was the one that gave Messi my jersey, not Messi giving me his jersey. So it's something that, the bromance is just always wonderful to see.
I'm happy to see it too, and I could tell you that it's amazing. It's really, really amazing. Now, talking about the UFC, you could see already that there was a lot of fight yesterday just to commemorate President Donald Trump's birthday, his 80th birthday. And also, talking about the fight, you could see the podium was massive. It was not just the normal UFC fight. And talking about this fight too, the budget for the fight yesterday was about $30 million.
Wow.
That was up to, you could say, 100% of what they normally planned for fight.
$30 million.
$30 million.
Wow.
And then it was a giant podium where, people are going to come to the ring and fight themselves out. That's how the man of the moment, President Donald Trump, had to celebrate his birthday yesterday.
Was it outside the White House? Because from the graphics I saw something like the White House.
Yes, it was really outside the White House, even though there was a lot of security there. And I could tell you for a fact that about 4,000 people were meant to just come and see the fight, where you have Mr. Donald Trump, President Donald Trump, having up to 1,000 tickets. You could see that then. And this fight also is talking about, they sold $30 million in corporate sponsorship deals. Then the Ram trucks, that's the Ram trucks, the people that came to sponsor. Then Crypto.com, Polymarket bought life with individual packages selling for $1.5 million. You also see that since tickets are being given out for free, the event is expected to lose about $30 million.
Yeah, that's because they give out the tickets.
Yes, then the UFC's $7.7 billion media rights deal with Paramount allows some fights to be simulcast on CBS. But tonight's entire event, that's yesterday's event, of course, it was this morning. The fight took place this morning, just very early, will only be available on the Paramount Plus streaming service. I'm just telling you how much you could have, these guys are spending to fix and put up this show. And then talking about the attendance, I told you there will be, there was up to 4,000 people that came to watch the game. And it was from the South Lawn, and Trump had about 1,000 tickets. You have the Dana White and the Ari controlling about 500. These are, the associates. You're also talking about the remaining seats were given to active duty military members. These military members had to meet body composition standards and pay for their own travel. That's, America is very wide, so a lot.
But at the end of the day, the ticket was free.
Yes, ticket was free. Ticket was free, but then there are some things that are here that
no, of course, the rest, where you will stay is not free now. You have to lodge somewhere to stay and all those things. But your ticket for the game
is free. It's free. Now, talking about that big, massive, octagon claw that was installed, they installed that giant arc. I mean, the structure is massive, about 60 tons, 154 feet wide, and 92 feet high. Man, that's a lot. With a 100 by 100 foot canopy and 800 lighting fixtures. There was a lot of light there. You could not even blink because they will catch you blinking. And since the UFC isn't allowed to dig into the South Lawn, that's talking about the, presidential, with the White House, that's the South Lawn. Engineers added 40 tons of weight to carry each leg to hold it down. That's a lot. Now let me tell you how this. Let me tell you how this whole thing came. The claw, that's the claw. That claw, this roof now you're seeing.
Yeah.
It was flown from Belgium to Philadelphia. Then it was test assembled in Philadelphia, and then trucked down to District of Columbia, that's Washington D.C. Then you will see each truck was placed in storage before being searched by the Secret Service, because they actually had to search the trucks. And UFC needed 38 days to assemble everything, compared to their normal 2 days. that's
how many weeks They took about 6 weeks.
Yes,
to assemble
all these things. Normal, it will take them 2 days. Then the UFC is covering up production costs. That's a lot too. Wow. But taxpayers are still on the hook for $10 to $12 million in supplemental security costs. The White House says this money would have been spent anyway, and that it comes from a federal fund that's approved by the Congress, specifically allocated for events surrounding the country's 250th birthday. You know, President Trump's birthday was yesterday. Then the country is celebrating their 250th birthday. So it's kind of coming together where they could say, let's just do this birthday together.
Co-celebrate
the birthday. You know, it's surprising to see that Mr. President Trump is actually 80 years old.
You know, you know, I never thought he
was. I never thought he was.
That age.
Of course, we may not talk about it a lot, but I never thought that he
I was thinking he was maybe probably in his 70s, early 70s.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe the last time I saw his birthday was really 79. So now, talking about that, you see, since attendance on the South Lawn is invite only and limited to 4,000 people, you will see that the UFC is holding a watch party at the Ellipse. Roughly 85,000 tickets have been distributed for free. So there's actually a coverage for that. And 85,000 tickets, a place you could go and watch it. So 85,000 people have gone there to watch the game. And then you will see that UFC plans to sell food, beverages. That's another way they make.
Of course,
that's another way they make their money.
And these people don't go to be entertained.
They're not going to be entertained. Because are you going to watch just watch the game?
You're going to sit down there for hours, and you are not going to get refreshments.
And you know, most times what's boring is not what you see; it's what you are not eating.
When you are not
eating or drinking,
and the fight is going on. There's nothing entering
your mouth.
No, of course they will make money from other sources.
They will make, and Dana White told ESPN that the government will get a piece of it. That's for the whole ticket thing. Then this one is about the fighters. Every fighter will be wearing a custom red, white, and blue gloves with an American flag stitched on the wrist. Wow. That's to commemorate the 250th birthday of America. Well, the bonus tip here is that Trump's latest financial disclosure indicates that he purchased up to 50,000. That's in the TKO stock. That's in the parent company of UFC. That's this UFC side. Yeah. And some say that it's actually a conflict of interest. But then, it is one of the things that makes it a sports business, I will tell you. And it's making a lot of sense. Talking about this UFC, I know you want to go and see what's happening there.
If I could go and see, I would have loved to go and see, just to watch the fight. But, you know,
there will be actually music. I mean,
there will be, it's just like the World Cup. You saw, even apart from football, there is music. So these things are coming with other sides of entertainment. It's not just going to be boxing all throughout. You know, there's going to be entertainment, there will be music, you see artists coming to perform. So it's a celebration. It's not just the country's celebration, it's also Trump's birthday celebration. So they are merging it together to celebrate. So it's going to be a colorful event, or it was a colorful event because it actually took place yesterday stroke this morning. So
it's actually very beautiful. For me, it's actually a colorful event that happened this morning, early this morning. So for me, the White House is buzzing now with a lot of blood. Because a lot of people were beaten.
No, people had to take
the way they had this fight, the way they fought was, you know, you and your partner will come in and then you just start fighting, then the ref will be there to, you know, organize and put things together. If not, they will just kiss somebody on that podium. And really, for me, it's not going to make a lot of sense when it's just, okay, let us fight. But then, I will tell you for a while, for a fact that, you know, President Donald Trump had earlier appeared on a WWE game. You could remember.
Are you sure?
Yes, he had.
Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay. No, okay, John, not to fight, because when you said
not to fight.
My mind was now.
No, he did ever fight. He just
came into
the ring to, you know, razz and put things in order. And then he was not president. He was just a very young, enthusiastic, you know, entrepreneur who also loves sports. So we could say that, seeing what's happening in the US, the World Cup also going and happening.
He has been shown his love for all this boxing and wrestling, you know, kind of sports.
Yes, he has been showing a lot of, and seeing that the World Cup is being
held in US already.
So that's
there's a lot happening over there in US. In fact, the people are enjoying their time.
People are really enjoying their time.
Now, if you are not watching football, you are watching the boxing. You know, you are watching something. There's something keeping you glued to your TV screen. So it's something nice to see. Just before we take a short break, let's quickly look at the national basketball association, where a club that has not won the title for, let's say, about 50-something years now, 52 or 53,
52 years.
Since 1973.
Arsenal was 22. So I remember.
I don't know why you have to remind me of Arsenal.
No. When I saw the record, I saw that Arsenal was 22.
No, so you say
so Arsenal. I use Arsenal to.
No, Arsenal are just their younger brothers. They are like a baby in this
Arsenal
category.
Should just.
Arsenal just 22 years that you have not won.
Yeah.
You cannot be saying just 22 years.
22 years.
And you are complaining. This is somebody that has not won something for 52 years.
The
Knicks, and it was a lovely moment. They have to defeat the Antonio Spurs 4-1 in the final match to clinch their first victory. And Jalen Brunson was named the man of the match, the most valuable player, of that match, and he scored a 45 points in the title clinching game. And the coach, like you earlier told me, said he was in Nigeria to coach our Tigers.
Actually, the coach Mike Brown was in Nigeria. He was the one who was overseeing the Tigers of our nation. But this as rumor would have it, and as issues had to fall out, he was not able to continue in 2022.
Wow.
Then he had to now be, he had to move over there. But when he was in Nigeria, he was doing a lot of wonderful job. Someone that could go to the US and, claim that
over the night, and now they are becoming the champions.
Yeah, that's
just imagine we still had the coach.
Imagine what the Tigers would have been.
Sometimes this we always letting go of people.
It's actually
prematurely.
No, actually, from rumor, as rumor would have it, is a political issue.
Imagine.
It's actually a political issue.
Now they have taken away someone that could have given the Tigers.
They took him away. They did not take his life.
Now he has gone somewhere to shine. Maybe he will have brought this glory to us.
I'm telling you, the coach, Mike Brown, would have been someone that would change the game of our. He
would have changed it. Just imagine that we did not have Chelle.
Yes,
the same thing could have been happening.
Chelle, because many times we don't know the talent we have until we start to, look elsewhere. So from the adage that says you don't know what you have until you lose it. So now we have lost it.
Now we are knowing what we had.
In a second of funny remarks, I'm still looking for who said that thing.
You are going to look for that person from now to when the kingdom comes.
Of course, because that person is so right.
You know how many things that people have said that you don't even know who said it.
Well, it's fine. We're going to see what happens. But then, congratulations to the Knicks of the Knicks of New York.
Yeah.
Congratulations, they have done a lot of good job, and we could say that it's time for the countries to take up their place and then rise and also sponsor the things they wanted to sponsor. All right, we take a short break now. When we return, we delve and dive right into the world of football. Stay with us.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. Now we take a look at what's happening in the world of football. Many rumors are coming up, and many shocking stories, many shocking transfers have taken place. And, well, the FIFA World Cup is also going on.
Yeah.
Which countries have really shown how...
A lot is happening in the
yes,
FIFA World Cup. But before we go, let's leave the FIFA World Cup aside. Let's look at the rumors or the transfers that have been coming in.
Yes, really.
First of all, on the list that we have Amorim. And seeing Amorim going to AC Milan. It was quite a shocking revelation or something shocking for me to see that he's actually going for AC Milan. A top club at that matter.
Why is it shocking to you?
No, it was shocking because I was expecting I thought he was going back to Portugal.
No, if he actually plays, goes to AC Milan, if he actually gets signed to it with AC Milan, what will happen is Manchester United, the wage that, they are not done paying him, Manchester United. Yeah. The wage, they will cut down the wage. That's what's happening. There's a contract, there's a clause in the contract.
That if he leaves,
if he leaves and finds a new club, the wage. You know, this thing, they will not just pay you the whole amount of money.
Yeah, of course. There are some conditions.
Yes, I saw it too. The wage will be, you know, slashed. So that means that Manchester United may not pay all the money again. So because he's moving to the next club, and he still has a tie with Manchester United.
His contract is still with Manchester. But for me, Manchester United were the one that terminated the contract.
Okay, do you know what's happening? Do you know what's going on in this football world really for coaches and the rest of the players? In your clause, the clause that you sign, even if you sign for a new club, knowing that the way the money is raised, the way clubs raise their, you know, the way they source out their funds, you are not going to be, you know, even if they sack you or something happens, you're not going to, you know, have your money just everything immediately.
So because it's over a period of time. It was supposed to be about 4 years.
Yes, and that 4 years is when you'll be paid. Yeah. You will not be take all the money and just.
But the good thing is that even though you are without a club, assuming Amorim not signed for AC Milan, Manchester United will keep paying him like
Manchester United
till that contract is, you know, over. But now that you are signed for a new club, is the best thing is just terminate what you had with you. Of course, AC Milan will begin to pay you. It's not that you are going to a club where they will not pay you. These people will start paying you, even though the payment might not be up to what you were offered before, or it might be over. We don't know, but right now we don't know the details of the contract. But at the end of the day, Manchester United has to terminate because you are no more under contract or working for them. So they have to terminate your contract, you know, and pay you. It's not that they will not pay him some money. They will pay him some extent of the, you know, money because, of course, this termination, he was sacked, I think, around March or so. So they will pay him some money in advance and like, okay, let's go. They will shake hands. And AC Milan, he will begin a new chapter with AC Milan. And of course, congratulations to him because why I say congratulations is because I was expecting that he was going back to Portugal or even Netherlands, you know, to start somewhere again. But this is him coming out to coach AC Milan. Like, this is a giant thing. When you come to Serie A, AC Milan is no small club in Serie A, and him getting the contract is, you know, a good development for him. Another chance, another opportunity for him to show that enthusiasm that he has in coaching. You know, let's see what he's going to do with AC Milan, where you have the likes of Inter Milan, where you have Juventus, where you have AS Roma, you know, Atlanta. Let's see if he could, you know, clinch, let's say, win the title in his first season, or he's going to have a rough time. But of course, I wish him good luck. He has been a coach for Manchester United, so of course I'm going to wish him good luck. Then another person in the transfer rumor is Cucurella. This is shocking. This one was shocking to me because, you know, this, I don't know, since Perez won this, I always say since Perez won this presidential ticket, you know, since when he won the presidential ticket, he has been making some shocking moves, and I begin to wonder, did he have these plans? You know, did he have these plans drafted out somewhere before
Chelsea fans,
before he won? Of course, Chelsea fans are disappointed that
they are not disappointed.
No, they are not happy because the little or the few that I've talked to, you know, they were like, they were not expecting this. You know, this. That's what Cucurella was not somebody they were expecting to go. Now that Cucurella is gone, who is going to replace Cucurella? Enzo Fernandez is another person that is going now. That is now like he's not going anywhere because I'm not sure Chelsea will let him go.
The price tag is 150.
150, and Madrid is not going to bring 150 million. And meanwhile, Chelsea don't even want him to go. So his behavior now is showing that I want to leave Chelsea, but the club itself, don't want you to go. So it's more like it's going to be difficult for him because it was like that stage where Garnacho wanted to leave and Manchester United were like, your salary, who is going to pay? Any club that is coming to show interest in you have to bring above 40 million, you know, euros, and nobody was willing to bring that money there until Chelsea came in. Now, Enzo Fernandez is clear. His agents have been talking to Madrid since April that he wants to leave. But Chelsea have placed a price tag that Madrid are not ready to oblige with, that they are going to pay 100. And despite that, Madrid are not really looking for a midfielder. They are not that desperate for a midfielder. Where they are desperate is defense.
No, they are
more desperate in defense than midfield.
They are
midfielders.
Matheus Fernandes from West Ham. They're interested in Matheus Fernandes,
but not that desperate because they have the guys already.
They have the guys, but they're still desperate. Even though Modric is
no, Modric has been out. Modric is in AC Milan.
He's going to return, but he's
no, they don't really need now.
As a player,
you know, they have Bernardo Silva.
Yes, I know they have Bernardo.
They still have their guys, Tranemi and the rest of them. Valverde is still there. Bellingham is still there. They still have a lot of guys in that midfield, so they are not that desperate compared to defense where Carvajal has retired. Trent is almost injury constant. Then Mendy at the left wing is also injury prone. So Carreras is also injury prone. So this defense, Rudiger also came back from injury. Militao came back from injury. You see that the defense was where they are more desperate. So if Chelsea is putting 150 million for Enzo and expecting Real Madrid to come and sign him, probably they will pay a blind eye to that, that fee they are putting. If they are ready to bring him down to maybe 100 or at most 120, maybe Real Madrid will consider, okay, we might go for this guy. But that price tag is too much for me, for Enzo, for Real Madrid right now to come and say that. If you are putting Enzo at 150 million, how much will you now put Bruno Fernandes? How much will you now put Olise? How much will you be putting these guys?
How much will you still put Joshua Kimmich?
Will you now say those people are now 300 or 350? Because, of course, their money should be times 2 of Enzo. Because of what they are worth now, it should be times 2. So sometimes this money they are putting in football, even the guy from West Ham, Fernandes, see the huge amount they are putting on you. I don't know whether
Manchester United
they just want to explore.
Actually indicated interest,
yes,
and they are going for him.
There are so many people indicating interest. Maybe that's why they are putting that price tag. For you, if you are so interested, they want this. This is the time to make money. This is the time to make business. When they get this money, they go back to the market. They are already in the championship. They are no more in the Premier League, so they need to scout for players that will, help them come back, because these people want to come back to the Premier League almost immediately. West Ham and Wolves. Look at Wolves already doing some spectacular signings. They have already gone back to bring Jimenez. They have gone back to bring Trippier. This is telling you that we are ready to come back to the Premier League as soon as possible. We don't want to stay in the championship. So they are making moves already to get this guy back. And also, looking at the transfer market, Osimhen is still in the transfer market. There are still a lot of rumors to Real Madrid. PSG also coming out to indicate interest.
Which team do you think Osimhen will feature well
right now? I would have loved Osimhen, because these people showing interest are not even the people I wanted him to come to. I want Osimhen in Manchester United. I'm a Manchester United fan, but I want Sesko, although we not play Sesko that much, I did not see Sesko even feature for 90 minutes in any match in Manchester United. But I would have loved Osimhen to come to Manchester United, where he has Fernandes behind, to render assist to him, or even Liverpool. Right now, Liverpool are not with a striker because Isak, is just coming back from injury,
and he scored
yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah, but Ekitike is also, in fact, his long-term injury. Maybe probably when the season starts, it's not even going to start. So we have only Isak there. So these two clubs, I would have want him to feature in any of the two. But of course, these people are not showing interest. It's just between Real Madrid and PSG. So if I'm going to pick between these two clubs right now, of course, I'm going to pick PSG, because Gonzalo Ramos is also saying he does not have adequate playing time. So probably he will leave. So the spot will be vacant for him to just come in, and he will be starting. There's nothing like you're going to keep Osimhen on the bench and use Dembele as a false 9 or something. That will not happen. When you have a proper striker, Dembele will have to play his normal left wing, while Kvaratskhelia will play in the right wing. So if you have Osimhen in PSG, it will fit him more. But if he goes to Madrid, I don't know, he might not be starting all the matches.
He will not be starting all the matches.
Mbappe is still there.
Who will he replace?
That's the problem. That's why I don't want him to go to Madrid. You have Mbappe that is playing as a false 9, who is not a number 9 actually, because Vinicius is still on the wing. I don't know if Vinicius is leaving, because Vinicius right now is saying if they don't renew his contract, if they don't upgrade it, not even renew, they have to upgrade it. He's looking for more money. He might probably leave. So except Vinicius is leaving, that's when Osimhen can come in, where Mbappe will now have to go back to his normal wing, which is a left winger. You now have Osimhen in the front, then they will have to look for somebody at the right wing, because right now Rodrigo is injured and Gula does not play much from that wing, so they will have to look for somebody. So except that probability that one person out of those two, Vinicius or Mbappe, is leaving, that's when maybe Osimhen will come in and fits in properly. But if those two people are still there, where Mbappe is not playing his regular position, they are coming to bring in Osimhen. So now be replacing who? Is he going to be replacing Mbappe at the front? So it's going to be, will I say, challenging, but that space will not be, all for him. So it will not be him struggling with Mbappe to get a playing time. So, and me and you know that Mbappe will always get a playing time.
Mbappe will always get
in Real Madrid, he will always get so
even in France.
Even if anywhere he will get a playing time over. Perez has already told you that Mbappe is untouchable, he's going away. It's either they will look for a way to replace Vinicius, put him back to where Vinicius is playing, because that's his week, or Vinicius will have to leave Real Madrid. So I'm expecting, in fact, this transfer season we are going to see a lot.
Having Mbappe in your team is better than Vinicius.
It depends on the position, because you see that position where Vinicius plays is more effective in that position.
Actually, having Mbappe in that position, Vinicius plays is better.
No, Mbappe has performed. He has performed right from Monaco
PSG,
to
Monaco
PSG.
to PSG. I've watched him. I've watched the highlights of the World Cup. I've watched. That's the last World Cup.
Yeah.
I've watched these matches. I've seen that with France and with Mbappe, they had a better front.
Yeah.
This guy doesn't bother to dribble, doesn't bother to score. The way he scores, you would think he will not score, he just scores. Imagine scoring a hat-trick in a World Cup final.
Yeah.
That's the kind of person you are talking about. Not some Brazilian, a winger who also knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
But maybe Mbappe and Vinicius are not on the same level.
That wing, Mbappe is more clinical in that wing. Vinicius is more a dribbler.
More of a
dribbler.
Vinicius is just like a Jeremy Doku.
Yeah.
A Jeremy Doku kind of player.
Yeah.
Jeremy Doku can't play 9.
No.
But Vinicius cannot play 9 too.
No.
But Mbappe can play 9.
He can
even play right wing.
Mbappe can play. He has played right wing before. Now, when Neymar was in PSG, Neymar is attract. That's where Neymar also plays. So sometimes the coach Eric sometimes will have to use Mbappe at the left. Messi will not be in position 10. So sometimes he has played in that wing, in right wing, and he tried his best. He played well. But if you now have to move Vinicius to the left wing, I don't know how that's going to be possible. Will he be? I've not seen Vinicius even using his left to play shots. So talk more of moving him to a wing where he now has to use more of the left foot.
One of the things that makes Vinicius a good player is that he's very fast.
Yeah, of course.
But Mbappe is faster.
Both players are very fast. If you talk about pace, Mbappe is even faster than him. Pace with the ball, pace without the ball, Mbappe is faster than Vinicius. But where Vinicius might have an upper hand is just that dribbling. He knows how to manipulate his way out of that wing and probably gets a goal or gets an assist. Mbappe is not that much of a dribbler, but he can put the ball on the run, and before you know, he's at the front. So that's one thing Mbappe used, for me to be ahead of Vinicius.
But looking at that team, Real Madrid, do you think they are getting dangerous, or because of the reinforcement they are having? Bringing in defense and Ibrahim Konate, Marco Kurela, Dumfries, and going to the midfield, bringing in Bernardo Silva. They have already made 4 signings. Yeah. Now, with these 4 signings, if they would not even make a signing again,
no, they have really,
Don't you think the team is already fortified for the next?
They still need an attacker.
Yes,
because the right wing is still missing. There's nobody there yet. Kula is just trying to play there. So Brian Diaz will also come into play sometimes.
Actually, you are right. But I think this team is going to, win a lot this season.
Of course, with Mourinho still in the picture.
And they now have a parental figure, someone that can guide, someone that has been a champion, someone that has managed the club before.
Yeah.
So someone that knows the team is there.
You are not above this coach.
Yeah, you're not like the ones that you are not above. If you are
this time around, you are not above the law. If you are showing that element or that trace of indiscipline, you will be benched automatically. And it's not that you will be benched for one match. Mourinho can do what we say. He can bench you for almost all the season and nothing will happen because Perez has given him the rights. The right is on him now to do whatever he wants. Now, there's not going to be interference. So when he's telling you that he benched this player, this is the reason why he benched him, there's nothing that will happen. There's nothing that tomorrow you hear that he has been sacked. He will bench you and he will have his own reason and nothing will happen to you. So those era of indiscipline where you will be, feeling above the club, a player that you're going to play for this club and leave. Meanwhile, so many legends have played for this club, and you're feeling above the club. It will automatically be over when you have a coach like Mourinho. So that will be the end of it. Well, let's go into the World Cup proper.
World Cup. I've been waiting for this World
Cup. It has been
a
week. You need to shake your leg. It has been a week or a weekend. We started on Thursday.
Thursday. South Africa versus Mexico game.
Where the full world
we are supporting,
including you are supporting.
I was not.
I was supporting South Africa.
No, I was a football fan.
Yeah, we always be a football.
No, I supported football.
This time around, nobody was. Sir, let me put it to you. This time around, I put it to you.
I supported football.
That we all supported football. We all enjoyed the football, but we were supporting Mexico.
I was supporting Mexico because
we were supporting Mexico.
Mexico
was not better. But prior to the match, we were supporting Mexico.
Yes,
and
of course.
it was all around the world, let's say, apart from South Africans that we are supporting South Africa, the rest of the world, imagine all the African countries
what
are supporting
about
Mexico.
that team of South Africa is that, because I was thinking about these guys, I was like, none of them plays for any top flight European.
They were all home-based players.
All of them are home-based players. And you will see the likes of Chipa United, the likes of these teams that are home-based. There's no what does he really tell? How do they? Of course, they play well.
No, they're funny enough. They play well.
They play a fast-paced game.
They played well.
And they play. They don't really play a possessive game. They play counter-attack. Counter-attacking game.
No, for them, for a team like South Africa, who does not even have anybody outside, maintaining their own.
Does that their league is way much better?
It's way much better than than our league, because you watch South African league sometimes, you watch it on Super Sports. Then officiating is
the best league in Africa
also okay.
Is the Moroccan league.
Yeah, of course. You saw Morocco play against Brazil. You saw why I said this is my favorite team.
Morocco was clinical.
From France. They were clinical.
See Mazraoui.
They don't play like Africans. I don't know the way they play their kind of football.
They play
very
football.
Very
now talking about that youngster Ayub.
Yeah.
Ayub was sensational. I know he came out as the guy who has been tipped for the next level in football. And I will tell you for a fact, this Moroccan team, they challenged Brazil toe-to-toe.
Yeah.
They were up to the task with what Brazil had to.
They had to score first.
In fact, Brazil was even saving their head.
Brazil were proud to even get out of that match with a draw, because left for me, Morocco could have won that match. But of course, the match ended up as a draw. For our fans or for our viewers that might have missed some part of the World Cup, let me give them the scoreline. Mexico and South Africa was a 2-0 win for Mexico. Then Korea Republic versus Czech Republic had to end a 2-1 in favor of Korea Republic. Canada played Bosnia, where Canada had to equalize at about the 85th minute, to get a draw. It was a shocking scoreline for me, because we are all tipping. Canada were part of the host nation, but at the end of the day, they came out with a draw against Bosnia. United States of America had to beat or trash Paraguay 4-1. Then Qatar and Switzerland had to play a 1-1 draw. This was another shocking scoreline, because Qatar are not known as a footballing team that much, and against a side like Switzerland, having the likes of Xhaka, Granit Xhaka, and Bolo, they had some great players, and they had to play. Qatar, we are celebrating with this 1-1 draw. They were so. It was as if they won the match.
No, I'm waiting for the next. They were celebrating for the people who celebrated their first time.
Then Brazil came out with a draw against Morocco. It was a very tough match, a very interesting match. In fact, it was rated one of the most interesting first half. They were full of actions. Then Haiti and Scotland. Scotland won 1-0 against Haiti. Australia, another shocking scoreline. Australia had to beat Turkey 2-0. And it was something shocking for me, because Turkey coming into this match, we are a better team than Australia. But of course, we had some of these things happen when Australia had to beat them 2-0. Then, of course, Germany. Germany versus Curacao. This is a country that is just coming into the World Cup.
About 200,000 people.
For the first time, Germany population is way more than these people.
And they showed the population.
No, they showed the population. They had to go down 7-1.
Yes, when Germany scored, they had to reply with a goal.
Yeah.
And the whole world went.
For me, Germany got 3 points in this match. But you see, Curacao, they celebrated more than Germany that won this match, because this is their first World Cup, first time to appear, and they got a goal. In fact, they can go home. They can go home after this match and decide not to play the remaining 2 matches that we have won the World Cup. For them to, you see that goal, that player, the country, they have done well. Left for them, there is nothing else to play for. Getting a goal. Really scored a good some people just come into they know, of course, they are not going to win the World Cup. They are not going to maybe proceed out of the group stage. They are just looking for this goal to register a World Cup goal.
Next one.
If they score the next game
and they eventually mistakenly win,
if them losing a match and celebrating, now imagine that they win a match. The whole country will be shut down. That day will be public holiday for winning a match.
Their coach was crying. I see.
It was an emotional moment.
What is this?
They don't care. That's why some people just come to the World Cup. What they're looking for, they know. Of course, they know they know their capacity. They know they're not going to beat Germany on a good day anytime. They know they are probably not going to proceed out of the group stage. But you see that one goal, that call it consolation goal, but this one is not consolation. This one is a celebratory goal. They were so happy, like we got the goal over Germany. This is not Thailand, or this is not Haiti. This is Germany. This is the giants of Europe. You know, getting a goal against them was something deserving to celebrate. Then Netherlands, you know, of course, yesterday had to play a 2-2 draw against Japan. This Japan, you know, is a country that I would say always find a way to either get a win or draw. And you know, the last time we talked about Japan, I told you they used to beat the likes of Germany.
No,
almost
Japan,
every time.
Japan is a good team.
They play, and all these goals came second half. It was a 0-0 first half, and second half Netherlands had to score one through Van Dijk.
Yeah.
And before you know, the match started. The goals started coming out 1-1, 2-1, 2-2, and it was an interesting match. Then, these matches are always early in the night or early in the morning. You know, I wanted to watch this Ivory Coast game because it was something I wanted to see. But
game was a good game.
It was a good game. I could not stay awake to watch it.
Yes, you would see the man of the moment talking about Amad Diallo.
He had to score at the dying minute.
The last minute.
No, this goal was very vital.
It was a sub.
Yeah, he came in as a sub.
So I think this guy is the man of the moment. And he's registering a lot of interest. And the Manchester United will be so proud to have.
No, they will be proud. You know, in the friendly match also against France, he was one that scored the 9 minutes goal. So he's doing the 9 minutes goals. I hope when he comes back to Manchester, he will keep giving us that 9 minutes goal. Then of course Tunisia. I don't know these days. I don't know what's wrong with Tunisia. I'm not really happy with Tunisia because even at the friendly match against Belgium has to trash them 5-0. Yeah. Now you are coming down with Sweden. You are getting also a 5-1 trashing. It's not something that I'm proud of as South Africa. Tunisia, Sweden is not that too big that you'll be getting a 5-1 trashing. Of course, later today by 5 p.m. we are going to have the match between Spain versus Cape Verde, and I'm expecting Spain to also trash these people. Cape Verde. Then later by 8 p.m. we'll have Belgium versus Egypt. Then later again by 11 p.m. we have Saudi Arabia versus Uruguay. That's all for the World Cup for now.
Yeah, that's really interesting that we have this coming from the World Cup, and I will tell you that our viewers should watch out for this game. It's going to be one of the games that would really make a lot of sense, and I'm telling you, it's going to be an awesome time, an awesome moment. And this is also where we are calling the wrap on this edition of Aneke Sports. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much, our viewers. I am Good Hope Chukuma,
and I'm your one and only worldwide. Remember, we will still be back in the evening to give you all about football. So stay tuned and keep watching Aneke TV. We'll come your way again. I remain your humble host worldwide. Have a lovely day. Bye.
The eagles stand as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Good morning and welcome to news around the globe on Aneke TV. As we begin a new week filled with fresh opportunities, prospects and great expectations, we thank you for joining us. I am Princess Ken Ochoma and it's a pleasure to have your company. Now here are the headlines. Oyo police dismiss viral terrorist infiltration claim. Family of late Major General Rabi Abubakar disputes official account of death in captivity. On the foreign scene, Russian airstrike damages historic Kiev monastery, injures several residents. And on business, federal government opened dedicated CBN account for retirees' exit benefit scheme. Now the news in details. The Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors, NARD, has raised concern over increasing attacks on healthcare workers across the country, revealing that at least 30 resident doctors were assaulted within the past 1 year. NARD said records showed more than 21 major incidents involving physical assault, intimidation, kidnapping, and other forms of violence against medical personnel in hospitals nationwide. The association described the trend as a serious threat to healthcare delivery and patient safety. National President of NARD, Dr. Mohammed Suleiman, said the situation has become unacceptable, warning that doctors could no longer continue to work under fear and insecurity. He noted that only a few of the reported cases had been prosecuted, with just one conviction recorded so far. The association called on the government and security agencies to strengthen protection for health workers, stressing that safer hospital environments are necessary to retain skilled professionals and curb the growing immigration and migration of doctors abroad. The Anambra State government says a 10-year-old boy allegedly subjected to severe abuse by his guardians in Awada, Obosi, is now under protective care and receiving medical treatment. The intervention followed the circulation of a viral video showing the child with serious injuries and burns reportedly inflicted by a couple responsible for his welfare. The development sparked public outrage and drew the attention of community leaders and concerned residents. Commissioner for Women and Social Welfare, Mrs. Esther Chinyere Onyekesi, confirmed that the child was responding to treatment and assured the government would ensure justice is served. She commended members of the public for exposing the incident and warned that anyone found culpable would face the full weight of the law under the state's child protection provisions. The Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, has observed a nationwide Black Sunday in honor of victims of terrorism, banditry, kidnapping, and other forms of violent attacks across the country. CAN President Archbishop Daniel Oko described the nation's security challenges as a tragedy that continues to inflict pain on families and communities. He stressed that democracy can only thrive where human life and dignity are adequately protected. The association called on government at all levels to intensify efforts toward addressing insecurity and restoring public confidence. It also urged churches, mission schools, and faith-based institutions to strengthen internal security measures and remain vigilant. The observers recorded participation across several states, including Borno and Abia, where special prayers, processions, and fasting sessions were held for victims of violence and security personnel serving on the front lines. The Oyo State Police Command has dismissed a viral social media report alleging that hundreds of Lakurawa terrorists have entered the state, describing the claim as false and misleading. Police Public Relations Officer Mr. Olayinka Ayonlade said intelligence and forensic investigations carried out by security agencies found no evidence to support the allegation. He added that the audio attached to the video had previously been linked to discredited misinformation. According to the command, extensive surveillance and collaboration with neighboring state commands did not reveal any movement of terrorists into Oyo State. Investigators also established that the video was neither recent nor recorded within Nigeria. Meanwhile, the Commissioner of Police in the state, Mr. Abimbola Ayodeji Olugbenga, has warned against the spread of false security information capable of causing panic. He He urged residents to remain calm and rely only on verified information from official sources. The family of late retired Major General Rabi Abubakar has challenged claims by the Katsina state government that the former military officer died from complications related to diabetes and hypertension while in captivity. Speaking in an interview, the deceased son, Iskaya Rabi, said his father had no known history of either condition. He suggested that the retired army officer may have suffered a heart attack or died from circumstances linked to his captivity. Major General Abubakar and his wife were abducted in Katsina State on May 30th. The family also clarified that the late officer's wife remains in captivity, contrary to reports circulating on social media. They appealed to security agencies to intensify efforts towards securing her release. Bauchi State Governor, Senator Bala Mohammed, says poverty, economic hardship and poor governance remain major factors driving insecurity across the country. Governor Mohammed made the remarks during a sympathy visit to Governor Sheyi Makinde of Oyo State, following the recent attacks on schools in Orire local government area, where a teacher was killed and dozens of pupils and teachers abducted. He called for a comprehensive review of the nation's security architecture and urged authorities to address the underlying social and economic conditions that fuel criminal activities. The governor also appealed to citizens to support efforts aimed at combating insecurity by rejecting collaboration with criminal elements and promoting responsible leadership through the democratic process. The Borno State government has declared Tuesday, June 16th, as a public holiday to mark the beginning of the Islamic New Year, 1,448 years after Hijrah. The Commissioner for Information and Internal Security, Professor Usman Tar, said Governor Babagana Umara Zulum approved the holiday to enable residents to observe the first day of Muharram. The government urged citizens to use the occasion for reflection, prayers and renewed commitment to peaceful coexistence and service to humanity. Governor Zulum also called on residents, irrespective of religious affiliation, to promote tolerance, justice and unity as essential values for development and national progress. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, says it is fully prepared for the forthcoming governorship election in Ekiti State, scheduled for June 20th. INEC Chairman, Professor Joash Amupiton, stated this after monitoring a mock accreditation exercise conducted in selected local government areas, including Ado Ekiti and Ikere Ekiti. He said the exercise confirmed the effectiveness of the Commission's technology and logistics arrangements. According to him, the bimodal voter accreditation system, BVAS, successfully captured voters' biometric details within seconds during the trial, demonstrating the Commission's readiness to deliver a credible and transparent election. INEC also announced that backup devices and technical personnel have been deployed across the state to address any operational challenges, while security agencies have been mobilized to ensure a peaceful electoral process across all polling units. You are watching news around the globe, coming to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, stay connected with us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now, here is a recap of some of the major stories making headlines. Oyo police debunk viral claim of Lakurawa terrorist presence in the state. Family rejects official account of Major General Rabi Abubakar's death in captivity. Coming up shortly on the foreign scene. Russian airstrike damages historic Kiev monastery, disrupts power supply. And on business, federal government establishes dedicated CBN account for retirees' exit benefits scheme. Do stay with us.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the broad mind of government in power to say,
let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is gone.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Welcome back. The United States and Iran have agreed to a ceasefire framework aimed at ending months of hostilities across the Middle East, following mediation efforts led by Pakistan and Qatar. Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif announced the breakthrough, while United States President Donald Trump also confirmed progress towards a formal agreement. According to officials, the framework provides for an immediate cessation of military operations, including actions linked to regional theaters such as Lebanon. Discussions are also expected to address broader issues relating to sanctions and Iran's nuclear program in subsequent negotiations. The formal signing ceremony is expected to take place in Switzerland later this week, with senior officials from both countries expected to attend. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has welcomed the development, describing it as a positive step towards regional stability. 12 people have died after a skydiving aircraft crashed shortly after takeoff near Butler Memorial Airport in Missouri, United States. Authorities said the aircraft was carrying 11 skydivers and a pilot when the accident occurred yesterday. Emergency officials said the aircraft failed to gain sufficient altitude before crashing near the airport. First responders quickly arrived at the scene, but all 12 occupants were confirmed dead. The aircraft has been identified as a Pacific Aerospace P750XL, operated by Skydive Kansas City. Family members of some of the victims were reportedly present at the airport when the crash occurred. The United States National Transportation Safety Board is leading investigations into the cause of the accident, while the Federal Aviation Administration is providing support. The historic Kiev-Pazhevsk Laver Monastery has been severely damaged following a major Russian missile and drone attack on the Ukrainian capital, Kiev. The monastery, a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and one of Eastern Europe's most important religious landmarks, caught fire during the overnight assault. Ukrainian authorities said the attack also damaged residential buildings and critical infrastructure, leaving about 140,000 residents without electricity. Several people were injured during the strikes. Elsewhere, Russian attacks in Kiev reportedly killed emergency responders, while Ukraine carried out retaliatory drone operations targeting facilities inside Russia. The latest escalation comes as diplomatic efforts continue ahead of the G7 summit, with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky holding talks with President Donald Trump on possible pathways to peace. Swiss police have deployed tear gas to disperse demonstrators in Geneva following clashes ahead of the upcoming G7 summit in neighboring France. Authorities said some protesters targeted a United Nations telecommunications facility, throwing objects and lightning flares during the demonstration. Security forces subsequently moved in to secure the area and restore order. Witnesses reported that fires were set in parts of the city as police used crowd control measures to prevent further escalation. No immediate casualties have been reported. Security has since been heightened across Geneva as authorities prepare for the arrival of world leaders expected to attend the summit. And in business, concerns have emerged over reports that more than 19,000 prepaid smart meters supplied under the World Bank-supported Distribution Sector Recovery Program remain undistributed within the Enugu Electricity Distribution Company network area. The meters were delivered to help address the region's metering gap and reduce reliance on estimated billing. Industry stakeholders have warned that delays in deployment could affect ongoing efforts to improve electricity service delivery. Responding to the reports, Head of Corporate Communications at EEDC, Mr. Emeka Eze, said the project had not been abandoned. He explained that the company is integrating the meters into its upgraded vending and metering platform. According to Eze, the meters will be distributed to eligible customers free of charge once the integration process is completed. The federal government has established a dedicated account with the Central Bank of Nigeria for the implementation of the newly approved exit benefit scheme for retiring civil servants. Under the arrangement, the account will be managed by the National Pension Commission to ensure transparency and prompt payment of benefits to eligible retirees. According to implementation guidelines signed by the head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Mrs. Didi Esther Walson-Jack, workers who have served for at least 10 years will qualify for a lump sum benefit equivalent to their annual emoluments. Officials said the initiative is designed to complement the scheme and improve the welfare of retiring public servants. And in sports, Edo Queens have emerged champions of the 2025-2026 Nigeria Women Football League season. The Benin City-based side secured the title after a goalless draw against Bayelsa Queens in their final Super 6 playoff match in Port Harcourt. The result saw Edo Queens finish top of the standings with 10 points from 5 matches, securing their second National League title. Bayelsa Queens finished second, while Nasarawa Amazons ended their campaign behind the leaders after drawing with Rivers Angels. Nigerian music star Niniola has paid an emotional tribute to her late husband, Michael Idika, following his recent death. In a message shared on social media, the singer expressed deep grief over the loss, describing her husband as a major source of strength and support throughout their relationship. The couple reportedly maintained a private relationship for over a decade before his death was announced. Friends, fans and colleagues have continued to send messages of condolence to the artist. Niniola's tribute comes amid widespread reactions online, with supporters encouraging her to remain strong during the difficult period. And now to end the news, the main points again. The Oyo State Police Command has dismissed as false a viral social media video alleging that about 300 Lakurawa terrorists had entered the state. Police Public Relations Officer Mr. Olayinka Ayonlade said intelligence and forensic investigations found no evidence to support the claim, assuring residents that Oyo State remains secure and urging the public to rely on verified information from official sources. The family of the late retired Major General Rabi Abubakar has rejected claims by the Katsina State government that the former Director of Army Public Relations died from complications arising from diabetes and hypertension while in captivity. Speaking on behalf of the family, his son, Mr. Isyaka Rabi, maintained that the retired senior military officer had no known history of such illnesses and called for greater clarity regarding the circumstances surrounding his death. He also confirmed that the late general's wife remains in captivity. On the foreign scene, a major Russian missile and drone attack on Ukraine's capital, Kiev, has destroyed the historic Kiev-Pazersk Laver Monastery, a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Ukrainian authorities say several people were injured and thousands of residents were left without electricity following the assault, which also affected residential and critical infrastructure across the city. On the business scene, the federal government has established a dedicated account with the Central Bank of Nigeria for the implementation of the newly approved Exit Benefit Scheme for retiring public servants. According to the head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Mrs. Didi Esther Walson-Jack, the account will be managed by the National Pension Commission to ensure transparency and timely payment of benefits to eligible retirees under the scheme. That concludes news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Good morning.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Who is a woman? She is not just born, she is awakened. A woman carries history in her hands and possibility in her steps. She is a daughter, mother, dreamer, healer, not made to follow, but to walk beside. Not to be silenced, but to speak life. She builds from fragments and sings over scars. Where others see endings, she dares to begin again. Her silence is loud and her presence is a protest against every force that tried to diminish her. To know a woman is to glimpse the divine. For in her voice is rhythm, in her womb is the future, and in her soul the sacred strength that has shaped the earth itself.
Nigeria's debt profile continues to rise, raising concerns among economists about sustainability and long-term economic stability. As of 2025, the total public debt was estimated to be around 152 trillion naira, or roughly $190 billion, according to the Debt Management Office. Debt servicing now consumes a significant share of government revenue, limiting spending on infrastructure, health, and education. Economists say the challenge is not only how much Nigeria borrows, but how effectively borrowed funds are converted into productive assets. The World Bank has repeatedly highlighted weaknesses in Nigeria's public financial management system, including inefficiencies in capital budget execution and limited transparency in project delivery. Across the country, there are recurring examples of abandoned and uncompleted projects, despite significant public expenditure. Infrastructure studies show that cost overruns, delays, and project abandonment remain common in public sector delivery, often due to procurement weaknesses and poor oversight. Roads, hospital facilities, and housing projects in several states remain uncompleted years after budget releases and contract awards. In the power sector, Nigeria continues to lose an estimated $29 billion annually due to unreliable electricity supply and infrastructure deficits, according to industry estimates cited in international reporting. Despite repeated investment cycles, grid instability and transmission constraints persist, limiting industrial growth. Governance experts also point to leakages in public finance management. Studies by international organizations have estimated that Nigeria lost billions annually in previous decades to corruption-related inefficiencies, including inflated contracts and weak monitoring systems. These leakages reduce the impact of borrowing and weaken development outcomes. Even social intervention programs have faced scrutiny over accountability and targeting inefficiencies, with investigations in recent years leading to recoveries for mismanaged funds in some federal programs. Despite these challenges, Nigeria remains richly endowed. The country has more than 70 million hectares of arable land, according to the Food and Agriculture Organization. Yet, agricultural productivity remains below potential due to limited mechanization and storage infrastructure. Agriculture still employs a large share of the workforce, but contributes less than expected to GDP. In the energy sector, Nigeria produces over 1 million barrels of crude oil per day, according to OPEC data. Yet, for years, depended heavily on imported refined products, creating pressure on foreign exchange and public finances. New refining capacity is beginning to shift these balances, offering potential savings in import costs. The solid minerals sector also remains largely underdeveloped, despite more than 40 commercially viable mineral resources, including lithium, gold, and iron ore. Industry reports suggest the sector contributes less than 1% of GDP, despite its strong export potential. Experts argue that reducing Nigeria's dependence on borrowing will require a shift from consumption-driven spending to productivity-led investments. This includes strengthening procurement systems, enforcing project completion audits, expanding non-oil revenue, and accelerating public-private partnerships in infrastructure delivery. Ultimately, analysts say that Nigeria's economic challenge is not the absence of resources, but the efficiency of conversion. Borrowing, they argue, only becomes sustainable when it is tied directly to productive investment and measurable national outputs. I am Princess Ken Ochoma, Aneke TV News.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Pleasant morning to you viewers for joining us this morning. It's sunrise here on Aneke TV. It's a brand new week. It's the third week in the month of June. And of course, it's more than half into the year 2026. I am Princess Kenna Choma. Thank you for joining us this morning.
And good morning to you and to our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. Wherever you are, at home, in your office or in transit, thank you for letting us into your space this brief morning. We're here to refresh, inform, and motivate. And Ochoma, did I hear you say third week in the month of June?
I think it's already the third week.
How come? We just entered June. Really?
I mean, I think I've had three Mondays in this month already.
Are you serious?
So it's safe to say, yes, it's safe to say that we are in the third week.
Like, I was so relaxed that the month is just starting out, you know, and
more
or less
the
when
month
we
has
spread
ended. The month has ended. I just remember in the beginning of the month where I said it's a new month. Get on with your plan. But it looks like some of us have been, someone like Mr. Tucci is not
No, for me, I'm just remembering how we celebrated Christmas. You know, I was thinking that the year is and here we are.
Already half
into the year.
And the thing where they say once it gets to the half, the year is over.
Yes, people are still already making estimations, you know, for the third quarter, and then the year is almost over.
Oh, wow. Anyway, away from that, how was your weekend?
Wow, splendid. I rested, yes, well rested. I enjoyed my Sunday, you know, having to wake up at midday, you know, ate, relaxed, then straight to work.
Of course. I mean, it was a wonderful week. It was a restful weekend, and I'm sure even as you've rested, for people who get to rest during weekends, it's a brand new day, a day to be hopeful, a day to have joy and happiness, and go about it. They're not letting the events of the week or the past week dampen your spirits and your hope for the coming week. On that note, I bring you a quote for the day. Our quote this morning is from Dr. Chuba Okadibo. And he says, if you're emotionally attached to your tribe, religion, or political leaning, to the point that truth and justice becomes secondary considerations, your education is useless. Your exposure is useless. If you cannot reason beyond petty sentiments, you are a liability to mankind. I don't know how he come about this quote sometimes. It just hits right in the face. And we've had some persons or some prestigious persons who in Nigeria who have dared to say things that are unfathomable. You know, when you think about that, you're wondering, what was the state of this person's mind when he made such statements, so daring and so direct?
If you know Chuba Okadibo, the Oyi of Oyi, you know, former senior president, a political scientist, lecturer, and then he's one that has had a very good, sudden, speedy trajectory in Nigerian politics. He's been there, you know, all along. Remember the times of Nnamdi Azikiwe, you know, he's been there. He was, as at the time the Zik them were the fathers of Nigerian politics, he was one of the young childs, you know, that were being groomed. I think with the likes of Patu Tomi as at that time. But one thing you cannot take away from Chuba Kadibo is cerebralness, is intellectual sagacity. In fact, during his reign as Senate president, he entered the Senate chambers to lecture, the legislators on what it entails to be a senator, what their duties are. In fact, if you miss that era, and I know that's where I pity the Gen Zs of these days, because they missed, the 1999 era was a very interesting trajectory in our democratic march and quest, where you had intellectuals. So remembering and hearing from the Oyi of Oyi, a man who had at his grasp the Nigerian Constitution and the workings of the legislature, when he speaks, you understand that there is an intellectual. And it's so unfortunate that we lost him so early. I'm not giving you his history instead of talking about the quote, but many people, allude to the fact that his sudden death, is somehow attributed to an altercation he had with the great Zik of Africa, given controversies from election, he being of the opposing political party, just like we're having the situation with Kenneth Okonkwo and Peterobi, and then the great Zik of Africa now said that you will get to the pinnacle of your career. But when the ovation was loudest, that's when this thing will be off. And when it was so loud, we lost him. You remember, after being the Senate president and then being ousted, he now was a running mate to the late Muhammadu Buhari. Together he was the running mate to Muhammadu Buhari. One of their protests is either in Kano, they were tear gassed, and then being that he is asthmatic, he never really recovered from that. But getting into the quote, so I'm giving you a background of where this quote was coming from. When you read from him, when you listen to him, you see an intellectual speaking. And in fact, he carried himself with the air of that of an intellectual who is always, lecturing his minion. For him, the legislature was the classroom. And when I go into this quote, it tells you about one who really understood the place of nationhood, while we should jettison ethnicity, bring issue about tribe, to the, take it to the back burner and speak more about the nation, and that we should stand on justice, equity, and fairness, irrespective of where one's leaning, either religion or ethnic origin. So when he said, if you're emotionally attached to your tribe, religion, or political leaning, to the point that truth and justice become secondary consideration, your education is useless, your exposure is useless. If you cannot reason beyond petty sentiment, you are a liability to mankind. And I totally, unreservedly agree with the great Oyi of Oyi on this. Yes, there should be there should be no second guessing it, or in any kind where you cannot stand for equity, where you cannot speak the truth, or where you cannot stand for justice, irrespective of who is involved. You should, for what is what, be able to say the truth at all times. Be fair to all manner of men, be equitable and just to everybody, irrespective of religious affiliation, irrespective of tribe. And that's what Chuba Kadibo embodies. So when you hear, from someone like this, he speaks to you as a man who had guts. In fact, there are a lot of things, to unearth about him. But unfortunately, it was unfortunate the way he went, but maybe some other time I will take you along the historical journey. But no, this is quite apt, and I wish that our leaders of today would take a cue from such audacious statement. These were men who spoke to the conscience of the nation when it mattered. They didn't lean to tribe. They played politics from a nationalistic perspective, which is what it ought to be, which for me is what is lacking today. We have leaders who lean more to their ethnicity than the Nigerian. And I remember quite well when I was, at some fora discussing with a highly placed individual in the Nigerian government. When I mean highly placed, he was very high placed. And I'm speaking to someone who would, let me not divulge much, but he had attention of who is who in this nation. And when we were discussing, we were talking about Nigeria, nationality. He said, who is a Nigerian? what has Nigeria done for you? I was taken aback that if such an individual has such mindset, then what are we preaching? And who is a Nigerian? The point remains that we will always speak to tribe first. And I am a proud Igbo man. And they are proud Hausamen, they are proud Yorubas. And we'll speak to ethnicity before looking at Nigeria. And I think the majority of our problem is that we've not become Nigerians. We are still stuck at our ethnic origin.
I mean, if they dislodge you from your tribal conversation, religious conversation, political leaning conversation, what's your content? What else do you have to say? It doesn't take away from you what tribe you belong. It doesn't, in the conversation, the grand scheme of things.
When you're able to do away with these sentimental leanings, it brings the best. It brings the best of you. You now see competition amongst equals. You now see selflessness.
We now find a way to help each other grow.
See what Rwanda has become. Remember their trajectory. Remember the crisis, the battle between the war, the genocide between the Husi and Tutsis. But today, there is no ethnicity in Rwanda. When you ask a Rwandan, where are you from, which tribe are you? They are looking at you as if you fell from the moon. In fact, it's a crime to speak to a tribe. It's a crime to ask somebody in Rwanda, which tribe are you? They are no longer seeing themselves as Tutsis and Husis. They are Rwandans. When you ask someone where you're from, they say, I'm Rwandan. And there's nothing much, nothing more, nothing less. This is what matters.
Well, Nigeria is bigger than Rwanda. I don't think for a country that has over 500 tribes and over 500 tribes and more than 500 languages. But then again, it's unique. It's unique in our structure that we have these differences. But what's more important is if we can have a balance. Do away with, I mean, when the push comes to shove, when we are talking about uniting a country, it's not about what your tribe says or what your religion says. It is what do I have to contribute to make the country better.
Chairman here, the point here, Princess, is that we've not been able to do away, with these sentiments. That's why we are not seeing the beauty in our diversity.
We say it, but we don't act on it.
Why is America great today? 50 states, bigger than Nigeria.
Yes.
But, they've been able to do away with these primordial sentiments, and it begins to bring out the beauty in human nature. Nigeria is a very beautiful place and has the capacity to be bigger, better than the best countries of the world. But we've not been able to. We're like a baby who is grown but is stuck in a child's body. You understand? So for us, we cannot make that progress except we realize the fact that we have to harness the good, the beauty in our tribes, bring out this beauty, but do not see and limit ourselves from this perspective. When, if you traverse the length and breadth of this nation, you see the beauty of this nation. You see the diverse culture. True. You see diverse religion. You see the diversity of food. So when you discuss food and see different, food, from different people in Nigeria, you begin to understand the richness of this nation and why this nation has the capacity in it to be the greatest nation on earth.
It does. And of course, before I leave, I leave it with this again before we go on a short break. Our quote for this morning is from Dr. Chuba Okadibo. And he says, if you are emotionally attached to your tribe, religion, or political leaning, to the point that truth and justice, there's a defining line between truth and justice. And if you are leaning to this, to the point that these truth and justice become secondary considerations, your education is useless. Your exposure, no matter the level you are, no matter the academic excellence you've accomplished, your exposure, your education are both useless. And if you cannot reason beyond petty sentiments, you are a liability to mankind. We'll take a short break, and when we get back, we're reading out our weather reports for this morning. Do stay with us.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in the southeast today.
Good morning, Oka, Anambra State. The morning temperatures will start around 25 degrees Celsius, rising sharply to 34 to 35 degrees Celsius in the afternoon. Expect a hot and humid day, especially around Oka and Onitsha, with intense sunshine during the afternoon. As the day progresses, cloud cover will increase, leading to thunderstorms and heavy evening rainfall. Residents in flood-prone areas should be watchful for localized flooding.
Good morning, Enugu, and welcome to the core city. Enugu wakes up to cool and calm weather around 23 to 24 degrees Celsius this morning and peak at 30 to 31 degrees Celsius by afternoon. By evening, showers and occasional thunderstorms are likely, bringing cooler conditions later tonight.
Good morning, Abakaliki, Ebonyi State. The state starts cool around 24 to 26 degrees Celsius and soared to 34 to 35 degrees Celsius in the afternoon, making Ebonyi one of the hottest states in the southeast today. Expect intense sunshine, high humidity, and uncomfortable afternoon heat before strong thunderstorms, gusty winds, and heavy rainfall arrive later in the evening.
Good morning, Imo State, and welcome to my favorite city of Owerri. This morning in Owerri will hover around 24 to 25 degrees Celsius before climbing to 32 to 33 degrees Celsius during the afternoon. Expect humid weather throughout the day, with sunshine giving way to cloudy skies later on. Thunderstorms and moderate rainfalls are expected in the evening and may briefly affect movement and outdoor activities.
Good morning, Umahia, Abia State. Abia this morning starts at 24 to 25 degrees Celsius and rise to 31 to 32 degrees Celsius by afternoon. Expect warm and humid conditions, sunny intervals during the day, and increasing cloud cover later in the afternoon. Thunderstorms and rainfall are expected in the evening, particularly around Aba and surrounding areas.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, stay cool, and dress light. But do remember to keep an umbrella handy. But either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise. We'll take a short break and we'll return with more updates. Stay with us, please.
Welcome back. This is still Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now we'll be going to our newspaper headlines and analysis for this morning. And the paper we shall be reviewing this morning will be coming from the Daily Trust, the Nation newspaper, the Vanguard, Daily Sun, the Punch, and the Guardian. All right, Ms. Tucha, are you ready?
Let's get started.
Let's get right into it. All right. Now, this morning on the Daily Trust, our major headline says, "We buried our father without our mother." We buried our father without our mother. Okay. Family members, relatives, and friends of the residents have expressed concern over the continued detention of the widow of the late Major General Abubakar Rabe, whose remains at the hands of bandits days after the retired officer died in their custody. The general's death had generated widespread anger over insecurity in the country amidst calls for investigations into trillions of naira allocated annually to defense and security operations. Apparently, over the weekend, the general that was kidnapped on May 30th alongside his wife died in custody. His bodies were released yesterday. They were buried according to the Islamic rites, whilst the wife remains, we don't know if she's dead or still alive, still remains in captivity. And the family have said they have gone to bury their father without their mother.
All right. Let's just take a short break. Yes. When we return, we'll dig right into this. Yes. Stay with us, please.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future. Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Many thanks for staying with us, and we're still on the newspaper headlines. However, joining us with in-depth insight on news issues is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Emeka Odom. Mr. Emeka, pleasure to have you.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for joining
us. Yes, and I hope you had a wonderful and restful weekend.
Well, we thank God.
All right. So let's dig right straight into it.
All right. We had earlier mentioned that we'll be starting off from the Daily Trust. The headline read, "We buried our father without our mother." And the general's death has generated widespread, the general being late Major General Abubakar Rabi and his wife that were kidnapped along the Maraba Musawa Kafin Solar Road in Matsatu local government area in Katsina State. However, the Katsina State Commissioner of Police has said he had died from diabetes and hypertension while in captivity, whereas his son has come out to say that his father had no such condition prior to his kidnap, and they've gone ahead to bury him according to the Islamic rites without his wife. So they've called on the government to ensure the release of the body or the wife, whether dead or alive, to the family so they can bury her as well.
All right, Mr. Meka, there are three key issues here. One is that we are dealing with an emboldened terrorist who we are bold enough to release the carcass of the retired general to the family. Two, there are controversies as what led to his death, though we know he was in captivity. But the Katsina State Commissioner for Internal Security and Home Affairs, Nasiru Muazu, coming out to say that he died from complications from diabetes and hypertension. Now, trucks up another controversy, which is how did they come about that diagnosis as to what led to his death? How did they come about that information? Then 3, many people contend that it begins to give a signal that will lead to demoralization of our men in uniform as to what becomes their fate after they've slaved and sacrificed for the nation. Let's get your perspective.
Yes, you've actually touched on some of the very key issues there. But let me start from the reverse angle. The death of General Babakar Rabe. Remember, he's still a serving officer. Yes, I think he's still a serving officer. But not long ago, because I remember when he was a director of defense information.
Yes, he retired recently.
That throws up a very serious issue, But again, as a retired officer, you're not as, in quotes, as naked as ordinary man on the street. There's a measure of your personal security that is still, and at the rank that he retired, he was a general. And so I remember we talked about this issue in this studio, and we said, how can when our insecurity gets to the point of kidnapping a retired general whom we know very clearly that when you retire in the military at that rank, it's not as if you're just like any other man on the street. There's a measure of security that is still, attached to you. There's a protocol that is still attached to you. And so, and we said it portends a very serious danger. Now, what is that danger? Is that, like you said, it emboldens security. Because security, criminals, whether they are kidnappers, whether they are bandits, whoever they are, they don't walk into a place or they don't embark on an operation that they don't have a measure of confidence that they will be able to overcome, right? Then that would be suicidal. So for them to have embarked on this, decided to go after the retired general and his wife, there's a measure of negative confidence. It's a confidence, but I term it a negative one in that respect. And if they had done this and succeeded, naturally, they may be emboldened. And that takes us to what the former chief of army staff was saying in the papers this morning. I'm sure maybe along the line, you may still run into it, where he said that, look, with this, we stand a danger of even ministers and governors being targeted. Well, that may be a far cry, because if you understand the security, setup that is around the governor, you know that may be a very far cry. However, the lesson in what he said is that, look, these bandits may not have the boldness and the audacity to go after, other people in higher places. And when he gets to that point, then it becomes an alarming issue. So that is a very serious issue for me. Then you go to the next point that you raised. You talked about the Commissioner for Internal Security and Homeland Affairs in Katsina State. Yes. Coming to give reasons for his death. Number one, I think that is a little bit too hasty. It's too hasty because you would ask, when did the man die? When was his body released by the kidnappers? And when was the autopsy conducted? Now, even if for any reason, of course, the family has quickly, debunked that. They are saying that their father never had any history of those sicknesses they are talking about. But even if he did, even if he had, when a man is suffering from diabetes and eventually he dies, it doesn't automatically translate to the fact that it was that diabetes that killed him. Anything else could have killed him. That is on one hand. Now, there's another theory that came out, that he died of a snake bite in the kidnappers den. That theory also is one that needs to be proven. But what is constant in all of these things is that the man died in the kidnappers den. And that, for me, that is the most ugly story about this. Not only that it sends a very negative signal, it also brings some level of embarrassment to the country. A big embarrassment. Because if your general can just be, whether he's a serving retired or, whether he's a serving general or a retired general, a general is a general. If the man could just be picked up like that by bandits and kept into their custody for over 1 week, a couple of days, running into 2 weeks, and eventually the man is no more. For goodness sake, what kind of story does it tell about the security of the country? And it's a country where you expect people to bring in their investments. These are not good stories, I must tell you. Now, again, also you move to another angle. What is the story around the wife as we speak today? Do we have it? The same man who came to tell us that he died of diabetes and should tell us what has happened to his wife. So I believe that information has to be well managed, and part of the challenges that we have is all kinds of government appointees rushing to behind the microphone, face the cameras and the press and begin to say all kinds of things. I do not know to the extent these people are schooled and skilled in the art of information management. No wonder the family. By the way, when that was there some level of convergence of opinion and facts between the state authorities when you talk about the state, because the man is speaking on behalf of the Katsina state government and the family authorities and the military / the security agencies. Was there some kind of convergence of facts? Did they cross-check facts and everybody on the same page? Because remember that the military, I'm not sure the military has spoken yet. The military hasn't spoken. And perhaps that on itself may tell a much more thorough and circumspective, assessment of issues before they talk. The man himself was a former spokesman of the military. So, between the military, Katsina state government, the police, they say the police and army, the army, his community where he belonged, the police representing the entire security, the Katsina state government, the family. I think that they would have harmonized issues, right? Discuss these things and now come to face the public with a common story. So that we don't have, it's too early for us to start having this kind of, So it leaves a very big question. So what actually killed the man? Beyond the fact that he was in the kidnappers then, that's the general covering. But beyond that, if you want to dig deeper, what happened? What killed him? Generals are meant to be, these are tested people who, over a period of time, the level of endurance that they have, because the level of endurance that they have, it's one that is not common. So for this to have happened, what actually happened? So for me, it's at the end of the day, the man is gone now. The man is gone now. So we're talking about the wife, and that's why, from what you read out, the children are saying they buried their father without their mother. So where is the mother? What has happened to the mother? So, and let's continue to believe that the woman is alive. She must be highly traumatized wherever she is now. And so, is there any contingency plan? Can we have a guarantee that the woman can be released in a couple of days? So, it's a very pathetic situation, I must tell you.
But what I want to find, what I would like to ask is, how was this, I think Mr. Uche had briefly mentioned, how was this exchange made? Was it, these people physically came out with this corpse? I saw a picture of it on Twitter, on X yesterday, where this transfer was made. Now, if there's a meeting point, if there's some sort of meeting point, and they know where to meet those people, or know how to strategize, why haven't we seen probable efforts? Okay, you people can go, let's have a conversation. Or since you know the area where they converge, you can somehow, go in there with your intelligence or make arrangements around that region where this transfer was made and arrest these people. Other than letting I don't know what process or what procedures transferring of a corpse, what the process is like, but I'm sure it's not something that happened in 10 minutes. It's not something that happened in 20 minutes. It must have lasted up to 30 minutes or so. And I'm sure before that transfer was made, they had informed the families or informed the Katsina state government that, oh, this man has died, or we are returning him to you. Couldn't something have been done in that moment to apprehend these people?
That is what baffles me as well, as much as it does to you. it does the same thing to me, and I believe that many more people will also find themselves in that perspective. You see, we have seen over time, I mean, time and time again, that these bandits are not spirits. People see them, people communicate with them, and I've seen pictures of even some communities in that same casino entering into all kinds of peace deal with them. In some other situations, in fact, there was a time we saw, pictures of many of them, arriving for a meeting, and we are told that all kinds of agreements and peace deals, and and we have said that, look, non-kinetic approach to security fighting does not automatically translate into appeasements and all kinds of negotiations. Just like Chief, what's his name now? The popular SAN.
Michael Zakame?
No. The one whose son is an entertainer.
Okay.
Fala.
Femi Falana. Yeah. Or SAN. Just like it was, saying in one of the papers this morning that those who engage in negotiations and all kinds of agreements and interface with these bandits, including government officials, they should also be very careful. They should also be very careful because, see, the law, the extant laws against all this kidnapping and higher crimes also has a section that spells out communication and engagement, unauthorized communication and engagement, with these people. And so when people begin to make engagements, enter into agreements and discuss with these bandits in a manner that is very strange to what the law has prescribed, that could be termed illegal. So, but we live in a country where, sometimes some of these things you begin to wonder, are they being, implemented to the letter and things like that. So that's the way it is. Non-kinetic approach to security fighting does not automatically mean negotiations.
Okay. Looking at this issue, you spoke about embarrassment. Does Nigerian government still has any iota of embarrassment left in it? Do they feel embarrassed? Do they feel ashamed about what is going on in the country at the moment? When we are speaking about a retired general, and then we tend to forget about General Oba, who coordinate somehow fell into the very hands of the people he was fleeing away from. Having said that, but do you agree or do you hold a different opinion to the fact that with what has happened, the return of retired General Abe's body to the family, that he has opened the known fact that there is communication between these bandits and state actors? That's one. Then secondly, for them to return that the body, is it not a statement of boldness that the bandits are truly in charge of their domain and these territories in Nigeria?
Well, it's not as of this time. I don't think anybody is in doubt. If the bandits are emboldened or if they are very daring and audacious. I don't think anybody is in doubt to that situation. That point has been established, by the avarice of events that have happened in the past. But the thing is, yes, again also, I don't think also it's not news. It shouldn't surprise anybody. Of course, when people are kidnapped, of course, it's human beings that will negotiate with the kidnappers, and whether you are even negotiating with them can also be part of the security strategy. Somebody could be asked to keep their line alive, and keep it running while it is being tracked and monitored, so it's okay to talk to them, provided that one is not doing what is illegal. But the biggest story here is this: that this is one too many. You asked if the Nigerian government still, you know, of course, the government is made up of you and I. After all, the elementary definition of government is the people are involved, isn't it?
Yeah.
Whether that is in reality or not is a different ballgame entirely. But the basic thing is that there is a government and there are people in that government, and of course, they are human beings. They are fathers. They are parents, and so definitely they interact with their counterparts in other parts of the world. And you cannot tell me that these things don't embarrass them. It does. But the question is, after the embarrassment, what comes next? And I think that is what matters most, you know. So, by and large, it's this kind of events is not good for the image of the country. And let me also tell you that it's not just about the government. It's also about the people of the country, because the country is made up of not only the government, the country is made up of people as well. Each time you find yourself probably outside of the shores of this country, and you have a green passport in your hand bearing the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that is when probably you will understand the direct impacts of the image of this country on your person. You know, when we sit down at the, you know, in the studio like this and talk about it, to the man on the street, it's like a fable story, you know, because you're still in Nigeria here, you have not felt it, you hear it as if it's a Okambo story. But when you leave the shores of this country, particularly to somewhere around, even some African countries, as a matter of fact, I mean, look at what is happening in South Africa now. And not to talk of maybe places like Europe and America or Asia, and you have the Nigerian passport in your hand, standing in the queue with people from other nations of the world, then you will know, you know, the impact of that passport you have in your hand. The level of, or the percentage of degree or reproach it brings to your person. There and then you feel it directly. Nobody will tell you. You have a first-hand experience.
All right. On that note, we wish the family the fortitude to bear the loss, while we pray for the quick release of Ajia Amina, and we urge the government to please expedite action to see that Nigerians who are in captivity are released forthwith, while we continue to, as a nation, begin to have a conversation on how to ensure that the insecurity we experience become a thing of the past.
Okay, moving on to our next paper, which is The Nation. The headline says, Abacha held Abiola in secret. Fresh claims have emerged alleging that former military ruler Sani Abacha kept presumed winner of the June 12, 1993 election, Mashood Kashimao Olawale Abiola, in a secret detention location during his incarceration. This statement was made by former military head of state, General Abdulsalami Abubakar, who said the detention center where Abiola was incarcerated for 4 years was kept secret by his predecessor, the late Sani Abacha. He made this statement at his birthday party on Saturday in the memoir he titled Call of Duty, an autobiography of General Abdulsalami Alhaji Abubakar.
Well, yeah, no, but I don't think anybody, you know, has any reason whatsoever to doubt, you know, this story, because to start with, General Abdulsalam Abubakar was a head of state in Nigeria who succeeded General Sani Abacha. So Abacha was his predecessor, you know, so he will understand very clearly. And I also think that he stands in a better position to know better. Besides that, remember also that even within the government of General Sani Abacha, he was de facto third man, because I think he was a chief of defense staff at that time. So he was the chief of defense staff, and if you understand the military, you know, official setup and the hierarchy of administration, you have the head of state, who was the head of state and chairman of the Provisional Ruling Council. We have the chief of staff, what I don't know is if the chief of staff then was a vice chairman of the provincial ruling council. I don't know whether it was clearly stated then in the person of Oladipo Dia. And we also know that Oladipo Dia, as of General Oladipo Dia, as of that time, was having issues with administration. So I'm not quite sure if he was in the scheme of things. And naturally, being somebody from the same state with Chief M. Abiola, I'm also not sure if probably they will let him, have access to all of those information. So if General Abdul Salam Abaka has come out now to say this, being an insider in that government, I think nobody has any reason to doubt him. Anybody that wants to doubt him should probably now come and tell us the alternative, what the truth is. And remember also that within that period, I was a university student at that point in time. I was a university student, and the truth of the matter is that if you follow events, I had to write a drama. I wrote a drama that's a historical drama that chronicled the events of that period based on the snippets and the informations in the public media then and everything. So we wrote that drama that tried to catch a script that tried to catch the events at that time in my postgraduate class. So now the thing is, I remember very well that there were various issues that happened that time, even with people who wanted to negotiate, intervene, interface, and all of these things that eventually culminated into the diplomatic visit, right, by the American Undersecretary of State or so, which eventually led to his demise. And so I knew very well that even when there was a group that wanted to negotiate his release with conditions and so each time that meeting will hold, I am not quite sure that those people were taken to where he was detained. From the press events we were gathering at that time, they will be somewhere and it will be Chief Abiola will be brought to them, and that will happen very rarely. So for the general thing I'm saying here is that I think General Abdul Salam Abaka retired, is certainly in a better position to tell us. Perhaps what Nigeria should be asking is, why are we knowing now, and for what reason? But I guess it's still in order because it was his birthday, and there's an autobiography. So normally when a man, what we have is when people occupy very strategic positions, either in government or elsewhere, that puts them in direct contact with some very sensitive information, which they cannot come and sit down like this and start telling you. They store a lot of this information in them. And one of the rare opportunities that they have to let out snippets is when they write autobiography, right? Perhaps that's when you have opportunity. I remember if you read Shegwa Deniyi's book, he was the SSA media to the late President Yaradua in the heat of all that happened at that time. And, he never talked to the press, he never said anything. But when you read his book, you get snippets of what actually transpired within that period.
All right. Very well said, Mr. Baker. However, let me just avoid a little that popular quote that until the lions have their own historians, that the tale of the hunt will always favor the hunter in this instance. And this story is, when we look at it, Nigerians are very much in a hurry to wrap up the issues around MKO Abiola. They don't want to add much. The much we'll get to know, you'll discover that there are much that are unsaid. And when you begin to reconcile the actors involved in this very whole situation, you now realize that since Abacha is dead, there are many things that will never come to limelight.
Of course.
Yeah.
But again, also, there's also something that we should know. Nobody should be surprised. It was a military government, And that kind of military government, I mean, there are military governments where you say there's a measure of, I know that military governments elsewhere, everywhere in the world, is a very strict government, and they probably leave little or nothing to chance in terms of secret and confidential information and things like that. But considering the kind of government that General Sani Abacha ran in Nigeria, you shouldn't surprise anybody. So even if they come here now and tell you that Chief Abiola was detained somewhere in the sky where even birds they can't get to, I don't think anybody should should have that kind of information.
Yeah, the point I'm trying to make, why not trying to hold forth for any of the actors involved in this very scenario? We knew that Abdulsalami Abubakar, good enough, he handed over, to civilians, democratically elected government, which is why we celebrate him, and we don't want to dig into this past. When you try to reconcile the issue, for example, if you bring the accounts of Hamza al-Mustafa, you will see contradictions in what we are being fed in this very instance, which is why I always harp on the fact that Abacha is no longer here to tell his side of the tale. However, from Hamza al-Mustafa's perspective, he said that he corroborated that fact that they kept moving his location for the safety of MKO Abiola himself, which is why I say if Abacha had been here, he would either. But Abdulsalami Abubakar is a highly placed individual in the PRC, despite the fact that, yes, in his book, he did tell us that he and two other persons were marked for elimination. But one thing we know, and I know, is that he had the ear of Abacha in that era, that he could boldly, remember that there were very few individuals who could, boldly walk up to the then CNC and speak to him, that he could speak to the CNC about dismantling, this other, what will later come to know as the strike force, much later at the demise of then CNC.
Are you sure about that?
No, that's what he said.
No. Are you sure? Are you sure that then he could walk?
He said he went to the CNC and told him to dismantle the strike force, what will later came to know as the strike force. So if he had that capacity to have the ear of Mr. President, I assume, without disagreeing or, trying to water down his position, that there are a lot of things that we are not being fed with.
No, of course. That is incontrovertible. You see, they run a military government. If you understand what military government is all about, in terms of management of information and confidentiality, you just understand it. Whatever, and that's why I used very carefully, I used the word snippets, right? So whatever you're able to get, of course, they can't come and give you details. Yeah. They will never come and give you details. In fact, unlike what we have now, where these are civilians, with due respect to them, I do not take anything away from them, because I remember as a journalist, I remember there was one administration we had here. If they are in the council chambers and one of them will come out and use the phone and be calling the press and giving them details of, but you don't have that kind of a thing in the military.
Yes.
And the Mustafa you are talking about, that was the chief security officer to the president,
the CNC,
the custodian. In fact, I'm sure that if it were possible, such a man, you open his brain and to dissect and download the information that is there, I'm sure many people will not stand it. They will run away.
Yeah, what I try to do is to balance these information from the historian's perspective. However, we wish the retired General Abdulsalami Abubakar happy 84th birthday, and we will continue to celebrate him for the democracy that we enjoy today in Nigeria.
Truly. All right, moving on to the vanguard. Bullets before ballots. Insecurity threatens 2027 polls. 5,272 killed in 5 months. Rising insecurity is casting a shadow over preparations for Nigeria's 2027 elections, with reports indicating that 5,272 people have been killed in violent incidents within the last 5 months. The alarming death toll has heightened concerns about the ability of electoral authorities and security agencies to guarantee a safe and credible voting process as terrorism, banditry, kidnapping, and communal violence continue to challenge stability across Nigeria.
Yes, it is a very serious report. It's a bullet before the ballot. It's for me, the editor very creative and witty in captioning that ballot. I mean that headline. I give it to the editor, but that to the extent of the literary, ingenuity. But coming to the seriousness that report portends, I think that the security agency should pay attention to this. Election is purely a civil affair. It's a civil affair, and each time you talk about, blood spilling, fight, destruction, it shouldn't be. This thing shouldn't be attached to it. Yes, it happens because it's a context. I mean, a context of interest, and in pursuit of interest,
things happen.
Things happen, but we should try as much as possible to minimize it. Now, this signal is coming out. Whoever has done this report, whoever, I know that it may not be I celebrate the editor, for the caption, but they may not be the originators of this. This could be a study carried out by either an NGO or a civil society organization.
It was compiled by the Nigeria Watch and released by Dr. Vitus Nwankwo.
Good. That's a civil society organization. So, reports like this should be taken very seriously. The security agency should begin to act. Now, if the bulk of these 5,000 something are probably deaths that are related to the current insecurity in terms of banditry, in terms of kidnapping, is a different thing entirely. We know that yes, this case is there, we are pursuing it. But if there are cases that are related to, that has a direct bearing on the election, out of electoral conflict, it's a very serious one. And we must do everything possible to ensure that we stop here on this issue of killings. Whoever is responsible, I don't see the reason why you want to contest an election, you want to serve the people, and you now bring in destruction, bring in fight, bring in intimidation and the killings before your ambition can be actualized. Yes, the candidates may not be the ones doing this, but when a supporter does it on your behalf and it comes to your knowledge, you don't reprimand, you don't, take exception, you don't assist the security agencies to ensure that those responsible are apprehended and punished. Then you benefit, instead you benefit from it and keep quiet. Then of course you are part of it. You are accomplice. And so that is why we must all follow, and act after the former president, who says that his ambition does not worth the blood of any Nigerian. Yes, it's good to be president. Yes, we want this country to be fixed. Anything that whoever is going to fix this country is welcome to come and fix the country. We are a Nigerian, come and fix the country. But that your ambition does not worth the blood of any Nigerian. It doesn't even worth the social displacement of any Nigerian.
Yeah, I quite agree with you, but the other aspect of this report centered on insecurity around the country, where we've had a lot of ungoverned space and more spaces ceded to the bandits. That's part of the areas the writers or the investigators try to highlight on this issue, which the INEC chairman has come out equally to speak on, that elections and security are a strong legs upon which our democracy stand. However, my question is this. We understand that there is security challenges in the nation, but when we begin to see feelers in this manner, though it brings attention to the situation, is it possible that this could be a psyop to prepare our mind to the possibility that we may not be able to conduct election on the stipulated date, and then maybe certain individuals begin to ask for extension for them to have a handle on the security situation around the nation?
Yeah,
bearing in mind also that constitutionally you must not in any way disenfranchise any part of the nation.
Yes, that was why I said that the report needs to be further studied. Now, if that 5,000 something people that who has died before we are going into an election, if their deaths were once associated with the insecurity we are facing, then you know that it has little to do with election, because whether you do election or don't do election, those things are there. They are driven by a different catalyst entirely. But where I am much more concerned about is deaths that were brought about
from election practices
based on somebody's expression of interest and quest to be voted for. Right? These are the things I'm talking about. And deaths that arise out of political conflict. Now, yes, I agree that there are a lot of ungoverned places, in the country. And the law itself allows that when the country is heavily challenged security-wise, the government may consider, either pushing the election forward or, but first and foremost, we can't conduct election. Like I said, election is a civil affair. Election is one that brings out the young, the youths, the old, and the elderly. There's no law that says that has a cutoff age by which you can no longer vote. It therefore means that if you even have a 120-year-old person
that wants to vote,
as long as the person is strong enough, willing, and cerebrally stable, and conscious of what they want to do, they have the right to go and vote. And such people, you don't bring them out, you don't call them out to come and cast your vote in an atmosphere that is not safe. So that is why security is very, very paramount in an election. And so as the nation is moving speedily to our election period of early 2027, there's a very strong responsibility, a very important responsibility on the government and the security agencies to ensure that the environment is peaceful and safe for elections to be conducted everywhere in Nigeria. Everywhere in Nigeria. I remember in 2015 general elections, the election had to be, moved forward for about 2 weeks or thereabouts, to ensure that some parts of Nigeria are made safer than they were as at the date of the original date of the election. So that's the way it is. And I also know, like I said before, that the Constitution itself gives the government the liberty, to perhaps suspend the election for some time if the nation is challenged on the security front, so that they can deal with the situation before anything else.
Yeah, that's a very strong argument. But there are other school of thoughts that believe if the government has the capacity to achieve results within the time frame they will push the election forward, why not achieve the same maximum result prior to the set date to the polls?
Yeah, of course, such argument will always come up. But at the end of the day, just like the argument of whether there should be a state of emergency or not, what the government thinks about state of emergency. We have had a state of emergency in this country where the governor and all the elected officials were removed from power. We also had a state of emergency where the governors and the state officials, elected officials, were not removed from power. So you see, the truth is that the constitution is there, and so leaders come and interpret the constitution from different perspectives, and that's why we have the court to tell us when they have erred or when they have not erred.
All right, we'll take a short break. We'll be back momentarily. Do stay with us.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
You're welcome back. This is still Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now, moving forward into our newspaper headlines, our next story is from the Daily Sun. And this says, Nigeria bleeding from insecurity, Khan declares on Black Sunday. Nigeria bleeding from insecurity, Khan declares on Black Sunday. The Christian Association of Nigeria has expressed deep concern over the worsening security situation in Nigeria, describing the nation as bleeding from persistent violence, killings, kidnappings, and terrorist attacks. In its remark on what it termed Black Sunday, which was held yesterday, the association called for urgent and decisive action by government and security agencies to protect lives and restore peace across the country.
Mr. Meka.
Yes, you recall that a couple of days ago, I mean, either last week or thereabouts, it was reported, widely reported, in the media that the general overseer of the Redeemed Christian Church of God, that the boy, had said the president should task the security agencies and give them a time frame. Yes, if it's either they fix the security or they should bow out honorably. So I think if you look at the tone of what Khan is saying now, is along that line. What it tells you overall is there has to be a very decisive. Yes, the governments, I'm sure, they are not folding their arms. I mean, it would be very uncharitable and disingenuous for anybody to accuse them of folding their arms, However, whatever thing that they are doing, is it enough? Are we recording much successes? Is the impact very, being felt? That is where the question is. So, they say you don't do the same thing over and over and over and again and expect a different result. So it's time for government to probably re-strategize. And if you look at what Khan is saying, it simply means that the government must, one, double their efforts. And doubling their efforts is not about. Yes, I read one of the papers this morning where it said I think it was Al Jazeera that had outlined a few steps that government should take, including recruiting more security personnel, increasing the vote, and ensuring the release of all the captives. You see, but my worry about all that is, yes, increase the vote. Well, I'm sure if you meet most security chiefs and officials, they will always tell you that, look, the budget of the country for security, perhaps, considering the value at which our currency is not enough, right? Assuming we budget 5 trillion now for security, 5 trillion naira for security. If you convert that 5 trillion into dollar, how much is it? Now, if you bring that amount in dollar, compare it to what other countries that we all hail and appreciate for how much they are doing along security front. If you compare the amount they are voting for security, their budget for security and our own budget for security on a dollar level, do they interplay? I don't know if you understand the point I'm making. Yeah. So that automatically, that will always validate the argument that there should be more budget for security. But again, the flip side on that is that the ones that have been budgeted, the little that have been budgeted in the past, are they released in total? Are they utilized as budgeted? So many questions to ask. If they are budgeted, I mean, if they are released in total and implemented, utilized as they are supposed to be, why do we once in a while hear all these little stories of either through social media or some security personnel complaining of allowances not paid, and some say, oh, they buy their uniforms themselves, the allowances, this and that, equipment. So why do all those stories still come out? These are issues that, unfortunately, these days, the media, the media, maybe for its own internal challenges, don't do what another very important aspect of their work that we know them for, which is investigative journalism. Nobody does that any longer. And even those who attempt to do, you may end up in a security net. So that is the issue. That is why, for me, this argument of increase the budget, as valid as it is, it has a flip side. It's like you are giving 50,000 naira impressed, right, to run a system that clearly and obviously needs 10 times that amount. You run a system that needs 10 times the amount you are giving as impressed. So you have a point that the amount you are giving to you for impress is too small. You demand another. But the flip side of it is that while you are armed with the request for either another impress or upgrade of the impress in your right hand, your left hand should contest a retirement of the one that is given to you already.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
That makes a perfect application. Then you talk about increment in the personnel, in the number of personnel. You need to increase. You need to employ more and increase the number of personnel. Again, also that is also a very valid argument. If you look at the population of the country and gauge it, the ratio of security to individual number of citizens, as perhaps it is done elsewhere, you know that we need to probably engage and recruit more security personnel. But also, the flip side of it is, in today's world, how best do countries tackle security challenges? Is it by the surging number of security operatives or through technology? If you look at countries like Israel, that even the overall population of the country is not as much as half of Nigeria. The question to ask is, when you come to their security, how many security personnel do they really have? And yet, everybody agrees that they have perhaps, if not the very best intelligence network in the world. If they are not the best, they are among the best. And so, that is the situation. A colleague told me, who traveled to Israel for some time ago for pilgrimage, look, the moment you arrive in the country today, the security agencies are aware, and you are tracked. Wherever you are, whoever you are, You are tracked. By the time you go and buy a SIM card, you register a SIM card, they know. All the calls you make, they know. Whatever you say, they know. Till you leave. So when you talk about stepping up the game in terms of security management, what are we really talking about? Are we just talking about, oh, we used to be probably 500, there used to be 500 security men in Nigeria overall. We should take it to 2 million. 2,000. Or we should take it to 3 million to know that, yes, we have made adequate. Or in today's world, where exactly should we invest the little resources that we have? Because the reality is that we don't have all the resources. We are not as rich as some nations in terms of the resources available. I'm not talking of the natural resources now, because there's a huge difference between converting the natural resources into usable resources. So when you come to usable resources, we don't have it all. We are not as rich as some other country developed nations, so we must not deceive ourselves. But the little that we have, where should we actually apply it when we talk about security development? Is it just in the recruitment of security personnel, or is it in the area of, welfare for the ones that are there now to enhance their performance, or in the area of technology, trainings, and many other aspects? That is that is a very big job, the assignment for those in governance.
All right, very well analyzed, Mr. Meka. However, when on this headline, I have a different issue, a different kettle of fish, and you've really outlined what it should take when we talk about asking government to do more in terms of security. And then the nations like Israel that do more, for me, it speaks of state ideology when it comes to nationhood, which we may argue Nigeria is not there. But for me, when I want to look at this headline and speaking to the Christian leaders who are now beginning to call out federal government, these are the people I have issues with. The God of men, why are they speaking out now? Are they scared for themselves? When the nation expected them to speak out for the people they pastor, they did not. And now they are coming out to speak out about these issues. What have changed? These are my questions. So my take is not even on the government and these security issues. My take is on this God of men who use bulletproof cars, who go about with securities. But when it matters to speak out for their congregation, the very people that contribute, for the well-being of these organizations, these enterprises, some of them are business enterprises. They are not found, they are found wanting, and can, over time, has come out to, with their positions they take on issues, has come out to water down, the prestige of that body in this very instance. And for me, yes, it's good that they are speaking out, but they need to go back and rethink, their position, so that when they speak, people would listen. Because when they talk, we look at individuals that has, betrayed the very trust of the people in this very instance. And if they had continued, if they had started speaking out early when it hasn't gotten to this level, perhaps I believe that the government will listen, because a lot of them, speaking to Daddy Adeboye, I respect him enough. They were the people who were at Ojota, who marched when it wasn't as bad as this. And the question remains, a lot of people ask this question, what's stopping them? Because their members are mostly part of the people who are suffering this unjust situation that we're witnessing, the insecurity that we'll talk about in the nation. So for me, they need to stand up more. Beyond calling out the federal government, they should lead from the front in this very instance. Beyond, selling olive oil and preaching to people to pray about their security and all that, why they go about in bulletproof cars. More is required on their part. As we expect more from the government, like you've outlined areas that we should work on to improve on our security, they are equally part of the people that need to improve on themselves, and with them we can begin to have a conversation to even expecting and holding government accountable.
Yeah, but there's a point to that. Yeah, I agree with you completely, but we must also lose, yes, to an extent, I agree with you. Can seems to be speaking with one voice now. Well, good for them. So before the elections, I remember very well that before the elections, they couldn't speak with one voice. A section of CAN was against the Muslim ticket. Another section of CAN said it doesn't matter. Perhaps so they were not able to achieve one voice that time, but today they are speaking with one voice. I hope they have found a common voice. But beyond all that, let me also make it very clear that yes, we will demand leaders are leaders anywhere, whether they're in the academia, whether they're in religion, wherever they may be, including the family. Leaders are leaders everywhere. But we must not lose track of the fact that they were not our elected representatives. They are not. The people we will always hold accountable are the people that you and I elected. Those who are managing our God-given resources. They are the people who hold accountable. If you look at yes, I may want the leadership of CAN. I may want the general overseer of my church to speak.
Say something.
What I want him to do is to add his voice, right? Because I believe he carries weight. At the end of the day, I didn't elect him. If the rules are not fixed, I'm not going to hold him responsible. If I open my tap and I don't get water, I can't hold him responsible. If I can't come out from my house, safely go to where I want to go to, or my children or my family, and return home, he's not the one I will hold responsible. It is those that threw themselves up to say, vote for me. I will give you this. They were the ones that I signed a social contract with.
Mr. Meka, I agree with you in total, 100%. But we're speaking this way because they've exposed themselves politically. They have taken a position on these issues, and more often we expect them. These are people who marched when Nigeria seemed better than it is today, because they have taken a political position that we cannot close our eyes to. We'll continue to expect them to continue to speak out when it mattered most, because their voice carries a lot of weight beyond the congregation. And let us, I use the term God of men, because a lot of water has passed under the bridge, and which is why we'll continue to call them out. They need to speak out more. They need to atone for the period they've been silent when the people wanted them to speak out.
But it's still their prerogative. I mean, Nigeria is happening to all of us. They've ceded that right. The time they got partisan and got involved in political activities, they ceded that right. So we can call them out. Sometimes you and I can decide not to. We can place a demand on them, so they need not take side. Their position is such that they shouldn't take side.
To a certain degree, I agree. I agree with you, because that is why we say. But again, is it really possible that? You see, one thing is sure. Let me tell you. It is not scriptural to say.
I support this person.
No, to say that a religious leader should not take sides. If you don't take sides, you're only being politically correct, and political correctness has never been the best way to go. When you are politically correct, right? You're just playing to the gallery. You don't want to offend anybody. A little bit to the right, a little bit to the left. Whereas the scripture says that let your yea be your yea, and let your nay be your nay. When you see wrong going on, you call it out. Now, a religious leader, it is not right to say don't take sides. A religious leader must identify where he stands at every point in time. True. In the Bible, people like Elijah, they saw injustice.
Yes.
And when Saul wasn't doing the right thing, Samuel spoke very clearly against it. He didn't just play to the gallery, because the truth of the matter is that I agree with you that to a reasonable degree that yes, they have exposed themselves to the political arena. Yes, they have done so because they are equally leaders. They cannot see where things are going wrong, but the truth of the matter is that let leaders declare where they stand. Whether you're a religious leader, anybody should declare where you stand. Don't sit on the fence. But people sit on the fence because sometimes in their congregation, most of their members, they belong to different political parties and they don't want to offend anybody. But I think that leaders should stand on the pathway to truth.
Mr. Meka, you've summed this quite well. The question here is political correctness, and this is what we see amongst these political leaders. They want to appear politically correct, even when they've taken sides some other time. So
always everybody be politically correct right now.
They should always uphold their position as religious leaders.
Even in our profession. Yes. Even in our profession, you see promoters and financiers of media houses today. I have worked in a media house. where the publisher, anywhere he is in the world, once the PDF is ready, you send it to him to go through. If he does, if there's anything that's offensive,
he would take it out.
Yes, to the because he, as of that time, he belonged to the ruling party. If it's anything that is very offensive to the government, he considers too offensive to the government of the day, he'll tell you to take it out. That is being politically correct. Else, it doesn't, because he didn't want anything that would jeopardize his business.
Mr. Veka, let us not be torn apart by religious leaders, because when we delve into that issue, it becomes another topic entirely.
All right, thank you so much. That's the moment we can take this morning on the breakfast show Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Before I go, I'd like to leave you with our quote for the day once again. This is from Dr. Chuba Okadibo. If you are emotionally attached to your tribe, religion, and political leaning to the point that truth and justice become secondary considerations, your education is useless. Your exposure is useless. If you cannot reason beyond petty sentiments, you are a liability to mankind. I am Princess Kenna Choma. See you tomorrow.
Mr. Bekodom, thank you for those in-depth analysis. It's always a pleasure having you on Sunrise.
Thank you so much for having me.
And I'm Uche Osai. On behalf of all of us here on Sunrise, we'll say thank you for watching, and keep watching till we come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Every June 12th, we celebrate the day in history in 1993, where the first credible, free and fair elections in Nigeria was conducted. An election said to have been won by MKO Abiola, and an election that was cancelled by the military rule. And in the past 27 years here in Nigeria, we've experienced elections after elections. We've seen governments come and go. We've seen political systems coming and go out. And today is Democracy Day, a day where we celebrate annually the commemoration and restoration of civilian democratic rule in Nigeria. What does this mean for citizens? How do we see Democracy Day? Is this something we celebrate or something we just consider another of the celebrations in Nigeria? We'll go into the streets of Enugu to hear the minds of people and know what they think and understand and their feel towards Democracy Day and elections in Nigeria.
Honestly, I think it's just God that will have to come down and help us. But we have to help ourselves first by getting our PVC. If this PVC thing is going to actually change this country, I'm hoping that, you know, getting my PVC this time, that it would actually have a change in our country. Our country is in a deep mess. See, like, we cannot feed well, we are not surviving well. Honestly, this democracy is not democracy. This is like, it's almost like the military regime would even be better. I think what happened in the other country where the military government took over, I think it's even better because they're actually doing what they're supposed to do. I don't know the African country, I don't know if it's Congo or Burkina Faso, but then Nigeria, the democracy is not there. There should be nothing like democracy there. In fact, sometimes I wish that the whites we are still under them. I wish that, you know, this country would have been far better than now. I think they need to wipe out and remove all the people that are bad in the system. If they are able to do that, then, because they are more bad than good in the system, obviously. So even when the good want to do the good, it's like either they are being threatened or their minds are manipulated to do the wrong thing. So it's actually hard for the people in the system to do the right thing. So that's why the people in Dubai, the government in Dubai, they were like that Nigeria has money more than Dubai. I don't know if there's any video like that you've seen, but it's because they have good leaders, and Dubai was just a desert, was just a dry place, but because of good leaders, so everything is boiling down to good leaders. If they can take away the bad ones, we would have a free and fair election. It would be clear results and good results.
To say uninterrupted democratic rule, it's not the democracy we dreamt of, because these days we don't see things work out the way they should. We are not sure that our votes matter at all, you know. So it's as though those at the top just do whatever they want to do and get away with it. So, and in the days of military rule, okay, people were very careful, you know, what they say. But now it's even worse. It's as though we are being censored. We had freedom of speech rights, but now it's nowhere. Okay, it's gone. So it's as though we are still living under dictatorship. So I don't think we have democracy in Nigeria. In Abia State, in 2023, the INEC rep in charge did the right thing. Okay, Humphrey Mosu did the right thing in his own time. So it all depends on who is in charge and if the government will allow that person do what he or she is supposed to do. It was NEC then, now it's INEC. But that I, it shouldn't be there the way I see it. We don't see it as being independent.
With what is very clear to the seeing of the eyes in this country, there is no sign to prove that we are really practicing democracy in Nigeria. Honestly speaking, this condition we find ourselves is a very pathetic one. In spite of the fact we say we are in a democratic rule. I have been questioning, I have been asking, I have been wondering and saying, why is it that people seem to be afraid in democratic rule more than in the military rule? People seem to love their lives. People seem to be so careful about their lives and their property more than the civil rule, more than in the military rule. I know those there during military rule, the people don't mind the khaki, the gun, the bullet and everything, but they try in their own little way to voice out and condemn unjust rule and call a spade, and call evil, and call the government to come to the aid of the populace and ensure that things go well.
Listening to people talk so far, you see a people that are pained, grieved, and hurt by the system of things in Nigeria. And as we know, democracy is a government of the people, for the people, and by the people. And underneath you see people, a set of people who are concerned about the growth and development of Nigeria. Now, as we celebrate into the day, as we go into the day and years and live to celebrate the Democracy Day, a day we gained, electoral independence, we ask, what is the future of this democracy in Nigeria? How do we trust the system to ensure that it delivers on electoral promises and elections?
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Many thanks for joining us on The Insight. Remember, The Insight is the program where we'll bring to you heartbeat of issues, politics, policies, personalities shaping our nation. And today on The Insight, we'll take a look at Southeast matters arising. Today, we turn our spotlight towards the Southeast, a region currently navigating a storm of economic debate, fiscal scrutiny, and high-profile political fracturing. For a region often celebrated for its commercial dynamism and resilient spirit, the headlines this past week present a sobering paradox that demands urgent, honest analysis. Governor Soludo claims the Southeast contributes just 8% of Nigeria's GDP. If true, this is a damning indictment of our economic marginalization. If false, it reveals a dangerous narrative that undermines the region's potential. Either way, it raises an urgent question. Where has the Southeast Development Commission's 16.6 billion naira gone? Because today, the Senate is probing SEDC for failing to account for over 4 billion naira, including 153 million yearly on a one-room Abuja office and a 2.5 billion in undocumented expenditures. As we grapple with these material failures, our political leaders are engaged in personal battles. Peterobi demanding retraction from Kenneth Okonkwo over alleged defamation. When will Southeastern politics shift from personality clashes to policy accountability? Today, public affairs analyst Onyedika Abo joins us to dissect these three matters: the GDP claim that defines our economic reality, the nscdc probe that exposes our governance failures, and the Obi-Okonkwo dispute that reveals our politics. This is The Insight on Southeast matters arising. The time for comfortable silence has ended. Mr. Onyedika, it's a pleasure to have you on The Insight.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's quickly run down this issue, starting from Governor Soludo's claim that Southeast contributes 8% of GDP, which the World Igbo Congress, the umbrella body organization of Ndi Igbo in the diaspora, and I hold their document here, their communique, where they've disagreed with the remarks attributed to the governor of Anambra State, Professor Chukwuma Soludo, on the economic contribution of Southeast to Nigeria's gross domestic product, describing the comments as misleading and incomplete reflection of the region's economic weight. Governor Soludo was reported to have made the remarks during a public economic engagement in Anambra State, where he referenced Nigeria's regional economic structure and suggested that Southeast accounts for about 8% of the national GDP. So, Mr. Onyedika, the question here is, did Soludo state an uncomfortable economic fact, or did he understate the Southeast strategic value to Nigeria?
Well, if we want to approach it from the response of the World Igbo Congress, which I read, where they were making references to Ndi Igbo living in Port Harcourt, Lagos, Abuja, and Kano, and other places. And if the conversation is about Southeast, we have to come to a point where I love the way you ended your introductory. You said the time for comfortable silence is gone, or is no more, something like that. You know, if we hope to grow, there are certain things we need to chew. They might be bitter, but you have to chew it, because before the introduction of the Western intervention in medicine, most of the things that were used to cure ailments and sicknesses in the past in our client were very bitter things, be it the roots, the stem, and leaves. These are things you don't chew happily. Unfortunately, Soludo has not really been, favored in the eye of those I consider the mob, because of course, he has written a letter before, and that letter didn't go down well. He tried to shut down the market, the very huge Ochanja market in Anambra, and I think it's not even just one market. And then I saw the protesters trying to drag him beyond even his office. And now he's up again. He's saying this in reference to calling on Ndibo that we cannot continue to pamper this Monday sit at home. We cannot continue to feel that you are demonstrating anger while you're hurting yourself. Now, there are two questions I've asked. I've really not tried to put one-on-one together based on the economic arithmetics there. I'm not a specialist in economy. But the first thing is that Soludo, with his background in the finance industry, definitely would know better. Now, most of the time when we approach issues and we lay down our guards of emotion and allow sentiments to becloud us, it definitely will not give us the balanced outcome of the judgment. For instance, if Southeast is attributed to be contributing 8% out of 36 states and Abuja, what is the ratio of 8% to others when you want to measure it in the totality of the country? When you sent me the invite, I said, why didn't bother so much? Because I would have tried to do some research, maybe talk to one or two persons, but I just put one-on-one together on a head knowledge basis. If we are giving 10%, assuming each of the other states are bringing 8%, what will it sum up in the percentage in the country? That if we are giving that, what are the productivities of the economic activities going on around here compared to some of the places, even this Congress mentioned, Kanu, Port Harcourt, Abuja, Lagos, and what have you. Now, if you want to compare, because there could be healthy competitions and unhealthy ones, if you want to compare yourself with others, you must also be able to look at the indices, the pointers. What are the key pointers that is making you raise your shoulder and want to either compete or compare yourself with others? So if we are said to be giving 8%, and the long response from our brothers in diaspora is saying is false, without submitting in contradiction adequate facts and data to say, so look, this is where you erred. And mentioning that Igbo people live in Port Harcourt, Kanu, Abuja, and Lagos, for me, it's, when I read it, I said, these are the people in diaspora. We are talking about South, it's not Ndibo. If Soludo has said Ndibo contributes, that is where he's mentioning the generality of Igbo people wherever they live. But he said the Southeast, and there we have Yoruba people living here. Of course, this Southeast Development Commission you mentioned now, one of the beneficiaries or winners of their recent concluded grant activities was a Yoruba person. And he's not, just because he lives here, I think he lives in Enugu, and does business here. People were also saying that this commission should fend for Igbo people living in Lagos and all that. We are talking about developing the Southeast. So my conclusion about that is that as much as I might not want to start cracking my head, wanting to look at the actual economic and GDP data that might contradict or validate what Soludo said, I've looked at it from the layman's understanding to understand that if your argument is about Igbo people living outside the Southeast, it does not hold any water. However, what we should concentrate more on is, see, this pampering a spoiled child that is making children go into rogue now, that we are so attached to it. How dare you talk? Whatever you have to say about Southeast should be telling us how superior we are, how good we are, how better we are. And you look at those who have played this hanky-panky politics over the years, over 2 decades now and more. Where has it landed us? So I do not want to totally agree or disagree with Soludo, but I've just given an analysis of a layman who do not have so much economic background, but can just use my head knowledge to say, what is 8% compared to others? And then finally, what are those things that we are doing here that we can boast with We know we are enterprising, industrious and all that, but what are the subnational activities going on in the entire Southeast that can make us look at the nation at the center and say, with or without you people, we can go ahead. After all, the Southeast governors that are receiving allocation every month, seize it for just 2 months and see what will happen in this part of the world. But there was a state in this country that looked down on the allocation coming from a huge a chunk percentage of the allocation coming from the federal, and he was able to run a state for close to 8 years, and nothing happened. So we cannot do that here. As a matter of fact, when a person asks the question of "Are you stupid or are you mad?" it might sound like an insult, but it's a question. So you either decide to take it as an insult and say "You also are you," or you take it as a question and answer the person, "No, I'm not stupid. I'm not mad." That would be my submission.
All right, but could remarks like this not weaken the Southeast case for more federal investment and infrastructural attention to the Southeast?
What I look at it is from the angle of using the hardcore medicine to heal the wound. Any person who wants to look at it that from the angle of weakening or some of the attributions that I'm seeing, even those who are contributing online, any person who is coming to invest in Southeast, majorly all these multinationals, especially those who are coming from outside the country, are they going to just be blindfolded and get into a region just because somebody stood up somewhere and said that they are the most viable? Before most of the multi-millionaires and billionaires who have multinational companies put in their foot anywhere, they must have done their underground checks. And one of the things that have driven away investment in the Southeast is this insecurity that has happened here that's continued to threaten our existence. And most of our people are not concerned. They are not worried. Last month, this month, May, a friend of mine who provides services for entertainment industry went to somewhere in Imo State to stay for 2 days program. He said in the hotel where they lodged, I was shocked when I got to hear this. In the hotel where they lodged, there will be a time in the night where everybody will be instructed to put off the light. Outside, security lights. Inside, you don't put on the light of your room. Here in Nigeria, in Southeast. And he came back and in fact, if not that he was giving me first-hand experience, I would have doubted it. I said, are we still there where people will not come to do their children's wine carry, can't do burial, you can't come home, and you tell me that there's an investment because Soludo made a statement which we have not been able to substantiate whether it is a statement of fact or false. So our people should, except we wake up, Uche, we will continue to cry marginalization, we'll cry it, our children will cry it, and our grandchildren will cry it. So it is time we look at the bitter leaf plant and tell it, bitter leaf, inu. If we don't do that, we keep saying, yeah, but you are a green leaf that looks like something that is bitter. Are you really bitter? This is what I see most of our leaders do. Nobody should come and bring that argument of won't it. It's not weakening anything. We have to wake up and tell ourselves. This whole boastful jumping around on social media, especially about being the most special and all that, it hasn't fetched us anything. I saw a video of this pastor, one Reverend Father Oluoma also, that is always is one of the most evangelistic online priests I come across these days, and he was addressing a section of Igbo people. He said, "You might be unique, you might be special, but don't rub it on others. Don't tell others you're better or you're superior to them. What makes you unique is what makes you unique. Work on it and progress." But this whole idea of you being, or everybody should bow, and that is why sometimes when people sound like that, those who know the truth will tell them, this is actually where your point is. So, because the Igbo man said that a child born out of wedlock if he does not know that, there are certain things he will say where elders are. They will remind him that his mother has gotten pregnant of him before even getting into that family. So we cannot continue to pamper some of these sentiments and emotion. If we must have to grow as a region in Nigeria, we must know our place and then be very intentional about pushing forward from there.
What is our place?
Our place now is that our contribution, both in terms of numerical strength, both in terms of landmass, both in terms of voting strength, cannot be a strong negotiation point now. Nobody will, even the most hateful bigots from the other region will not deny the fact about the enterprising spirit of the Igbo man, will not deny the spirit of our charisma and other things. But you know, this whole thing of misplacement of priority, that because you are Igbo, yes, there's an undeniable fact about marginalization. But there's a way I look at it. Which, let me give you this quick example of federal government cutting intervention program that happened between, I think, between the first term of Buhari. Because I had a business deal with someone in Kanu, he mentioned that they were collecting farmers for planting of cotton and other activities. And he said that there is a federal government budget of 40 billion. So I said, okay, do you know the source of this whole funding? Do you know, from asking him, I got to know there's an association called NACOTAN. It's an association of cotton, something. And I said, okay, these are the people that will be in charge. Because I was inquisitive to know, okay, can we really grow cotton in this country? You know, cotton, this thing that they also use in cotton wool and they use it doing our clothes. So out of that curiosity, I started asking questions. Guess what I discovered, Uche? There was no Southeast state, not even one. Now, I could have just decided to say, you see, that's marginalization. This country doesn't like us. You see what they are doing to us? I said, God, why wouldn't there be? I have a friend in Kaduna who is an agriculturalist. He read something about soil. So I called him. I said, could it be that the Southeast soil will not be able to produce cotton? That's why we are not included. He told me it could be beyond that. But if I can bring the soil, that they will test it in the lab, which I traveled to Abuja. I went to the office of these Nakotan people. I went to the CBN. I made all my inquiries and found out that it was not an intentional, we were not intentionally sidelined. While they were forming their association, they had one Igbo man who became their legal advisor. This legal advisor was enjoying the cruise that the national body is going to Adamawa. The national body is going, he was just flowing around the country with them. So eventually, when they saw my argument, my friend in Kano started saying, so you will even carry your activism from human rights into agriculture now. They linked me up to the only Igbo man there. That was the beginning of my downfall. He asked me, have you been a former commissioner? What are you? He didn't understand that I could just wake up from somewhere and start coming to Abuja to ask to the point of going to CBN. He said, so who led you? Who gave you all this guide? I went to a particular department in CBN that opened records for me. You know, I was given the assignment by that Nakotan National to raise an interim structure for the Southeast region, a state, a chairman, but they will still undergo election. The legal advisor man said that I am doing too much. I couldn't believe what I was seeing in my Abuja trip. So this is an Igbo man who is comfortable, has been comfortable, and will continue to be comfortable with what he is getting. In fact, when I pushed harder, he started telling me that, that somebody would link him to Sam Egu. Sam Egu was no longer a governor there. This is the type of profile he wants us to build. And in my entire life, I've never really looked at name, profile, position. It's not my thing. We eventually, because I wanted to just cut it short, after all struggle and push, got CBN input and fertilizers that were brought in trailers here to Enugu. Do you know that those trailers were later turned back? So, if we get into the details of the stories, I might mention people in position that will be. But this is one typical example of how Igbo man would prefer to sit and cry over nothing. Now, when we had the opportunity, and okay, I didn't even tell you that we later took some of our soil here, went to Modike, here in the southeast, and did the test. Lo and behold, the soil will grow cotton more than the whole place they were planted in the north. It was an Hausa man that conducted it and told me, said, the soil you have here, he said even without going to the lab, that he has seen that this is a better soil for cotton. It might not be good or better for onions and all that, is it for cotton. But this is the same region, nobody speaking for them. The only person that came to speak were asked the question of profile. If we have to develop as a country, we have to know that, yes, there are some of our people who would rather be that's the mentality of that barrister. I don't like mentioning his name. And we must have to come to a point where we would say, what is your bargaining point, Uche? There are some of the people you get here on your studio. Some of them might be controversial. Some of them you might not like their point. But if you get to a point where you say, I think this person talks well on this point, you say, bring him for me. That's his bargaining power. A lot of people want to come and sit on television and talk. Sometimes when I finish my interview, some of my younger friends will be saying, will these people interview me? They want to be watched on television. But if you don't have anything upstairs, nobody will bring you and just sit you down and be wasting time. So if you ask the question, where is our place? It is still very, very minute to compare with the boastfulness you see flying around. You cannot take it away from us, from the one boy apprentice system of Eba boy, from the enterprising spirit that Igbo man will get to a forest now, under 3 months, come back to that place. We have not started harnessing all those things into being, into translating to tangible results. If you argue about the Southeast, it's a different thing from the argument of Ndibo. Ndibo is scattered all. In fact, a lot of people who are not Igbo people that are my friends have come to agree that anywhere you go and you don't see an Igbo man, disappear. Because whatever the challenge is, an Igbo man will come there and succeed.
Aneke, sorry I'm cutting in. But statements like this is a great disservice to the Igbo man that you refer to who are outside the homeland.
That is the person who doesn't want to tell himself the truth. Are you contributing? Let us, even the journalists, go and do their background investigation and come up with a counter submission. I do not, when I read that, immediately when you sent it to me, the first thing I asked myself was the question about percentage. We are not the only people here. When a person talks and the only interpretation you get from it is negativity, oh, it is talking down on Ndibo that have not even come here to invest. A person will tell you that most of the high-rise buildings you see in Lagos, in Ikoyi, are built by Ndibo. And so, is there any of them here in the southeast? It's only Peter that is now trying to do a skyline building here. That will even be the first we will get as in this entire place. Let the energy that our people use to try to attract pity, marginalize it, let's use that energy to build for the future. One of the reasons why I will not hamper and pamper any person is that I don't want to watch my children complain about being marginalized in Nigeria. It is a battlefield. If you're not strong enough to compete in the battlefield, let's stay back. This country is not there. Nobody will come to you and say, oh, because you are crying, I'm bringing this home for you. I just told you a story about cutting intervention under Buhari, just immediate past administration. So we cannot continue to try to clap and dangle about people who only whoop up sentiment. A lot of people try to score because Soludo said something, oh, you are the one that loves Igbo people, because you are now challenging Soludo. What other counter submission are you giving us to say this is false? And then, don't you think people who want to come and invest will now say, or don't you think that Igbo man who is living outside, except if your brain is filled with sawdust, when a person asks you a question of are you stupid or are you mad, you would know that this question either receives an answer. There was a friend of ours that is now late. He said one day he was driving a car, but they were both rushing. He was coming from something like a T-junction or a crossroad. He was rushing to get to that point where the other person, there will be a meeting point. So you notice that the other guy coming from the other road wasn't rushing. So both of them nearly collided and both of them matched brake. He said out of anger, the person in the other vehicle brought out his head and said, "My friend, what do you think you're driving?" In anger. He said he looked at his car again and told the guy, "I'm driving 55 Peugeot 55 Evolution." The guy started laughing. He himself started laughing. That could have even led to a fight. Yourself, what do you think you're driving?
All right, Mr. Onyeka. As funny as that is, this is a very serious issue. And I guess the background that Soludo was speaking, from the point of insecurity in the southeast and the need for us to do more. Governors like petermbah of Enugu State are doing more, but they've not come out publicly to, deride the Igbos. What he has done is been, silently increasing the capacity of the state in terms of internally generated revenue, in terms of development. And you talk about security in Enugu when compared to Onitsha or Imo State. At the end of the day, the question is, isn't the buck stopping on Soludo's table in this instance? And as a governor, should he have made such statement?
It does not, no matter how, if you ask me 1 million questions, Uche, my position about this matter is clear. Soludo knows better, one.
Soludo knows better.
Definitely. As a former CBN governor, one of the economic advisors to a former president, if we want to, we must find a way to give the dog a bad name so that we can slaughter it. We can beat around and continue to fault Soludo. I don't think I've ever considered Soludo maybe my ideal politician or whatever, but I will not dangle with any person who is trying to cry ayamo because he does not like Soludo. I also will not want to pamper the argument of sentiment over facts. This whole, you've asked I think about 3 or 4 questions now. Has anyone centered on proven facts that what we contribute, this thing is something that you can even check on Google. Something you can ask AI. This is something you can walk into offices to verify. So if it is facts, we should say, Soludo cannot, how dare you? Soludo, why should you even say it? So what you will do is continue to clap for those who are perpetrating sit-at-home, doing insecurity, as long as you don't talk what the facts is. Uche, my brother, my position on this matter is that what I take away from what Soludo is trying to do is to tell us to wake up. The buck stops at his table, but he is also, Soludo talks the walk. Yeah, people will say walk the talk. Soludo talks. Most of the things he is doing, he is engaging. And in that engagement, we must have to look at what the truth of most of his submissions. It might not be 100%, but in what he's saying, is it truth in it? Do we have insecurity here? Are we being challenged? At a point, even here in Enugu, Monday we're used to call ghost town. You come out, you won't even hear a hen. You won't even hear a goat. Everywhere will be dead silent on a Monday that is the beginning of the week. Well, my happiness is that there are leaders in the southeast now that are no longer dangling and dancing in the marketplace naked with those who want to preach this sentiment of marginalization.
All right, I would have wanted to ask you who are the Bobs, but we'll go on a short break. When we return, we'll continue to look at other issues. Stay with us, please. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. Many thanks for staying with us, and if you've just been joining us, we are looking at Southeast matters arising, and helping us with this issue is Onyedika Abo, public affairs analyst and a certified human rights activist as well. And moving on, let's take a look at the Nigerian Senate, which has launched a probe into the Southeast Development Commission after the commission failed to account for over 4 billion naira from its 16.6 billion naira budget allocation. Senate Committee Chairman Senator Joseph Kalu greeted SEDC Managing Director Mike Okoye on Tuesday, highlighting concern over 153 million spent annually on a one-room Abuja licensing office and a 2.5 billion naira in undocumented implied expenditure. Okoye has been directed to return on June 23 with complete documentation. SEDC says it remains committed to transparency. Mr. Onyedika, I know I have background information about your efforts concerning that Southeasterners should embrace this commission, when it was inaugurated. Let me get your perspective on this issue. Are you disappointed?
Well, we've had this conversation before now, and I looked at it from the angle of, is it a case of when Mark was appointed, it wasn't all uhuru for him. And before I will jump into conclusion of disappointment, of course, you know that I think I've talked about the Southeast Development Commission on here. I was the one that brought Aneke TV to that inauguration, and I've tried to do some sort of forerunning, engaging in them. When we had this conversation the first time, most of the people that started following the activities because I pointed them to it were thinking that I should be able to know by facts and figures. And I told them, political way, where a contract that is actually worth less than 10 million, you see them spending over even 30 or 40 on it. I will be conclusive on my position, dabble into embezzlement this early. This is actually the first year budget in the Southeast Development Commission. So I will not spare him if actually at the end of the day, because you mentioned it here now, you see my involvement, my enthusiasm, and I'll be doing that without receiving a dime. And because somebody nominated him to be appointed, he feels that if that money gets into his control, he can do worse than the people who we are calling politicians who are not leading well. But like I said, I want to keep my fingers crossed. Yes, I know some of his close allies that I've tried to engage. My style of drawing conclusions on matter might not be, because people who want to chase clouds are already posting and what have you. Let's see how he is able to manage his next appearance. And I can tell you this, if Mark eventually is found wanting, he might not last in the commission, because he has impressed some of us who, without being officially engaged, took up the mantle and started supporting him. It won't be good for even myself.
All right. Without trying to indict the young man yet, while the investigation is still on, the point remains that an critical issue was raised by no less a senator of Igbo extraction, Ojozo Okalo, and that's speaking to 153 million naira being, spent annually on a one-room Abuja licensing office when their headquarters is situated here in Enugu.
Yeah, I didn't want to believe that, Uche. I didn't want to believe that because it didn't sound well. It didn't sound well. There's no assuming that is what he has written. I'm still not being conclusive. Assuming that was, I don't know how he plans to substantiate that, which you rightly said. What is that liaison office actually meant to? Even the office they have here in Enugu. What activities are going on in that office to mention that? But if you allow me, I will also want to use this to make reference to that other point. Why are Igbo people not angry with Ojozo Okalo being an Igbo senator coming to open wash the dirty linen of a fellow Igbo, especially a younger Igbo man out there? Because our people can have the liberty to pick and choose when they want to say an Igbo man is either denigrating his region or what have you. But at a point, I think Ojozo Okalo was either one of the people that I don't know if he brought a member of the commission, because apart from the liaison offices in the states, some of them, I think I can't state clearly how the emergence of Mark, but this is me being thinking aloud on a live program. I think politics could also be part of what is happening there. If at the next appearance, Mark is not able to defend some of these bogus amounts, nobody will save him because there's nothing you would do. Even those who have sympathy for him, I don't see what justification they will bring to that argument. That's why I said, however, since they've told Mark, go home, reconcile all your accounts, come back with some of these things we've presented to you and some of the answers to our questions, I'm equally curious, but I'm waiting. I want to use this opportunity to tell our people, if you want to chase clouds, I think it might be difficult, but chase cloud. If you want to chase cloud, chase cloud. Don't hide under the cloak or wig of being passionate about your region. Yeah, we have majority of the people who are brain drained. I don't want to use that word again.
I've discussed with a lot of persons on this issue, and without indicting anybody or calling names, many of them are, opine the fact that this could be politics. Good. And let me ask, do you believe that this could be politics? Because we've seen this play out in the past. Let's say 1999 to the first tenure of Obasanjo, where we had successive Senate presidents of Igbo extraction, one taken after the other. We know the politics that played out. So do you agree that this could be politics?
I mentioned it in passive. I mentioned it because I don't want to just pin it at it. That is why that last statement I was making before you cut me out. Our people have not been able to, majorly, our leaders, of course, majority of the people, we don't count it. But majorly, people who hold position have not been able to know where to pause and where to push harder. For instance, I looked at it and believed that it could be politics. But I don't want to say, no, it must be politics. Secondly, I also looked at it from the angle of a person who finds himself in a juicy or land that is flowing with milk and honey, and forgets that the opportunity there is not to milk all the milk and honey and drink all the honey, that there are things that are his responsibilities. While we continue to engage, and people who are interested in this matter watch very curiously, we can begin to draw the line by that next appearance to say, okay, even if this is politics, because sometimes it might be politics, but if you have given out your leg to the river, because so while our people are believing that it could be politics, let's hold on and see what becomes the defense of Mark in his next appearance.
I will take your advice on that. I will stay my next question because I wanted to ask you a very important question. If that has in any way would affect the Igbo youth who keep, clamoring for, inclusivity, when it comes to Southeast, that they are not being consulted or carried along, and if what is happening with the nscdc in any way would jeopardize giving them opportunity in the future. But I will leave that for today, Mr. Onyeka. Okay, well, let's stay on that until the issue is concluded. Yes, however, as we are running out of time, let me call your attention to another issue that has to do with Southeasterners, leaders from Southeast, and that's peterobi, and Kenneth Okonkwo, where peterobi has demanded a full retraction and apology from Kenneth Okonkwo over an alleged defamatory broadcast, warning of a 5 billion lawsuit if the demand is ignored. And I'm asking Mr. Onyeka, in this instance, these are Igbos, Southeasterners. What is happening?
Well, the case of Kenneth Okonkwo is very funny to me personally. I might not agree with a person, but that continuous denigration and attack is really unnecessary. Yes, I know that some people were trying to. I saw Kenneth's tweet where he said an influential man, I think from Anambra, told him in authority and said that he can quote him and all that. There was a time I was on a space, a Twitter space on online engagement, and I was telling the audience that I probably know Peter Obi far, far better than most of the people who are around him now. Because I was a candidate in Peter Obi's party before he became a candidate. I was a candidate in 2022. Peter became a candidate in, in 2002. Peter became a candidate in 2003. We were having a lot of sister state engagement until he became governor. There was a lot of things that I'm aware could help, could help puncture and black spot his candidacy. I do not like some of the things that turned out in our agreement of APGA from the registration moving forward. The person that registered APGA, that made sacrifices, that sold the only house he had in town, I think up till now is still not happy about how those things ended up. But I haven't seen him anywhere trying to drag Peter on social media. I spent my money. Sometimes when we discuss off camera, he could express some of those anger. In fact, there was a time I told him that I'll personally make sure that some of us reach out to Peter to bring him home. Now, Kenneth, who was very loud from acting career to supporting Peter Obi, that's why I said if you want to chase clout, chase clout. Kenneth was everywhere. So what is that thing that Peter has done now? Uche Osai, finally, I support Peter to be firm in that lawsuit. Kenneth must either post some of these tweets I'm seeing him jumping around with. I don't know how he's going to save him. This is also a test of leadership of Peter Obi for me. He must remain firm, and Kenneth Okonkwo either writes that a public apology or Peter takes him to court. It's as simple as that.
Thank you, Mr. Onyeka. Well, this is where we'll be drawing the curtain on this edition of The Insight. Thank you very much for this in-depth conversation.
It's always my pleasure to be here.
And to you, our wonderful viewers, you've listened to Onyedikabo on this conversation. Let us know what you think by reaching us with the hashtag The Insight, all on our handles at Aneke TV on Facebook, TikTok, and X. Till we come your way, same time tomorrow. I remain your host, Uche Osai, saying bye-bye.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Headlines. Resident doctors protest alleged assault on colleague disrupting services at Federal Medical Center, Owo. Edo State Governor Senator Monday Obolo orders investigation into the abduction of a woman at the Benin City Market. Magistrates in Abia State seek official vehicles and improve security following theft of a judicial officer's car. Lagos residents raise concerns over mountain waste as authorities intensify efforts to tackle sanitation challenges. Details of the news. 5 persons have died following a cholera outbreak in Plateau State, while 11 cases have been confirmed by health authorities. The Plateau State Commissioner for Health, Dr. Nicholas Bamlong, disclosed that 53 suspected cases have also been recorded in 3 communities within Mangu local government area. He said the outbreak has prompted an emergency public health response by the state government. Dr. Bamlong explained that additional rapid response teams have been deployed to affected communities, while treatment and isolation centers have been strengthened to manage the situation. The government also commenced the procurement of diagnostic kits, intravenous fluids, and other essential medical supplies. Residents have been advised to maintain proper hygiene, consume safe drinking water, and avoid open defecation. Health authorities say surveillance has been intensified to prevent further spread of the disease during the rainy season. Clinical services at the Federal Medical Center, Owo, Ondo State, have been disrupted following a protest by resident doctors over alleged attacks on healthcare workers. The action follows an incident at the hospital's Akure Annex where a female relative of a patient allegedly assaulted a doctor while on duty. The Association of Resident Doctors says the incident is the second reported attack on a medical officer at the facility within 6 months. The doctors are demanding improved security, particularly at the Accident and Emergency Department, and the implementation of measures agreed upon after an earlier warning strike. They also called for the arrest and prosecution of individuals involved in assaults on medical personnel. Union leaders say persistent attacks combined with manpower shortages caused by the migration of health professionals are worsening working conditions and affecting service delivery in public hospitals across the country. Suspected Boko Haram insurgents have attacked a secondary school in Kautokari village, Chibok local government area of Borno State, killing 1 person and destroying school facilities. Education Secretary of Chibok local government area, Malam Kiari, said 5 classrooms and an office block belonging to the junior secondary schools were burned during the attack. The incident occurred on Saturday evening. Spokesperson of the Borno State Police Command, Assistant Superintendent of Police, Nahum Dasso, said joint security operatives repelled the attackers and have intensified patrols in the area to prevent further incidents. Meanwhile, in Niger State, suspected bandits reportedly killed 3 persons and set houses ablaze during an attack on Pisa village. The National Youth Service Corps has also announced the suspension of the 2026 Badbi orientation course in the state, citing ongoing renovations at the orientation camp. Edo State Governor Senator Monday Webolo has condemned the abduction of a woman at the popular vegetable market along Airport Road in Benin City. The incident, which occurred on Sunday, was captured in a video that has since circulated widely on social media. The victim was reportedly forcefully taken away by unidentified persons while shopping at the market. Governor Monday Webolo described the incident as unacceptable and a threat to public safety. He directed the Commissioner of Police in the state to intensify efforts to rescue the victim and ensure the perpetrators are arrested and prosecuted. The governor also urged residents to remain vigilant and promptly report suspicious activities to security agencies, assuring that his administration remains committed to protecting lives and property across the state. Security operatives have arrested 46 suspected illegal immigrants during a joint operation in Ogun State. The operation, conducted by troops of the Nigerian Army in collaboration with the Department of State Services and the Nigerian Immigration Service, took place in Ijebu Imushin, Ijebu Ileshe, and neighboring communities following credible intelligence. Preliminary investigations indicate that the suspects had been residing in the area without valid travel or residency documents. The group comprises of nationals of Burkina Faso, Cote d'Ivoire, Togo, and Senegal. The suspects have been handed over to the Ogun State Command of the Nigerian Immigration Service for further investigation and necessary legal action. A petrol station has been destroyed following a fuel tanker explosion in Nkwegu, Umuahia North local government area of Abia State. The incident occurred on Sunday evening when a fully loaded tanker reportedly exploded within the premises of Akagot petrol station, triggering a major fire outbreak that engulfed the facility. Although goods and property worth millions of naira were destroyed, authorities confirmed that no lives were lost. Residents and local youths initially attempted to contain the fire before firefighters arrived at the scene. Personnel of the Abia State Fire Service eventually brought the situation under control, preventing the flames from spreading to nearby residential buildings and medical facilities. Authorities say investigations are ongoing to determine the cause of the explosion. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, has intensified its nationwide crackdown on drug trafficking, leading to the arrest of several suspects and the seizure of illicit substances across multiple states. Among those arrested are 60-year-old Chidinma Sunday and 28-year-old Abubakar Usman, who were apprehended in Abia and Rivers states, respectively, with quantities of skunk, methamphetamine, and other prohibited substances. At the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Lagos, NDLEA operatives also arrested a businessman, Abugu Ikechukwu, after allegedly recovering more than 6 kilograms of liquid cocaine concealed in clothing and personal effects. The agency also reported major seizures of cannabis and tramadol in Lagos, Taraba State, and the Federal Capital Territory. Chairman of the NDLEA, retired Brigadier General Mohammed Buba Marwa, commended officers involved in the operations and reaffirmed the agency's commitment to combating drug trafficking nationwide. The management of Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University, Ibaria, Anambra State, has dismissed 5 staff members over allegations of sexual harassment, intimidation, extortion, and other forms of misconduct. The institution's public relations officer, Dr. Harrison Madubueze, said the decision was approved during the 122nd meeting of the university's governing council held on June 12th. Those affected include Professor C.C. Nwabachili, immediate past dean of the Faculty of Law, Professor Chike Osebwe of the Department of Political Science, Dr. I.H. Ihukumere, Mr. Emeka Nwabunea of the Department of Microbiology, and Mrs. Ifoma Kakulu, a principal assistant registrar. According to the university, investigations found the affected staff culpable of various acts of misconduct. The governing council says the action underscores its commitment to discipline, accountability, and the maintenance of ethical standards within the institution. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now, a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Resident doctors protest assault on colleague disrupting services at Federal Medical Center, Owo. Edo State Governor Senator Monday Obolo orders manhunt for kidnappers of a woman abducted in Benin City. Coming up shortly, Abia magistrates seek official vehicles and enhanced security for judicial officers. Lagos residents express concern over growing waste crisis as authorities intensify response efforts. We'll be right back shortly.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come live. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap him, ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. Abia State Governor Dr. Alex Oti has reaffirmed his administration's commitment to the infrastructural transformation of Aba, announcing plans to commence the reconstruction of the Orata and Old Express roads. Governor Oti disclosed this during a special recognition mass held at Christ the King Catholic Church in Aba. He stated that funds have already been secured for the projects, which are expected to improve connectivity between Aba and neighboring states. The governor said his administration has made significant progress in addressing environmental and sanitation challenges and is now placing greater emphasis on healthcare, education, and industrial development. In a homily, the Catholic Bishop of Aba Diocese, Most Reverend Augustine Ndubueze Echema, commended Governor Oti's development efforts and called on citizens to remain actively involved in the democratic process, including voter registration and participation in elections. Residents of the Ohowuron community in Udu local government area of Delta State have staged a peaceful protest over the deteriorating condition of the Ohowuron-Orede road. The protesters, mostly women, appealed to Governor Sheriff Uberovri to intervene urgently, describing the road as a critical economic route that has become largely impassable. Community leaders said the poor state of the road has affected commercial activities, increased transportation costs, and exposed residents to security risks, particularly during the rainy season. The demonstrators called on the Delta State government to prioritize the reconstruction of the road, saying its rehabilitation is essential to the socio-economic well-being of the affected communities. The Magistrates Association of Nigeria Abia State branch has appealed to the state government to provide official vehicles and secure parking facilities for judicial officers. The appeal follows the reported theft of a vehicle belonging to Chief Magistrate Ngozi Lakwa. The vehicle was allegedly stolen while parked outside the High Court premises in Umuahia during official duty. Chairman of the association, Mr. Oji Nemeka, described the incident as disturbing and said judicial officers should not be exposed to avoidable security risks while carrying out their responsibilities. The association urged the Abia State government to improve security infrastructure within court premises and provide official transportation to enhance the safety and welfare of magistrates across the state. Residents of Lagos State have expressed concern over growing waste accumulation across several parts of the metropolis, warning of possible environmental and public health consequences. Affected areas reportedly include Mushin, Oshodi, Lekki, and Ajah, where refuse heaps have accumulated along major roads, bus stops, and drainage channels, especially following recent rainfall. Private sector participants engaged in waste collection attribute the delays to operational challenges at major landfill sites, including the Olusosun dump site, as well as rising transportation and maintenance costs. The managing director of the Lagos Waste Management Authority, Dr. Muyiwa Wadegeshin, says the agency is implementing measures to improve waste evacuation and strengthen infrastructure. He assured residents that efforts are ongoing to maintain environmental sanitation across the state. Nigeria's domestic gas market has recorded significant growth, with sales increasing by about 30% over the past 3 years. According to a legal and industry review by Lagos-based firm Tope Adebayo LP, domestic gas sales rose from more than 49 billion standard cubic feet in January 2022 to over 64 billion standard cubic feet by January 2025. Industry experts attribute the growth to reforms introduced under the Petroleum Industry Act and other policy measures aimed at improving investment and expanding local gas utilization. Despite the progress, analysts say challenges such as inadequate infrastructure, pipeline constraints, and payment concerns within the power sector must be addressed to fully realize the country's gas development potential. Nigerian commercial banks generated nearly 225 billion naira from electronic banking and automated teller machine charges in the first quarter of the year. An analysis of the financial results of 11 listed banks shows a 12% increase compared to the corresponding period of the previous year, reflecting continued growth in digital financial transactions. Access Holdings recorded the highest earnings from electronic banking services, following by United Bank for Africa and EcoBank. Fidelity Bank also reported significant growth in digital transaction revenue during the period under review. Financial analysts say the increasing adoption of electronic payment channels and cashless transactions continue to drive revenue growth in the banking sector while supporting broader financial inclusion objectives. Now in sports, Nigerian high jumper Temitope Adeshina has won the National Collegiate Athletic Association (NCCA) outdoor high jump title in the United States. Adeshina secured victory in Eugene, Oregon, with a first attempt clearance of 1.96 meters, maintaining her unbeaten record throughout the season. The achievement marks her third NCAA national title, following successive Indo Championships won in 2025 and 2026 while representing Texas Tech University. The Paris 2024 Olympian is the second Nigerian woman to compete in the Olympic high jump and continues to strengthen her reputation as one of Nigeria's leading athletes on the international stage. Now in entertainment, Nollywood actor Rotimi Salami and his wife, Mrs. Jumoke Salami, are celebrating their 11th wedding anniversary. The actor shared photographs on social media to mark the occasion and expressed appreciation for his wife, describing her as a dependable partner throughout their marriage. The anniversary attracted goodwill messages from colleagues, fans, and several personalities within the Nigerian entertainment industry, including actor Stan Nze, media personality Kiki, and actor Jide Awobona. The celebration highlights another milestone for the couple, who have continued to receive public admiration for their family life and enduring relationship. And now to end news across the country. Here are the main stories again. Resident doctors at the Federal Medical Center, Ondo State, have staged a protest over the alleged assault of a medical officer by a patient's relative. The doctors are demanding improved security at the facility and the implementation of measures aimed at protecting healthcare workers. Meanwhile, Edo State Governor Senator Monday Bubelo has directed security agencies to intensify efforts to rescue a woman abducted at the vegetable market along Airport Road in Benin City. In Abia State, the Magistrates Association of Nigeria, Abia State Branch, has appealed to the state government to provide official vehicles and secure parking facilities for judicial officers. And residents of Lagos State have continued to express concern over increasing waste accumulation across parts of the metropolis. That wraps up news across the country. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 070-3043-710 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer, Chidi Masawa, and the entire news team, I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
The soul is part of us that survives every storm. You can't see it, but you can feel it in silence, in longing, in every heartbeat that keeps going. It asks for more than food and fame. It hungers for meaning, for stillness, for the divine. The soul is where music is born, where peace begins, where truth hides. To care for your soul is the greatest act of self-love. For in the end, what we were fades, but what we are at our core remains.
Hello and welcome to our Vox Pop segment on Aneke TV, where we engage residents on issues affecting daily life and development. Today we are speaking to residents about electricity supply and how it affects homes, businesses and other daily activities, from small business owners to students and workers. Many people say stable electricity remains essential to productivity and quality of life. We went out to hear their experiences and concerns.
To be honest, electricity supply has been very sporadic, to say the least. It's been somehow bad, it's been somehow good. These days we're having our exams for the past few weeks, and it has been really tough trying to like mix, because I usually read in the night. It has been really tough trying to mix in the reading at night, and I'm literally burning candle. Like it's very funny. But yeah, the electricity has not been so good, and it needs to change.
There's been a little slight of change, considering where I'm coming from, where I used to stay, where I stay currently. The electricity supply was, normal. Was, the normal coming and going, but we're usually having sufficient electricity. But until recently, just about 3 or 4 weeks ago, I think it's a problem. We've not had electricity for about close to 3 weeks now, and it's not been funny. You can't do anything. The cost of fuel is high. And then the only alternative source of power is maybe generator or solar, and then you have to have sufficient solar energy to be able to power anything. So it's been difficult. But apart from that, I think if it's fixed, as has been promised that it will be fixed soon. I saw a news where there was an advert that the whole state, that the whole light is going to go off so that they can fix my particular area, that area that I stay. So that's when I noticed that it was particular to my area, that it's not something that has to do with everybody. So I'm optimistic that we'll fix it so that we can return back to status quo. Just as though that the former one was, cream de la cream, but at least it was sufficient enough.
Electricity supply in my area is quite erratic, in the sense that there is not too much supply of electricity there, and it has a lot of impacts both in the businesses around there and the impact on us as students. We rarely see the light to read and prepare for our exams, and it's a very important factor for us as students. So that's very bad for us as students. The weather is actually very hot now, so people need cold water, cool drinks, and not having that around actually slows down business for people too.
Electricity supply in my area has been quite inconsistent, in the sense that they bring the lights, let me say a day, they bring it like, let me say, close to 10 hours a day out of 24 hours in a day, and I'm a student. I need lights to charge my phones to read, and to read in the night also, in case my rechargeable dies. So it has not been fully of great advantage to my daily life. It has affected my activity because I'm a night reader basically, but now I have to shift my night reading to afternoon and morning reading so that the normal daylight would help me.
Electricity remains a major factor in economic growth and everyday living. The opinions shared by residents today reflect the challenges many people can continue to face and the importance of improving power supply in Enugu and across Nigeria. Thank you for watching. I am Sharon Uche, Aneke TV.
Across Nigeria, electricity has become an everyday struggle. Blackouts are no longer occasional, they are part of daily life for millions of Nigerians. In homes, families spend long hours in darkness. Parents worry about keeping food fresh. Children struggle to study. And the cost of running generators adds to household expenses in an already challenging economy. Businesses are also feeling the pinch. Shops, restaurants, and small factories often spend more on fuel for generators than they earn in daily revenue. Perishable goods spoil. Production slows. Evening sales decline. Electricity, which should be a basic necessity, has become a luxury. Experts say the crisis stems from multiple factors: technical failures and aging infrastructure in the national grid, frequent gas shortages, and operational inefficiencies in distribution companies all contribute. Maintenance outage and tariff adjustments have further reduced the supply of electricity across the country. The impact on national development is significant. Schools struggle to conduct evening classes. Hospitals depend heavily on generators to keep life-saving equipment running. Businesses lose revenue, and the cost of doing business rises. The lack of stable electricity slows economic growth and limits opportunities for millions of Nigerians. Experts recommend practical solutions: increasing electricity generation, especially through renewable sources like solar, wind, and hydro, could reduce reliance on gas. Upgrading and maintaining infrastructure, stabilizing gas supply, and encouraging private sector participation in independent power projects would help expand supply and improve efficiency. Off-grid solutions such as solar panels, mini-grids, and inverters can supplement national supply, ensuring homes, schools, and businesses continue to function during outages. Energy conservation, smart meters, and transparent billing systems can also reduce losses and encourage reliable supply. Some businesses have already combined solar power with backup generators, cutting fuel costs by nearly half. Schools and hospitals using mini-grids continue operations even when the national grid fails. Expanding these solutions nationwide could significantly reduce the impact of blackouts, saving households money and boosting productivity. For now, Nigerians wait for a lasting solution. Stable and reliable electricity is not just convenience, it is the backbone of daily life, economic growth, and national development. In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon, people, beautiful people of Enugu, Kenkenem, and the Ofo to my people. It is the money-making Monday edition of the entertainment show live on Aneke TV, where I bring to you hot gist and groove. Today is my music Monday, where I unleash my music list for the week. And today, you know what I do here? give you hot bangers, you know, in the music industry. I go by the name Gift Obodo, properly called Shushu Lawyer, aka I am prepared for today. I'm called red pepper, blue, and all kinds of pepper, but today I'm here in my normal red legalia today, and I hope you guys are doing all amazing. Yes, on today's edition of Music Monday, I have a lot of, you know, music on my list today, but I'm gonna hit you guys with my top 10 on my list. You know, last week we actually talked about our top 10 on Spotify, but today I'm taking it to Audio Mac, where I unleash the top 10 in the music week for this week on Audio Mac, starting with my number 1, Opera Meaning, you know, featuring Pokoli and Sheyi Vibe. The music has just been so massive. And going to my number 2 on the list, Ashake has, you know, This Forgiveness by Ashake, which is my number 2 on the list, have refused to go down. It is not going down anytime soon. So Ashake has just been hitting it up to 3 consecutive weeks now. Ashake has been on the top list on Apple's, Spotify, and Audiomack. Forgiveness has hit it 3 weeks consecutively on 3 different apps. It is a massive, you know, stone mile for Ashake in the industry. And then going to my number 3 on the list, I take it with Ashake again. You know, his song titled Gratitude. This has also have hitted up to 3 weeks on, you know, Spotify, Audiomack, and Apple Store. This music has just been on repeat and is not going down. And then number 4 for you guys for today is Chanel featuring Ashake and Black Bones. Black Bones has just been giving us this Chanel. I'm surprised for the consecutive 2 weeks now. It has just been number 1. But on Audiomack, it went to number 4 on the list. Oh my God! I don't know what happened, but I think this Audiomack have to review. They have to have a music review on this, because it has just been on consecutive top 1 on every music spot. But on Audiomack, it's going to number 4. But and then on number 5 is Worship by Ashake featuring DJ Snake. Worship. I don't know if Ashake, after going to Mecca, he just actually taking us to the religious world. This worship of a song is something that is so sensational for me. Like, it's a deep, breathtaking song that will steal your heart to God. If you're a Christian, if you're a Muslim, it will steal your heart to Allah. So taking it to number 6 is Caricature by Flora. Like this song, I mean, I listened to it at the point that I was not vibing, but at the end of the song, I started vibing, you know, giving it hot. And then on my number 7 is Bike Outside by Benson and Sass. This music has been on the top 10 for 3 different apps, Spotify, Audiomack, and Apple, and still hitting it back. It's a big win for Benson and Sass on this music. I'm going to my number 8 is Fujimoto by Sheyi Vibe. Sheyi Vibe have just, you know, but I've seen him a couple of times, you know, trying to throw some other artists, but he has just been hitting it back to back, and it's a very big milestone for him. And then on my number 10 is Ara by featuring Olamide, 600 Miles. That's Bella Shimudi, you know, featuring Olamide. Ara, this music is just something else. And then the last but not the least is Jogodo by Wizkid and Ashake. Is a big one for us in the music industry. I think at the point I was saying, I'm not seeing Wizkid, nobody's hearing from him, everything is like it's going down the rim. But I think with this Jogodo featuring Ashake on it, is a massive turnout for Wizkid, and I think it should change the direction. Although this his first song has come to, you know, take the champ. He goes by the name Champ. Actually, he's a champion. So these are the top 10. But I'm going to talk about my top 10 Nigerian artists which are fast growing and have impact blended in this chart of dominance in the street industry and the street of hip-hop. And I'm talking about Aneke. You can see him a couple of times. He has trended more on this music scene. He has given us back-to-back hits. Imagine being consistent on 3 different streaming platforms, Spotify, Apple, and Audiomack, consecutively, not even one music. I'm talking around 3 or 4. Aneke has just been so consistent in this music game. I leave it up for him. His music game is unmatched currently now because he has just, he is able to accomplish multiple music project, and is hitting it big. And my second is Seyi Vibes, and this thing, he has a dominance, performance in the streaming vibe. One thing I like about Seyi Vibes is that he knows how to make his videos, his visuals so massive and this. But before I tell you my next on the list, I'm going to go on a short break. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Welcome back to Vibe Center, the best entertainment show in the industry. We are still going back to, we are still going back to our music central today, where we tell you the list of our top music. But we have talked about the list of our top music. We are still on our number 3, the artist who has just been performing tremendously in the industry. And before I tell you my number 3, I want to tell you that someone is going to talk about this, and her name goes by Ugoma. You guys know Ugoma. Ugoma, how are you doing?
I'm good. Hello. Let me say hello to my Ofotu people. Hello Ofotu. Hello Nigeria. Hello sir. It's Nigeria. How are you all doing today? Don't forget, today is Money Making Monday, and I hope you're all at work making that money for Friday, not just Friday, enjoyment every day. Well, so stay tuned.
So please, let's do an outfit check before I go in. What's inspiring the earring, the shoe, the clothes? You're looking all elegant today. Okay. You're looking like a pastor's wife.
Pastor's wife?
Yes. I said it with my full chest. I said it.
I don't want to be a pastor's wife. Please don't put me in that category of pastor's wife.
God, she's a pastor's wife.
I am not. I don't want to be, no matter what.
So if a rich pastor come for you,
I'm not getting married to him.
Hey, wow, you're a child of the world, though.
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Is that how you don't like God's
To be honest, work? Okay, the fact that they seem too holy, But let me tell you guys something now. I'm even holier than those people. Those pastors' wives. Yeah. I'm more righteous.
Look at me very well.
Now me go even go heaven.
My eyes, I would have go heaven. I would have killed a lot.
They don't kill a lot. To avoid kri-kri. Just avoid kri-kri.
So I have my number 3. I've listed the first one. Who I listed Ashake, Sheyi Vibes. Now I'm talking about Ariasta making it big as one of the biggest female artists we have in Nigeria, upcoming now, that she's going with massive.
No, she's not upcoming.
No, like I'm talking about artists that has, in the recent time, that has grown so big.
All right.
When we talk about Ashake, we talk about Sheyi Vibes. I'm talking about Ariasta. I have Rema. I have Odumodu Black. I have Shirley Poppy. I have Thames. I have Omale. I have Flora, and I have Benzin. So these are artists. Who do you think shouldn't be on this list?
On this upcoming list?
Yeah, not upcoming, like on this top, fast-growing artists on this list. Who do you think shouldn't be here?
Sheyi Vibes.
Sheyi Vibes. Fola. What of Fola?
Fola is making waves, but as of Sheyi Vibes, I don't know.
Odumodu Black?
Odumodu is going there.
He's going there?
Yeah.
Benson?
Is also there.
Buju?
Yeah, he's there too.
Okay.
They're all great.
All great.
Except Sheyi Vibes. First of all, he's also trying. I'm not saying he's not trying. He's doing his best, but he's not giving us this vibe, this vibe we need. Okay, this ginger. He's not bringing in the ginger.
So I think I want to replace Sheyi Vibes with Blackbone.
Blackbone? Don't do that.
Who will replace Sheyi Vibes for you?
I think that should be Fola.
Fola. No, Fola is already on the list. So I want to take out Sheyi Vibes for you. So I have to replace him with another person.
Okay, replace him with hi, Jesus.
Are you forgetting about it?
I don't forget their names. God, guys, forgive me. I've literally forgot their names. But there's this guy that's Arike. Arike.
Is it Fireboy?
Not Fireboy. Arike, that guy that's Arike. I think Kuwami, Kumi, the guy that's Arike. She said she's not gonna leave me when I think that guy should
replace Fireboy. Should replace Sheyi Vibes.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go on to our gist. I think today is more of artists for me. Iblis has come out to say a lot of things. He said, why I said Igbos own all the lands in Lagos and then renting them back to the indigenes. Do you actually believe this?
Igbo people, right?
He said, the recent interview, he said Igbos have contributed immensely to the Lagos economy. Comments-wise, if they have a problem with which
Igbo people, Igbo kwenu, Igbo to the world, guys.
No, do it again. Let's do it properly.
Igbo kwenu, Igbo kwezono. In fact, we are doing it in a Gen Z way. Igbo people clocking, clocking Igbo people. Igbos are everywhere. Why do you think South Africans are jealous of Igbos? Why do you think they are killing Igbos over there? Because we are the ones, Nigerians, we Igbos are the ones imparting a lot in everywhere Igbo people are. They always
try to dominate.
Yeah, they dominate. They build. They try to develop. When it comes to business,
leave it for
Igbo people.
Yeah.
Even all these other southern and eastern, northern states, they can testify. Okay, Igbos rule the world. They rule the whole Nigeria. You know, anywhere they are, they dominate. They are more richer. They are richer.
But I feel like I sense a day where it will be that the Yorubas will tell the Igbos to evacuate their land.
I don't know why all these people are always doing this, but why is it that Igbo people are not like that? They don't chase anyone out of their land.
But you see that most times when it comes to our land, Igbo people don't even give other states a chance to develop them. They develop themselves.
Yeah.
So you see, you can barely come to Enugu State now and count how many houses, big business owned by Yorubas. But you go to people. Yeah, but when you go to the upstate, you will talk about this company owned by Igbo, company this building owned by
Emeka
Igbo.
and Sons.
Emeka and Sons. Ugoma and daughters.
Yes.
It has just been a big blow for most Nigerians. I think it's becoming. I think they are becoming selfish because if they leave it for them, I don't think they will actually
not
develop
survive
it.
without Igbos.
I'm thinking so.
I'm not being tribalistic or whatever, but if they remove Igbos from all these states, they can't survive it. You know, they can't. So let's just forget about it.
So let's talk about your girlfriend. She said, I think I finally found a husband. DJ Copy jokes after meeting a male robot in Poland. This guy desperately needs husband. Do you have anyone for sale?
Please, DJ Copy, stop embarrassing us females. You're making these men think that
they are really important.
They are really important, or that we cannot do without them. In as much as we can't do without each other, quite all right. That's a fact. We can't do without each other. Men need women. Women need men.
Do you think it's every woman that needs a man?
It's not every woman. It's not every man that needs a woman. That's his own or her choice. His choice or her choice. But in general, we all need each other to survive.
Talk for yourself. You actually need.
Just be honest with yourself. Don't we need each other?
I like to be honest at this point.
But Mr. DJ Kobe, please stop making this man think that marriage is an achievement. Because once you do this thing, you've already thrown yourself out for dragging. They start dragging you. They start dragging all the women that are single. And they'll be like, that's what I'm telling them. They will not get married now. See DJ Cop is complaining. See, she's doing this, she's not married. See now, they told you people, blah, 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 blah. They'll start blabbing. So you guys, DJ Copia, please, husband will come at the right time. As he came for your sister, you're going to get married. Please just calm down. Stop embarrassing us.
So like, I will say, people have always said that DJ Copy being the one that actually wants a husband, her sister, just like her sister, that doesn't say much about husband, but she's married and she's having her child now, and she's a mother, and the one who desperately needs it, none is coming. Don't you think there's a character default at this point?
Your sister has always been in a relationship now with Mr. Easy for a long time before they even thought of getting married. So she wouldn't start complaining because she's been in a relationship with Mr. Easy for years. More than how many years now? They've been together more than 5 years.
Jesus Christ.
Yes, they've been together.
Can you actually
for a long
date
time.
someone for 5 years?
If I see a future with this person, if I know that he's ambitious, he's hardworking, he's making efforts, he has vision, I can wait. And also, I would like to know where it's leading to. Okay? I won't just say, oh, I also build myself. You know where the problem comes in? Where the woman is reluctant. She just relaxed and leave the man. You know, she's supporting the man. She's not supporting herself. She's pouring into the man. She's not pouring into herself. Okay? When you're supporting your man, you're being there, you're, you know, being through things, whatever, you're staying with him, sticking together with him to, you know, I wait for him to make it. Also build yourself. As I'm building with him, build yourself as well. This is what more reason why some men leave you when they finally make it, because you did not build yourself. You just spend a lot of time, just feel, let me relax.
Enjoy it as a last.
Yes, at last. I was there with him. You were there with him. Were you also building yourself? That's what matters. Build yourself as you're building. Focus on yourself the more. Because if something happens tomorrow, you know that yes,
you have something to actually
hold. You know that you're not left out. You also build yourself. You have your own money, so you don't feel really bad about him leaving you, because you can't really predict men. They can promise you heaven on earth. They can promise that they'll be with you, they'll marry you.
Let's gossip like this. Let me add some gossip, because on the recent clip we see Yul Edochie and this actress on different scene, and things have just been buzzing, and like, we should check on Judy Austin, what's happening.
Wait, so on this film clip with who? Me?
No.
Another woman?
Yeah, an actress.
Wait, so I want to really understand. Women, these women that goes around taking someone's husband, do you think that man will stick with you? Imagine Regina Dane thinking that Nwoko would have actually stopped with only her.
But wait,
after all the wives he got married to.
But do you think actually that Judy Austin, like you were saying something about women building themselves, do you actually think that Judy Austin built herself to the point that she didn't feel so, you know, if anything happens today, tomorrow,
who knows? She might be building herself too. She might be planning ahead of time. Who knows? You can never predict men. They can just come in like thieves at night.
And go.
That's just it. So whatever you're doing as a lady, please build yourself. Don't just say, we all need each other too.
So Yul Edochie said something about Alese Kubu's. You know, he said you shouldn't have hidden anything from anyone. It wasn't necessary. People must learn to stop worrying about what matters or what people will say. No matter what you do in this life, people must talk. So leave them to talk. Leave bloggers to blog. To be good, be in a greater, you must talk. Make yourself, you know, available for people and talk about it. Ignore what people have to say. And Nas Boy said Alese Kubu kept his marriage away from the vulture internet. Now that he's gone, blogs are ready to dig up and start posting his wife up and down, and I saw some of whom they talk saying again, these blog people are vampires. The only crime he committed was to be a public figure.
Like, what is really wrong with people? Why can this man you just go and hide, just rest? Like, what's his problem? That should. Why would you dictate? Okay, the same way you didn't want people to dictate his own life. Why do you want to? Why are you dragging someone that's already late?
Yeah.
What is the dead?
Yeah.
What is wrong with you? Can you just rest and focus on your Judy Austin or whoever you're doing nonsense with? Like, why are you dragging this guy? People are not just okay. They're not satisfied.
His current new chick is Lizzie Gold.
Okay, make them continue. They do their Asabaloni something. But like, can you just rest? Mercy Pork knows which one is we shouldn't have hidden. You do have to tell him what to do with his life. That is his life. When he showed some people talk, oh God, I'm so like I'm tired of this whole thing. Is cracking me up. Like, it's cracking me up, honestly. Why talking about him? Why bringing him into this now? Why dragging him now? He hid his marriage, and so that's his own cup of tea. He knows his reason.
So I think with all this thing that have been happening, I think Lizzie Gold has Yul Edochie, Lizzie Gold, everything. I don't think he wants to be on every talking blog. He just have something to do.
That's just it.
To generate
income. Talks politics. You should go and ask Kenneth Okonkwo. And that's what I've not really heard. I don't know what happened to Kenneth Okonkwo, but you should go and ask his co-actor what's going on right now, because he's been sued. Like, when will he get such amount of money?
But anyway, if he's sued, he can actually sue back. Then they sue themselves for that industry.
I'm still trying to get to know what he said that made them.
So give a shout out to the people of Enugu. What do you have to say to them?
Okay, my people of Enugu.
Yeah.
You guys know how much I love you.
No.
That's how I always come here. That's why I always come here all day, every day, to make you guys happy. I hope we made you happy. I hope you enjoyed the show. If you don't, you can let us know on our handles. Thank you.
Thank you to my beautiful people of Enugu. I'm giving a shout out. Today is Music Monday. So on my playlist, you can always go into your room, wherever you're on, your safe place. Play this music back to back. This is what I have for you for today. I got it by the name Gift of Body. I love you. See you tomorrow. Same time, same station. We'll love you. Bye.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
As political activities continue ahead of the 2027 general elections, concerns are again mounting over the increasing use of inflammatory language, ethnic profiling, religious intolerance, and misinformation during political campaigns. Political scientists and democracy advocates warn that hate speech remains one of the greatest threats to peaceful elections and national unity in Nigeria. Studies show that divisive political messaging has repeatedly contributed to tension, voter intimidation, and violence during election cycles. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has repeatedly cautioned political parties and supporters against the use of abusive, provocative, and discriminatory campaign language. Ahead of the 2023 elections, INEC warned politicians to avoid what it described as bullying, cyber abuse, and hate speeches, capable of undermining peaceful campaigns and democratic stability. The United Nations also raised concerns over Nigeria's political climate before the 2023 elections. The UN resident and humanitarian coordinator in Nigeria, Matthias Schimel, warned that election violence starts with divisive statements and hate speech, urging politicians and supporters to focus on issue-based campaigns instead of inflammatory rhetoric. Political observers say Nigeria has witnessed several dangerous examples over the years. Following the 2011 presidential election, post-election violence erupted in parts of northern Nigeria after months of heated political rhetoric, resulting in deaths, destruction of property, and mass displacement. Researchers studying the elections of 2011, 2015, and 2019 concluded that hate speech had become a major driver of election violence in Nigeria's democratic process. During the 2015 and 2023 election cycles, several campaign messages on television, radio, and social media openly portrayed opponents as enemies of particular ethnic, regional, or religious groups. The National Broadcasting Commission, NBC, repeatedly sanctioned media organizations for airing inflammatory political content capable of inciting hatred and public disorder. In February 2023, the NBC fined a television station over what it described as hate speech and inflammatory comments linked to election coverage. Experts say the rise of digital media has significantly expanded the spread of political hate speech in Nigeria. According to a recent academic study published by the University of Just Journal of Political Science, Facebook, WhatsApp, X, formerly Twitter, and other platforms were widely used during the 2023 presidential election campaigns to spread divisive narratives, misinformation, and hostile political propaganda. Another research project titled Echo Hate found increasing levels of abusive and hate-filled political conversations online, particularly during elections in Lagos and other politically sensitive states. Political communication experts say hate speech often succeeds because it manipulates fear, identity, and historical grievances. Instead of discussing policies on the economy, education, insecurity, healthcare, and infrastructure, some politicians and supporters resort to ethnic stereotypes, religious sentiments, and personal attacks to influence voters. Analysts warn that such rhetoric weakens democratic institutions, deepens social divisions, and distracts citizens from issue-based political engagement. The National Peace Committee, civil society organizations, religious leaders, and traditional rulers have repeatedly appealed to political actors to embrace peaceful campaigns and responsible communication. INEC says Section 92 of the Electoral Act prohibits abusive language and campaign messages capable of provoking ethnic, tribal, or religious hatred. Media professionals are also being urged to strengthen fact-checking and avoid amplifying inflammatory.
Viewer, you're welcome to today's program, Arena, on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. And today we are going to discuss on an issue which has been on the front burner, you know, an issue that has been of national discourse for quite a while, and in Nigeria, especially when Nigeria is going towards the 2027 elections. Of course, elections have been, you know, mad due to some flaws in the processes that this was an election. We say that the 1993 election, where Emeka Abiola, of course, we remember him on June 12th, where he won the election, was adjudged the freest and the fairest election held in Nigeria. And this time we are going for another election, and it is the expectation of Nigerians for us to have, or for Nigerians to have, a free, fair, and transparent election that be devoid of all the factors and imbalances that are associated with elections in Nigeria. And today, we are going to have a big fish in election matters that we'll handle. He's, of course, a big fish in many other matters, but in the present circumstance, we are talking about elections. We are talking about the former resident electoral commissioner, INEC, Independent National Electoral Commission, Enugu State, Dr. Emeka Ononamadu, a civil society expert too. He's here to lend voice on our topic that says, a topic that says ensuring that solving the election process of Nigeria, solving the problems of elections in Nigeria. Emeka, Dr. Mado, you're welcome.
Thank you, listeners.
Like I said, elections have been problems in Nigeria. Consequently, it has resulted in a lack of very credible leadership, or the kind of leadership that Nigerians want for themselves, that could give them exactly what they need to take Nigeria to another level. But it has not been so. The issue of getting the best of leadership in Nigeria has been far-fetched. Although we have been in democracy since 1999, about 27 years now. Somehow, when we started, people said we are fledgling. That's learning to fly. But I think at this time, a 27-year-old bird is supposed to have started flying effectively, just like an eagle. And we are supposed to actually get our elections right and most other things right. But as it is presently, there are a catalog of criticisms by Nigerians on leadership, on the way election is handled, on the independence of INEC, and of course the judiciary, and independent of all the sectors that are supposed to be independent, honestly. So, what's your take? What's an overview of the electoral process in Nigeria before we get down to the nitty-gritty of this discourse?
Fantastic. I think it's obvious it's an important topic, and it's obvious that giving it time really matters a lot. One thing is granted, that election is not just election, it's leadership recruitment process. Let us take it down to that level. The question is, what qualifies you for that recruitment? In every form of recruitment, there are prerequisites, there are requirements, there are qualifications. Here in Nigeria, our major qualification is stated not only in the Constitution, but in the Electoral Act. Age, minimum educational standard, your affiliation to a political party, part of your past, because you must not have been a convicted felon in the past, and all those things. Then that, if that is, qualifying of you, what's the next stage? You must belong to the political party. And at this point, I must say that political party, which we normally overlook and allow to do anything they like, is our #1 recruitment house, because we don't have independent candidacy in Nigeria. So whether you like what political parties are doing, whether they are cooking okra soup, egusi or bono soup or fio, you must be part of them in order to be recruited as a leader. Therefore, part of what your qualification should be is the ideological stance of that political party. If they don't have any, automatically you don't have any ideology. So, because one thing they say must lead to another, it is not a rocket science. So, given that scenario, if you qualify and contest and win the political party primaries ticket, then you have now moved to the third stage, and that is the election stage, where you now submit all your credentials, submit everything you have to Independent National Electoral Commission for the final phase. Even as at that, it is still not over, because you might win election. INEC might conduct the most freest and fairest election, but if the judiciary says no, you still come back to square one. That is the little overview of our electoral system, which is sometimes a little frightening. Frightening in the sense that the Constitution and the electoral law makes it mandatory for citizens to be responsible in selecting those who govern them. But by design or default, you discover that, oh, some people, you know, go the other way around. In fact, there has been a time we said, no, the judiciary should not pronounce winners. If election didn't go through, you should condemn it and send it back to INEC so that they can, you know, do some clearance and determine who is the winner. Otherwise, what happened in Imo State, where the fourth came first, wouldn't have happened. And still till today, late Justice Santos Nweze of blessed memory said that that particular judgment will haunt our electoral history and judicial history until the fullness of time. And that is what is happening. Now you
need a dissenting judgment.
Yes. Now you see a situation where after that judgment, the next, you know, which has been like a wildfire, is if you don't agree with this verdict, you can go to court, and automatically that is a ridicule of our judiciary and our judicial system, which till today has veered into determining, you know, cancelling the people's verdict and putting in those they feel technically won the elections. So generally, that particular house, which is INEC, is supposed to be protected by four major stakeholders. Number one, the citizens. Number two, security. Number three, political parties. And number four, the judiciary, that have been given their worst affront on that system.
Okay, thank you for that overview. I believe that that overview sinks deep into all our viewers, you know, ears all over the world. It is a first-class view. It is a view that could give one an ear in any analysis, analytical write-up. Let's come to the independence, because the INEC, the Independent National Electoral Commission, as it is said to be independent, is INEC truly independent? I am asking this question based on the fact that the appointment of INEC leaders at various levels, from national chairman to the resident electoral commissioners, are such that doesn't seem to have such independence, because he who pays the piper dictates the tune. And the way they are being appointed, like the president appoints who is going to be our next chairman. And of course, you may not finally, you know, you may not lean on the other side when the person who appointed you is also in the business of election. So is INEC truly independent? That is for number one. For number two, the funding of INEC. They wait for the executives to release these funds. It's only when they release funds that you begin to do what you're going to do. You know, sometimes you might have a budget, and if the budget is taken to the National Assembly, the budget is pruned down. They will say it's plenty of money that the government cannot afford to pay that kind of thing. But INEC needed this fund to ensure that all is well in the process So, by funding, by, you know...
Let me take you up on that. Let me take you up on that before I forget what I wanted to say exactly. Funds don't guarantee credible election. What guarantees credible election is the soul and the heart with which you go into that election. What guarantees credible election is your ability to play by the rules of the book, the statutory laws, the constitution, the electoral law, the guideline of INEC, and so on and so forth, including your political party laws. You see, money is important because we have played too much to the gallery. We have done a whole lot of test running of certain things. Remember, we moved from Kadrida to BVN. In fact, there was an issue one to Kadrida, then to BVN. We were still transitioning, and these things are capital intensive. In 2017, when I was in Berlin to monitor their elections, they don't have the level of sophistication we had. Yet, before I could move from the Social Democratic Party headquarters, where I went to monitor what was going on, to their then INEC office, the result has come out within 2 hours. What did they use? Their telephone. They used their telephone, ordinary text message, to do what? To send results to a central pool where it is captured. And in fact, when they make predictions, the election pattern goes along that prediction. So when there are deviations, they know. But here in Nigeria, a prophet will make a prediction. An expert will make a prediction. A pastor, a reverend father, you have too much of them in enugu, will make predictions in their arena, okay? And some will call their own prophecies. And of course, when God says yes, nobody says no. Sometimes it creates a whole lot of confusion. But I know the God I serve is not God of confusion. So these and many more have brought what we call psychosomatic disease to
break it down.
Psychosomatic disease to Nigerian electoral problems, psychological and social disease, in addition to the crime people commit, and they call it electoral electoral offense, when indeed it is a criminal offense. And they shield them. When I give you a bribe or you give me, it's a crime. But in the election, they say it's vote buying and vote selling. You don't even talk about vote selling. You talk about vote buying, when indeed we are supposed to be paying more attention to vote selling. Because it is the citizens who have been not only impoverished, but made to remain redundant, made to be unemployed, that, you know, go about now looking for. I was in one place in Ondo, and they said, where are they sharing the money? This is my voter's card, because the person mistook us to election officials, I mean party officials. So what are we saying? Is INEC independent? Money does not make independence. What makes independence is your ability to play by the rules. If you look at independence from the point of the law, then it's yes, INEC is independent. Because the law says the president will appoint, and the president does what? Appoints. If you even say the National Judicial Council who should appoint, who appointed those who are in National Judicial Council? It's still the president. The head of National Judicial Council is the Chief Justice of the Federation. And who appoints him? The president. That's where we are. So when it comes to what is in the soul of those they appointed, is now a different ball game. Who should be in INEC? Nigerians. I must use this opportunity to let you know that I've been canvassing this for several years. INEC does not, and you can quote me anywhere, INEC does not conduct elections. INEC facilitates election. It is Nigerians that conduct elections. As a resident electoral commissioner, I recruited more than 21,000
ad hoc
staff in Enugu. And of course, you know that I wouldn't be a spirit to know up to 100 of them. I'm talking about 21,000. And you are going to post this 21,000 to the 17 local government areas of Enugu State. And then break them down to wards and polling units. A Nigerian who feels the pinch of difficulty and hardness will stand his ground to make sure that he does the right thing. Each time I speak in Enugu and I challenge any politician, I challenge any bureaucrat who had linked me in one way or the other in terms of electoral malfeasance to please say so at any forum without any iota of fear. And that is why, as it stands till today, I still live in Enugu with my family, because I know that I did not wrong anybody. And that is how life should be. I'm not doing a self-sanctimonious, preaching. So here, you discover that the issue of independence has, beclouded the need to hold those who are in public office so accountable for their sins and not the sins of those who sent them. While I was in office, I can account for what I did. And that is it. But here now, you see the whole lot of allegation of so many former this in political parties, former that in political parties, being appointed as resident electoral commissioners, being appointed as national commissioners. And they say, show me those you relate with, I'll tell you who you are. There is need to shield. I come from the tradition of civil society, so I don't have any affiliation. While I was in office, my question is, in this decision I'm going to take, what would the civil society say? Likely, a politician will say, if I take this decision that will go against my party, which is the right decision you should take, what will my party, who indirectly appointed me as a neutral person, say? And that is where we are. So if you ask me, there's no blanket response to whether INEC is
truly
independent or not. Technically, they are. But given the level of certain behaviors of individuals, take for an instance the former wreck of Adamawa State, Alhaji Ara or Ari, that went and announced a result that he was not supposed to announce. I think the matter is still in court. Let me not say much about it. Even that of Anambra, who was in Abia, he was also relieved of his duty, okay? And it could be a whole lot of them have this personal challenge. I will not link it to the institution. I will link it to an individual thing. Because while we were there, we knew wrecks that everybody will be jostling for when it comes to maintaining the standard of election credibility. Okay. And some of them that politicians want to come to their side because they can make things happen.
Okay, you see, in this situation, we are talking about solving the Nigeria's electoral problem. And you see, we have some factors that are inherent in the system. And then those who you say have the spirit, basically Nigerians are Nigerians. And there's something that is very systemic in Nigeria. Somehow, you get just a minute few of persons that be free from such a problem. And that factor is the systemic corruption that is inherent in the system. How does this, or how has it affected the electoral system? You said you employed about 21,000 persons, and you hardly know even 10 of them. And at the end of the day, these people are sent to the field to do justice to the elections. And if they compromise, well, you wouldn't know. But the law enforcement officers are all there to watch, to observe. The observers are there, and every other person that are there to observe what is happening. So when there begin to be infractions on the elections result, from the polling units through the ECHA to the collection centers, where when it moves, it begins to get doctored by those who would want to compromise. So these factors, how does it affect our electoral system?
It does a whole lot of damages. A whole lot of damages, if I may say. First is the fact that the continuous usage of manual reliance more on manual process instead of digital process, which will go a long way in reducing influences and interactions, human interactions with the process. That will, because if you automate voting to a large extent and make it a little more easier, you will eliminate a large number of people who will be part and parcel of, doing funny things during elections. For instance, the last electoral push to make results to be transmitted real time and automatically to, inec this thing, it was shut down. And you cannot do any, even if INEC had the best of intentions, the only thing they cannot do is to go outside the law. Certainly they cannot. That is where the issue is. So the problem is one of ignorance of Nigerians, particularly the teenagers, particularly the young graduates who will rely upon as presiding officer 1 and the presiding officer 2, who are very critical and strategic to every election. Because during election day, I cease to be a resident electoral commissioner. I cede my powers to the presiding officers, who are now in the first line of declaring. And I can only question what they did if it is obvious. In a polling unit, you will have political party agents. If you have 18 political parties per se, you are supposed to have 18 political party agents. We will have 4 ad hoc staff in a polling unit. These days, they are almost afraid of coming. Sometimes you have 3, some 2. Because people don't want to lose their children because of the level of electoral violence that is going on across the country and in the past, particularly in some few states. Beyond that, you have election observers, mostly civil society and international agencies. So, the resident electoral commissioner, the national electoral commissioners may not have any need to be in the polling units. In that polling unit, you have the media. You equally have the what? The police or security agencies. That is where the problem is. And in that place, security, because when a result is declared, every stakeholder in that polling unit is expected to have a copy of that result. Remember, in the same email, what was used to truncate an election was a report of results sent in by the police, which they claimed were illegally cancelled, whereas election never took place in those areas. But they ended up giving a result that showed there was overvoting, which means the judges, the Supreme Court judges Incidentally, the person who either gave that judgment or was in the panel that gave that judgment is our Chief Justice of the Federation today. Let me repeat myself. The person who gave that judgment or the person who was part of the panel that gave that judgment is our Chief Justice today. Use your teeth, your tongue to count your teeth. Then you will know the depth of challenges that our electoral problem face. But the truth of the matter is that time has come when citizens should rise from their slumber and know that every decision they take, either to thwart or violate the electoral process, comes back to them in terms of poverty, in terms of unemployment, in terms of impoverishment, which we have all fallen into that cul-de-sac as we speak today.
Thank you. You see, everything you do against the electoral process will come back to you as a Nigerian. So submitted a guest, Dr. Emeka Ononamadu, former resident electoral commissioner, INEC, Enugu State. We are going to pause for a break. When we come back, we'll continue with our topic. And of course, Dr. Ononamadu is still here to continue to open up and write his book, and then you will be there to enjoy and hear him out. Stay tuned.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap your ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that the law can handle. But when you leave it, I want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV. You're welcome back. We're still on our program, Arena on Aneke TV in Southeast Nigeria, solving the problem of elections in Nigeria. And we have Dr. Ononamadu who is lending voice to this topic. Dr. Ononamadu, you earlier submitted that whatever Nigerians do, it will come back to them. That is a kind of a karmic law. The karma sets that whatever goes around comes around. And now we have talked about the system, which is corruption, and we're going to talk about security as it affects elections in Nigeria. Now we are moving to 2027 elections, and there's a whole lot of insecurity going on in Nigeria. It is like Nigeria is, passing through a war against banditry, terrorism, and what have you, gunmen in all nooks and crannies of Nigeria. And then INEC is still planning the election. How do you expect that we're going to have a free, fair, and credible election with the present level of insecurity in the system?
I've always told people who care to listen that elections are not done in Sambisa Forest. Elections are done in polling unit. There is no cause for alarm. We are only afraid of rigging, not insecurity. Even at the height of IPOB agitation, Anambra election held. But the fear of being a victim made only 300 and something people, 1,000 people to come and vote in a state where you have over 2 million registered voters. Even as at that, people are tired. The greatest insecurity is hunger. That is why in Enugu, for an instance, in 2019, you had up to 1.9 million registered voters. Only 600,000 came to... that time there was no insecurity in Enugu.
Yeah, that is part of apathy. We'll still come to apathy.
When you cross-fertilize this, you will discover that people are simply getting more tired because governance is not delivering the real dividend that is required to stimulate, to spur people into going to stand in the sun the next round of election to cast their vote on one party. And people say, oh, what's going on? Will my vote count? Yes, if your vote does not count, people will not be going to buy it. If your vote is not counting, the advent of vote buying wouldn't have emerged. That is a single factor that demonstrates the point that your vote will count. So I'm using this opportunity to call on Nigerians to make sure you come and cast your vote and make sure also that it counts. It is not God that will make it count. Okay? Because human rights, like Barack Obama said during his time, is a free gift from God, but it requires the intention of man to make it work. And that is where we are. Election is for man, and you require your strictness to make sure that your vote not only counts, but counts from the polling unit to the government houses where the decision about the application of public resources will be discussed. Otherwise, we won't be talking this. Election should be a time to celebrate a new winner, a new leader who is going to use our resources right. Particularly elections of the president, elections of the governors, and elections of the lawmakers. President and governor, let me take them out. You know why they're most important? Directly or indirectly, they have the power of life and death. Because they are the ones that control the attorney generals of the state. Do you know, as a presenter, if you slaughter me here in your studio, and you are representing a governor, all the governor needs to do is to detail his attorney general to go and file nulli prosequi, which says that that matter cannot be continued. And the law says he doesn't need to even give reason for discontinuing that matter. You are gone. That is how indirectly they have powers of life and death. And those who have powers of life and death, you need to scrutinize them very, very well before you do what? Before you give them that mandate. Let me tell you, election does not solve all the problems. Even Hitler, who caused the Second World War, won elections, but he used it wrongly. You get the point? And today, everybody is afraid of the Third World War. Currently, you can see what is happening globally. Most leaders that are doing those things are those leaders who won popular, credible elections. I'm not even talking about our scenario now. So what are we saying in effect? We are saying that Nigerians, this is the right time to do some self-introspection and ask yourself a whole lot of questions and give yourselves the answers. Because if we don't, we'll continue to drift towards the abyss of poverty, towards the abyss of insecurity, towards the abyss of unemployment, towards the abyss of infrastructural decay. Have you ever asked yourself as a man that since 60 years, I read and listen to news about government building roads, government building markets, government building hospitals. After 60 years, I saw no road. I saw no hospital. As I speak to you, my daughter is in a private hospital as we speak. Because most government hospitals don't work. The few that are working are overcrowded. And you discover that ordinary health things you can treat at ordinary health centers are taken to specialist hospitals because the health centers are not functional. So these have organic link with your vote, with your mandate. It is not just about voting for your political party. You can vote yourself into insecurity, but voting for the right person who can protect your interests. Because the essence of government, what is it? Is protection of lives and livelihood and management of public resources decently. Why are we producing more millionaires than manufacturers from the political circle? It's because there is a very huge state of corruption. And we need to find a way to get this thing behind us. Otherwise, both the angels and the devils will be in the same.
So you believe that choosing the right leadership will begin to change the tide?
Obviously, because one thing leads to another. Nigeria, they keep saying, is so blessed. The only problem is that we are lawless. We don't obey electoral laws. We don't obey security laws. And let me say it here. Part of our electoral problem is the Nigerian security. Particularly the lead agency, the Nigerian police. Why? No electoral officer, no resident electoral officer, no commissioner, no national commissioner, even the INEC chairman, none of them have immunity from arrest. And within and around us, policemen carry our bags, DSS carry our files, and we work together to make sure things are going. So when there are things going wrong, the first line to understand that things are drifting is what? Is the policemen who are with you. They are embedded. The CIDs are embedded in your office. They know everything that's going on, whether right or wrong. When they are going wrong, they need to activate. But on the other side, you begin to say, oh, you need to give them a little protection. How? Because the law says it is only the electoral officer who is in charge of election that will tell the police to do this arrest, and he does it. So that people will not do what? People will not interfere with the process. So that window, you exonerate the police now, okay? And then begin to hold the INEC officials, particularly the presiding officers, who declare every single result in the over 189,000 polling units across.
Okay. You see, one of the problems from a school of thought or a group is that the present 2026 Electoral Act is somehow flawed. Earlier when you were talking, you talked about real-time transmission, which is on section 60, 63, and all that. Then we still have other flaws in section 137, where even the voters' polling unit paper, the one you use in voting, anyone that the presiding officer sees as being okay for the purpose of voting should be used. You see, I don't understand that law actually.
Well, the contradiction.
So
sorry, but I need to intervene
before you go. The act is seen to have plenty of flaws, and these flaws is beginning to show in unexpected places with time, even before the election proper. And they say that any process that is not credible is eventually not going to produce a credible result. So how do we use a flawed electoral act to expect a free, fair, and credible election?
Well, I'll start by saying that the process of making laws, including electoral laws in Nigeria, is unfortunate, risky, and dangerous to Nigerians. One, how can you give an interested party, a politician who wants to win the next election, to make laws that will stop him from ringing? Is it possible? That is the scenario we are currently facing. And that is why when Nigerians cry, they say no. Even some politicians will tell you there is no mast, there is no network mast in their village, that they don't receive a network in their village. And boldly they will tell you that. Those who have been past governors. And you begin to wonder. So you need to understand it from the prism of vested interest. That a lawmaker who is a politician, who does not know anything about law, who is not even a lawyer, is saddled with the responsibilities of making laws as important as electoral law. In my own personal view, that would have been left with those who don't have much to do with that process, and those who are administering that process. I would have said, okay, INEC, come together with the civil society, okay, and the media, and give us a credible law that we will use to go, so that when it fails, we will hold you responsible. That is the first major obstacle to credibility of our process. And people make mistake of going to blame INEC hook, line, and sinker, whereas they cannot go beyond any law that is made available. They're being challenged now, and the courts are making pronouncements. But let's see how far they can sustain such pronouncements. Okay. But the truth of the matter is that our laws cannot be right if those who are making it have ulterior motive, not the motive, not the interest of the vast majority of Nigerians who would benefit from any credible election.
Okay, of course, most recently, inec was caught in the web or storm where they begin to interpret laws. INEC also have been seen to have gone, according to the court ruling or court judgment, to have gone beyond its powers. That is being ultra-vires, because INEC made a rule that is inconsistent with the provisions of the Electoral Act. And of course, INEC at the same time, deleted the already existing leadership, name of leadership of ADC, based on the interpretation of appellate court ruling of status quo antebellum. Of course, they have since been asked to, go back on that decision, and of course, they have already gone back by the Supreme Court. Does these things that has happened not show that INEC, or has it not affected the credibility of INEC from the view of many Nigerians and political parties, whether INEC can truly be trusted as being determined to actually do what they claim they are going to give Nigerians, because they said they're going to give a credible election to Nigeria. But from that, is it not a warning? Is it not a situation where people begin to look at them from another side?
Well, me and you are key players in this particular turf. And you can understand and also appreciate that one of the greatest problems, I mentioned the security as number one. Number two is the judiciary. Judiciary, sometimes when they make their judgment, you begin to wonder who is the real winner in that case. Because they will be so careful in terms of making pronouncements that would throw so many people into confusion. But be that as it may, the current INEC leadership,
Josh.
Yes, we need to watch. He was about few months in the office when that happens, normally you don't rush those things. You make wider consultations. But Nigerians were saying there were some ulterior motive. That is still within the realm of speculation. Yes, you have the right to interpret it wrongly, but you also have the right to obey what the law says. I don't think that, because Nigerians are circumspect, they are apprehensive, okay? So anything you do could be quickly interpreted to be for this, for that. My own thinking is that there are lots of judgments that have said clearly the political parties should take their destinies in their hands. That's the summary of it. But when they are unable to do so, of course, an arbiter need to come in to help them resolve that. Just like I said earlier, that is also the challenge we're having around determining who won election. INEC will, in 2019, more than 80% of elections that were nullified were as a result of what happened at the political party primaries, not even the real election. But Nigerians cannot differentiate between what happened there and what is going on now. So it is for me a challenge when you are a suspect and then you are caught with another person's telephone and you don't have the capacity to explain yourself well. Even when you didn't steal it, that mark will be there a little bit. That does not mean that there is an intention to compromise. Like I said earlier, if Nigerians say no, because who hires these thugs? Politicians. Who are the thugs? Nigerians. Who hired those who stuff boxes? Politicians. Who are the ones who do it? Nigerians. Who are the ones who we hire to be in the different polling units? Nigerians. So that is why I told you it is Nigerians that conduct election, that INEC merely facilitates the election conduct. During election day, I sit in my office, probably in a situation room, receiving calls. At one point, a prominent Enugu chieftain or leader, well respected, who is also a political, called me and said, a rigging is taking place in Nsukka right now. I said, sir, can you tell me the location? He said, no, they say they are somewhere, okay, trying to get 25% vote for Buhari in Enugu. And if that happens, that will create crisis in Enugu. I said, tell me where it is happening so that we can stop it before it concludes. So that if it's concluded, it is the court that will, unconclude it.
Okay.
And at the end of the day, it never happened. When the result came out, the overall result of Buhari within Enugu was not up to 5%. And I called the man again. You told me that something was happening somewhere. The rest today is a story.
So, finally.
So there are too much speculations that we need to be very careful with.
About. So finally, because of one time, where do we go from here? In summary, what are the basic few things that we should do?
Some youths will bring themselves together and start one name or the other in order to extort. And they forget that they are extorting their future, not the politician. Because the politician who have to recoup his investment will never be blamed for crying out loud. And this particular message needs to sink deep. The level of poverty in which we are today is very terrible. you can actually compare it. It's a comparison between heaven and hellfire.
Okay, the
So,
situation
that is where
in
they
Nigeria is something that it is between the devil and deep blue sea and the heaven and hellfire. And so submitted Dr. Emeka Ononamadu, former resident electoral commissioner, INEC, Enugu State. This is the best we can take because of want of time. We thank you for being here for us. Thank you once more.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me.
And for you, viewer, continue to watch Arena on Aneke TV. We'll continue to give you the best. Thank you and God bless you.
Town hall meetings remain a central instrument of participatory governance, strengthening accountability and rebuilding trust between leaders and citizens. In democratic theory, particularly deliberative democracy, habemes, and participatory democracy, Bateman, governance legitimacy is sustained not only through elections, but through continuous public dialogue. Globally, town halls have improved policy legitimacy and reduced governance distance. In the United States, they are used to directly test legislative accountability. In Brazil, participatory budgeting in Porto Alegre reshaped public spending priorities through citizen input, while Rwanda's structured community dialogue systems strengthen performance monitoring at local levels. In Nigeria, the practice has gained visible but uneven traction, with notable examples at both state and federal levels. In Lagos State, under former Governor Babatunde Raji Fashola, structured public engagements around infrastructure projects such as transport reform and urban renewal helped improve policy acceptance, particularly during major reforms like BRT expansion and environmental sanitation enforcement. Similarly, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State has institutionalized town hall style engagements through community stakeholder meetings and sector-specific dialogues, especially around transportation, security, and urban development projects. These platforms have helped manage public expectations around large-scale infrastructure disruptions while improving feedback loops on service delivery. In Enugu State, under Governor Petermbah, town hall engagement has been embedded into a broader governance communication strategy tied to ongoing structural reforms. Public interaction sessions linked to transport modernization, smart school implementation, and healthcare expansion have helped reinforce citizen awareness of policy direction and state priorities. However, analysts argue that these engagements must move beyond presentation formats into structured accountability forums where citizens can directly interrogate performance indicators and budget outcomes. From a theoretical standpoint, town halls align strongly with social contract theory, Locke and Rosal, which holds that government authority is valid only when continuously justified before the governed. They also reflect accountability theory in public administration, which emphasizes transparency, responsiveness, and feedback-driven governance. For Nigeria, the need is urgent. Rising public distrust, economic hardship, and insecurity demand deepen civic engagement beyond election cycles. Town halls provide a practical mechanism to reduce misinformation, address grievances early, and improve policy ownership. Experts stress that Nigerian leaders must institutionalize town halls as a governance requirement, not political events, ensuring they are regular, structured, documented, and tied to measurable policy outcomes. Ultimately, sustained town hall governance is no longer optional. It is a democratic necessity for rebuilding trust, improving service delivery, and strengthening the fragile bond between the Nigerian state and its citizens.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice, and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
The world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
It is our utmost pleasure to welcome you on this edition of Youth Focus on Aneke TV. It is a program that has identified the enormous ability in the young people, and that is the reason why all of the things they do it with all the ability in them. And then this program follows them up to a logical conclusion. To achieve this, we make opinions, we give commendations, motivations, criticisms, and of course we say a big thank you so much for being there. You can join us on our socials, our Facebook, our TikTok, our Instagram, our X, and our YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Thank you so much for being there. My name is Chukwamaka Obasi, and our focus for today is on Facebook friendship. Permit me to introduce to you another set of reputable youths who are, or who made the list of our guests for this show. From my right, I have Obodo Lovett. Ngozi is a lawyer and then a media personnel. You are welcome on the show.
Thank you, Mr.
All right, and I have Kenneth Eze, who is the executive chairman, Enugu State Young Farmers Association. You are welcome on the show.
Thank you, sir.
All right, they say in everything good, women first. Yes, Gift, that's why I have to start with you. Do you make friends on Facebook?
Yes, I do. I actually do make friends on Facebook.
Okay. Then, Ken, what about you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Please quickly define friendship in your own terms.
I think for me, friendship is a relationship, a mutual relationship between two or more persons, which can be based on identified or unidentified mission for me.
Okay, mutual relationship between two persons for any identified mission. Okay, in that case, two of them are involved.
Yeah.
Okay. Ken, I don't know how comfortable you are with our definition.
Okay, I will just add more. I think friendship is a mutual relationship between two persons based on trust, love, care, and support. Yes, and it should be mutual. It should be reciprocated. If it's not mutual, then it's not friendship.
If it's not mutual, it's not friendship. Okay, okay, that's cool. Yeah. Then, what could be the necessity of Facebook friendship?
Most times, the main aim for me is to connection. Connection. It can be business-wise, relationship. identified based on your intentions. It's basically based on your intention of making that friendship or accepting that request in the first place. For me, somebody like me, basically, most especially, it's for my business networking. If I don't get something that could meet up my standard as, I'll ultimately decline the friendship.
Okay, are you saying that all of the friends you have are for this purpose?
This is a setup. No, actually, no. There are ones when you see them, you just say, basically, this person's profile is catchy. And you just say, I want to know more about this person, so you just totally accept the request. Okay, that's noted. Again, I want you to recount your benefits so far on Facebook.
The benefits I've gotten so far on Facebook, I think shared information, Facebook nowadays is where we go to get information, important messages, and we connect. Sometimes we meet whole time friends from 1960s, way back. So when you see them, like, oh wow, yeah. So it brings people together, And there's also this necessity to be there, so that the world won't leave you behind, to catch up with what is trending and all that. And also social proof of maybe you're a social person. If you are not on these social media platforms, they will see you as antisocial. So that need to be social, all those kind of things, and access to information, like I've said, messages. So these are the benefits. These are the benefits that we have gotten. So then access to community and resources. There are a lot of things we can gain from joining a community. So I think Facebook is a community that has so many benefits. That is where you see so many things at the same time in a very short period of time. I think these are the benefits now for me.
Okay. Gift, let me come back to you. What's the difference between the friends you make on Facebook and the other friends you have on the street?
Basically, the difference is that these people I meet on the street, their identity is very known to me. Their identity is pretty much known to me. Why the people I meet online are just, random connects. I call them random connect because I might not know who they are actually. But I feel like I have a physical and deeper connection with the people I like on the street because I know them. I can easily tell who this person is. But on Facebook, anybody can just, be who. You just need to, maybe with time, you just get to find out who this person is. Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any difference?
I think, yeah, she mentioned depth, depth of relationship. Like how far have we gone? Facebook friends is just shallow. It ends online. But, friends that we see around, we hang around, we have known way back. There's this deep connection. And there's reliability, there's trust also. I can trust you. I can't trust my friend who is online, who I have not seen for ages.
But you do business with them. And some of them are business partners from what you said.
There's a level of trust. There's level of trust. Trust is level by level, grade by grade. I can trust you on some, different kind of level. I can't trust you with my life. I can't trust you. People cannot even trust you with their money. But there are some things we can let go. We can say, let's risk it when we have checked the opportunity cost and know what we can forgo. We can say, okay, I can trust, but to a certain level. But the friends that I know, I talk with every day, there's a deeper trust. And also there's mutuality also. If I do you, you do me. But on online friends, we can see. I can give you a good comment or good like or a good referral. You might not even reciprocate that to me, and it doesn't matter because we are just online. So I think these are the differences for now.
Okay, Gift, are there friends you have on Facebook that you obviously don't know and you've never seen them?
They are the ones that we call unknown friends. They're your friends, but they are unknown friends. I tag them unknown friends because most times, like I said, I always go there to connect based on business. Fetch for, look for or scout for business. Patronizers, people that will patronize my business, obviously, because that's always when you come, you see my profile, you be like, okay, you do this, because I let you know that I'm into this. So most times they will be like, okay, actually, let's just be sure that you are the one having this profile, because there are so many, fake identity on Facebook. So I think most times they try to put on a video call to be sure, and they will be like, okay, just 1 minute. I'll just say 1 minute. You just be sure when it comes to business. So, but if it comes to the other aspects, I might just say no.
Are they just your friends for business?
No, the truth is that their profile, when you get into, you just be enticed on what you see. So you just try to know more. Because one thing I always say is your appearance that...
And knowing more is sending friend requests.
Yeah, the person will just send friend requests.
Like are there no ways you know more without sending friend requests to such a person that is strange to you?
You can browse online for some things. You know, everybody now is not online. Once you browse, you can get some other things. But having a friend on Facebook is kind of deeper connection more than the one you just browse and get the knowledge online. I think that's what she's trying to say there.
But I would suggest this, what she called on no friends on Facebook. Yeah, they are friends. You know, we define friendship. We talked about mutual benefit, mutual understanding, you got to know yourselves and all of that. All of those things are totally absent from the level of friendship we have on some people on Facebook.
You know, I said something earlier. I said friendship is based on, benefit, relationship benefits. It mustn't be like you have a deeper connection with this person. Like someone, I base my friendship based on benefit. If I can't get something from you, sorry, you can't be my friend.
But
I take my time to select my friend.
But you mentioned that you see some brands, you maybe you get attracted and you send friend requests.
Yes, I do, because I've seen that thing that could create a existing relationship between me. Like I always say, is the way you present yourself, that's the way you be addressed. If you present yourself like a scandalous person or someone without a good profile, if I come to the first of all, the first thing I will look out for, I'll just flip. I'll just this thing we call scan reading. I'll just scan your profile
before you send a request.
No,
or you accept.
I hardly send requests before I send a request to someone on Facebook. You must have this profile that if I view, I'll be like, okay, this profile is matching mine, or it's bigger than mine, so I want to know what this person knows.
Then have you ever got disappointed at the end of the day after you have sent the friend request?
No, actually, I don't think I've ever sent out a friend request. I hardly do that because I don't think I've ever sent out a friend request and not get accepted. Well, because I think I present my profile to be such a way that you just need to click in. There are things you just be, this girl is this girl is that, this girl, okay, wow, I just need to know her. You just have to tap in. It's grace. I call it grace.
Grace, and maybe at the end of the day, they become unknown friends.
I don't think they will not be friends.
You can.
Okay, let's hear that from your own part. Have you maybe, for one reason or the other, sent a friend request to people you've not really known very well?
Like I said, she mentioned something about what I would benefit by sending that friend request. You might say he's friends with benefits actually online, which is not far from the truth, and which is okay, because it's just superficial. It's at the surface level. So we just look out for what we can benefit, what we can gain, what we can get. Then friendship, we should make this thing very distinct. We are not like selling out friendship so cheap, like to say friends must have benefits attached to friends. There are some friends that are just there in your life. You might ask yourself, what am I gaining from this friend? But when chips are down, you will now know who is left to take care of you. That one is different. That one is deep. But when you talk about, the social environment, Facebook, you must always look out for what you are going to benefit from that person. Because like your circle, you are building a brand, actually. Now, if one of the criteria of me allowing you to be my friend on Facebook, if we have mutual friends, if I see we don't have mutual friends, I will be skeptical, I will be taken aback. I won't accept until I see, okay, we have 5 mutual friends. I'm going to go and check those mutual friends and say, okay, I know this person, I want to accept you. But these are one of the ways also you can curtail scams, scammers online. You just see somebody from nowhere. Now, if this person accepts you, you'll be expecting this person to come to your DM and maybe chat you or ask you, okay, hello, see the reason why I want to connect more. Some people just accept friends without knowing what they want to do with them. And that is why you see some people will say your network is your net worth. But they don't know the value of that statement alone because we don't explore our network.
Okay, which is wrong.
Which is wrong. I can't have you, Mr. Obasi. I'm looking for a media guru.
Okay. Thank you for the compliment. Gift. Itemizing the possible reasons why people send friend requests to people they don't know and maybe maintain friendship they don't know on Facebook. But we say is for social and validation and then, social validation and popularity. Could that be a reason people do that?
Yeah, that's the reason why most people do it, because I always say your social network is something that defines you, and then popularity. Somebody like me, I want audience. So if you have motive or scam, you have motive of I'll just accept you, because I am watching that there is something I'm aiming at. Do you understand? Now the only difference is that this girl actually, she accepted you. No problem. But
So do you mean you accept indiscriminately?
yeah, I don't. I do that most times. Recently, because I've changed the purpose in which before, when I opened the app newly, there was a motive. I wanted to connect with certain group of people. But now I know that app is money. So now I'm not putting my narrative and my aim and ambition, changing it to that point that I want to earn from this app. So what will I do? Accept them. Accept your followers, get them in, try to, push what you want to push to earn from it. My business is not like you're a scammer, you are whoever you are, I don't care.
That means you don't have a way of placing a check on them.
It was before, but now I've changed the narrative. One of the only difference is that, yes, I have accepted you. Now, do I have your time? That's another question. Because I might have up to 1,000 something messages to answer, and I can't answer all. So it's only when maybe say you send a friend request and I see your profile at first before I accept it. I'll be like, okay, so is this. I'll go and place you under a particular group. But if it's the random one, I accept it because I have something I'll post. So I need people that will tap in and increase my,
Okay, you see her own reason why she accepts people, anybody maybe that places a friend request, she accepts for her own reason. Is it not possible that some people accept just to connect?
Yes, some people accept to connect, some accept because of the social pressure, the norms, some is by, I think, curiosity. Let me just know this person. Let me just know what is happening. There's something I said, FOMO, fear of missing out on events.
Okay.
And people are scared of missing out on what is happening. Like, what is the latest news online right now? What is really happening? Like, people always reading the news to know what is happening. And it's taking most of their time. And it's not about what you know, it's about what you do with what you know. You can just be knowledge, you have this knowledge base, be intelligent, but you're not making it beneficial. You're not getting results out of it. So these are the kind of people we find. Some people accept by mistake, misclick. They're just, maybe they want to reject, they will accept.
That's funny.
So many scams, fake offers, social validation, like you said before. I just want to belong. Let me know that, let them know that I have this social amount of followers. Okay. And also she made mention of the money. It's not monetary, it's monetized right now. You can make money depending on the amount of followers that you have.
So that's meant for bloggers?
Yes. No, not really. Once you have this certain level of followership, your profile can be monetized. Then you can now say, okay, I want to now sell out some of these things, like information, products, services, and all that. Can make more money. Facebook will pay you, then you can also get people to buy into what you are selling. We know of a popular social video that is now selling things since it was in China. to get products he will sell. Because he has already seen a house followers. And what am I going to do with all these large followers? Let me sell things to them. And he's now making money. So him is now being, creative with what he has.
Lovett, are you a blogger?
I was into that before.
Okay.
Well, at the point I just had to, excuse myself from that angle.
Is it possible that bloggers, I'm asking you this question, is it possible that bloggers accept friend requests on Facebook indiscriminately, maybe to increase their digital reach?
Yeah, you have to. You have to. It's just that the only problem is that they hardly follow you back.
Okay.
Because they know that it's just like when you have the material which people need, you don't need to beg for followers. They just keep following you. And it gets to a point that you don't even need to accept. Once your Facebook setting has put you in such a professional mode, you just don't need to be accepting them. What you need, they just need to be tapping, following you. They just need to be following you. You don't need to now be selecting. Just when they want to now become your friend, that's when they can now easily send a friend request for you to accept them. But people can now actually view you, see what you are doing on Facebook without even sending a request. They can actually be actively following you. Once your dashboard is unprofessional, they can actually be following you without sending a friend request. So you can actually have so many followers and still not accept so many people. So I think bloggers most bloggers, you see them, they will have like 100k followers and they are following just one person.
Okay.
Just get on, you see it. They just have one person following, they are following, and then they have 100k followers.
Okay, again, is it possible they do it for romantic reasons?
Yes, there's something called agomari.
Okay.
Agomari is this kind of scam techniques that these boys and girls use nowadays. When they see somebody who is not suspicious of them, they will try to, have this emotional connection with them. Maybe taking advantage of their age and love and affection. To tell them I will marry you, this and that, and you see them most times we do this from a very far distance relationship, where before the person can come down and see you for who you are, you have already wreaked havoc. So they will say, okay, we'll have this company like that, babe, can you see, I want to do this factory and all that, can you send them money? The person will send some dollars, all those things. So these are the emotional aspect of it that can be used to scam people. And it has what has been going on through. But I believe people are now wiser. They can now see through all these things to know, okay, this is a scam I'm not going to fall into. So
okay, Gift, is it not possible that other people do that for just a romantic relationship, not marriage this time?
Yeah, because I've seen myself in that scenario where people approach me for I like this girl. I just want to be her friend. So you see, I've gotten to a point that I had a friend on Facebook. So that day, I don't know what I was doing, but I actually just had to, go to Facebook for the first time to open my chat. So I happened that the person has sent more than 50-something message and I've not read it. He kept saying every day of his life, he would just keep saying, good morning, Gift. I hope you answer me. Good morning, Gift. I hope you answer. At the time, when I opened the message, I burst into laughter. I just told my sister, somebody had just been sending me a message every day of his life. Gift, good morning. I hope you answer. Gift, good morning. I have so many people like that. They are hopeful that one time you just visit their DM and see. And when you just reply the person is just like you did Christmas for the person. The person is so happy, the joy, the happiness. The next thing the person will start calling you. All I just do is once the person starts, I just meet the chat. But there are people like that. They are just having genuine. Because I also have someone that is like this. He kept saying hi, 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 hi. At the point I was like hi, hi. This day, I think hi, hi, hi. I was like, I checked the person's profile, and it happens to be someone I know, but I've seen him somewhere. But I've seen him somewhere. I think due to the fact that there was a tag. Gift is this kind of person. She might not listen. I think he was so scared to approach me. So the easiest way was him looking for me on Facebook. He kept sending hi, 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 hi for me to reply.
Okay, but what if you should have replied?
I'll try.
You go back and do that. Okay, thank you so much. Let us observe just a short break. We shall be right back. Thank you so much, as you are. Don't go away. Yeah. Just a short break.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
All right, right, back from the short break, you still the program Youth Focus on Aneke TV. Our topic for today is Facebook friendship. Yes, we were done with the first part of it before we start the short break, and I think I'm enjoying myself. Hope you are doing that also. Yes, because a lot of things are unfolding about this Facebook friendship. Let's do more. Let's do more. Let's do more. I'll be here with Obodo Ngozi Lovett, who is a lawyer and a media personnel, and then Kenneth Eze, who is the executive chairman in Enugu State Farmers Association. Thank you so much for coming. Let's continue. I have special interest on this issue of or the quest to identify with celebrities, and for that, people do what when they view the celebrity, maybe the DM or any the DP or anything, they do what they send friend request. They do.
Yes, they do.
Okay, and with that, people get to make a lot of unknown friends.
Yes.
On Facebook. Or are they known?
No, they are known. They have a lot of unknown friends on Facebook. People you don't know. They are just your friends on Facebook.
What I mean is this: you have a celebrity, you know, maybe you enjoy his music or her music and all of that. You see her face every day or his face every day. It's more like a familiar person to you, but obviously he does not know you. Yes, you send friend request. Is he an unknown person then or a known person to you?
It depends on the level of knowledge. Yeah, you just know this person as a musician, but you don't know some of the aspect of his life, like personal. I don't know him personally.
People develop love for people because they are musicians, or the type of music they play, or the type
but that doesn't mean you know them.
But to them, they know them.
You might feel you know this person, but the person doesn't even know you. I think the most important aspect of this is that let the person know you. You can say you know this governor, you know this president, you know Barack Obama, you know Donald Trump, you know all these people, but they don't know you. That's the most important.
And it happens with footballers also.
Yes.
Yes.
I can't call them. You can't call them your friends. If I don't know you, you know me, you can't call me your friend.
Is it an error to call those footballers? You like how they play, the score goals and all of that. You know their names, you know their club and everything. And you send them friend request on Facebook. Is it?
I actually did something very, 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 I will use the word, like a child's knowledge when I was more. I said I will marry Ronaldo.
Hi! Oh my God.
If I don't marry Ronaldo, that room poster stickers. I had to post Ronaldo's picture, you know. And then one day, one teacher, one of my teacher in secondary school flogged me for that. I used Ronaldo's picture in front of my book cover. Hi, that had to flog me here. And after I went home and I was just looking at the picture. I was like, Ronaldo, why can't you come and defend me? You know, that was so terrible.
Imagine.
That was just, having genuine, love for this person. And I don't know, maybe by God's grace, which I don't know how much. I don't see the possibility of meeting Ronaldo. But that was just, you can actually, have attraction, affection for an unknown friend. So it's just there. As far as you have something you like about the person, some people can just develop,
But there are people who don't even like anything about the people. They just want to connect. But will you blame them?
They don't like anything about it.
Like there's nothing that is attracting them.
So why do they want to connect? Okay, I think it's there's something called personality cult.
Okay.
Personality cult followership. Just like this person. And it's like he's very biased. To another person, the person will be like looking at, okay, why do you like this person? But to you just have this unexplained emotions or feelings or desires about this person. Like me, when I grew up, I love Two-Face a lot. I sing all of his songs.
Okay.
But now, knowing that he's doing one of these two things.
And he doesn't know you too.
Yes. But one day I'm still hoping that.
Just like Gift and Ronaldo.
But you know, can actually follow someone that I hate. I can just, one thing about it is that you see those people that hate you, they're the ones that keep check of you very well. They have your data at the back of their palms. They always want to know what is going on in this person's life. You see those people that like you, genuinely, they don't have your time. You see that one that hates you.
I want us to look at it this way. Do we really blame these people who go about connecting to new friends, to people they don't know, just for the reason to connect? Do we really blame them?
No, I wouldn't actually, because Them, they want to even make friends.
You know why I asked this question? For instance, now, in your family, all your family members can be your friends on Facebook. But you have them in the house. What are you doing with them on Facebook?
You know, it's to increase your followership. It's to increase your followers. Even as a matter of fact, if your family member is not following you, if you know that you are very intentional with what you do online, maybe you sell things, you want to grow your followership, and your family members or your friends that you know at home, if they don't follow you, they're actually against you.
Okay.
Right? Yes. Because if I know you and I know what you do, and you're online and you want to grow your followership, you want to grow your reach, you want people to see, they want to grow your brand, I should follow you and be commenting and be liking on your page. Most of these celebrities do that a lot. You will see a musician's wife liking her husband, praising the person online. Yeah. You can see yourself. If we go on, what do we do then? We see this person every day. But see the person coming online to praise the person openly. I love what you are doing. Go ahead, liking the person's.
Okay, that is for somebody you know, for instance. But now, for somebody you don't know, I'm looking for a way we applaud these people who go about looking for more friends that they don't know. For instance, I happen to be in a youth workshop now, a youth conference with you. When we get to this time that, you know, at some point you say, okay, get up, go meet people, make new friends and all of that. If you see me, will you come to me? Having known me to this level, will you come to me for new friendship?
No, I think I will do it because I'm someone that I fear no one.
Not about fear, okay?
Yeah,
okay. You have known me for long. Will you come to me to make a new friend?
No, because I already know you.
Because you already know me. Okay.
But if I don't know you, and I have and I get to know that this person can actually influence my business. Maybe somebody just tapped me and said, see this person.
This is not about influencing business. You are in a conference together.
No, you know, the one thing I told you that everybody has his own motive behind every friendship. Me, I center it basically on what I can tap in from you or get from you. If I cannot get anything from you, there's this laxity of energy to know you better. Do you understand? But if someone tap me and be like, Gift, you see this person, if you become friends with this person, you will start operating with this class of people. If I don't know you, someone courage, whatever, I can even buy courage and meet you and walk up to you and tell you, sir, my name is this. I will package myself. I also, try to be your friend, tell something very fantastic to you. And I know you must buy it.
I'm not afraid and I'm not surprised. Women have their way.
Oh,
yes,
really?
Yes. Okay, let's quickly look at the adverse effect of making the unknown friendship, especially on Facebook. Yes. What could be the disadvantage, really?
Okay, I wrote down here exposure, undue exposure. When you expose yourself, there's this prayer somebody prayed one time and said, God, please, let me not arrive before my time. There's a season for everything.
Okay.
If you come, if David has not, I like making Bible allusions. If David has not prepared himself and met Goliath, Goliath would have killed him. So there's always, don't feel the rush to go out there to be seen. There's always, there's a process. There's a time for everything. Don't just expose yourself. That is why we have people saying, okay, it is below the age of this thing. Don't do this, because there is a reason. If you expose yourself too much like that, you can become a prey. You can fall into something that was not even meant to be your battle or your concern, but because you are not adequately prepared for that. So there is an undue exposure. That is why some people will say, my child shouldn't have a social media platform right now at this age. Don't even have a phone. So all these things are to make sure there are restrictions to that. And also, scams also. Then, social engineering. Nigerians, we have this headers mentality. Anywhere below face, anywhere one person is moving, every other person is moving in that direction. So you see social engineering, this is where we find it on Facebook. But you see one person now saying something, then like Buchina and Chief Priest, what they are not saying, like Chief Priest and that former, what is his name, the Igbo billionaire. So money na water, all this, so to start passing some kind of slogans, selling this kind of ideas to the youth. And these things are done through social engineering and all that. So there's reputation risk. You have a good reputation you want to protect.
Okay.
I can't go on social media. Somebody will not come and slander you. Maybe post something that you didn't do. tag you to it. Many people come and be commenting. Before you know, you now have a wound.
It has happened to my friend.
You understand? So there are some things that it exposes you to. You not be asking yourself, say if I had stayed on my own and not peddle with some of these social things online. And you know, this bullying, this cyber bullying is very real. This way we have them a lot. Everybody, 70% of people you know go through cyberbullying every day. You know, people just come and be harassing you there and there. Even people that you don't know. So if you're asking yourself, nah, it's not better for me to shut this thing down. Can't go the difference. When I've got to myself, I cannot. So there's emotional harm to this thing. Then there's data scraping. The data is out there.
Okay.
Why are you putting it? Are you a politician? Are you a musician? Do you sell anything? What business do you have there? If you don't have any business there, why are you always there? I see people that are always online, but you don't sell anything. You don't pass any message. You're not selling yourself. You're online looking out for burning your data. Looking out for people that are busy with their lives and making meaning out of it and making money. You're always there scrolling. And you're doing nothing. No, those people should be taught on how to do these things.
Okay, thank you so much. Gift, let's hear from you.
You know, you talked about the bad adverse effect of this Facebook friendship to the unknown people. Now I'll talk about the good part of it, because there's always a positive and negative part of it. Because for me, when he was saying something about cyberbullying, for me, if somebody like me, if I'm a blogger, I like it. Because that is the way in which I can actually tap in money current.
But you're not the victim.
I might not be victim.
You're not the victim.
Let me tell you, I might be the victim.
When she becomes the victim.
You know that most of these
until you become the victim.
No, calm down. You know, one thing you don't understand is that if you check, most of the owners of these bloggers are being dragged online. Do you understand? There's this thing that online is for the people that have heart. You know, you don't say you want to be popular, you want to be out there, and you don't have the heart and courage to be there. Because if you don't have the mind, you're under attack. So when it comes to security purpose, when it comes to this adversity, I like the fact that if you don't learn, you can't be able to, you know, do the next. So if I don't have this experience of scam online, now I will be under constant attack. Now there was a time my account was hacked. So now I know the tactics. If I eventually open my profile now, or open your status, and I see some pornographic content, I know that that page has been hacked. Whatsoever I click on it, tap that link, it takes me somewhere I don't know. It's carrying me go where I don't know. So whatsoever I said, I know that it's just a strategy because I've seen it. These are exposure. People don't know that if you know, experience makes you better. It gives you the wider knowledge that this thing can happen. But just imagine when you have arrived at your peak of success and you're under attack. So you start from somewhere. If they attack you as a little child or when you are still little, when you go out there, you wisen up. You tighten your belt. You be good. You don't let people take you off balance. So at this point, I think exposure, like for me, it's exposure. When you say that so many people are online, they don't know what they are using their data. Let me tell you, so data is happiness. If you don't know it now today. Because for me, even if I don't know what to use my data to do, in this situation we have on ground in Nigeria, if I don't make myself happy with my data, with my own money, as I just said, you don't know how I got the money, but I know that I must survive. So the survival means for many people in Nigeria is to just on their data and just be looking out there. They just want to be happy. They just want to be happy because you don't know what they are passing through. So for you that you're not passing through anything, other people want to, you know. Okay,
thank you so much. All of these efforts is for you to convince us that there are no adverse effects of the Facebook friendship.
No, there are,
but there's something I want to add there. You know, most times why people accept this friend's request that they want to be seen. They just want to be seen. And she made mention of happiness. When you find your happiness, you know. So when your happiness is external, when it's in the hands of someone else, what if it's not there? So I think happiness should actually be internal. There should be this internal peace actually within you. Somebody said the difference between joy and happiness is the internal factor inside of you. So let your happiness not be in the hands of another person.
No, I like the
I understand where you're coming from actually, because some people feel like maybe you want to say they are bored actually. So they just want something to make them happy. Like me now, I enjoy comedy a lot. If you see me laughing, there is somebody making me laugh. But that doesn't mean my happiness is dependent on that thing. Because I can do without it. But I'm just saying it out there. So anybody who is actually still, putting his happiness on other person's hands, Otilo.
Okay. That's good. Gibbs, let me come back to you. What do you have to say about identity theft and profile cloning?
For me, identity theft is something we find online every day. That's why I told you that most of the people, when they want to do real business with me, they try to do 1 minute video call with me to be sure if actually their profiles, when you come, you will just be enticed. You'll be like, who is this person? I want to know.
And everybody doesn't do it that way.
Not everybody do it that way. But if you have something that you actually want to grab or benefit from this person, you just have to take the safety measures.
That's what you're saying to our viewer.
Yeah, you have to take the safety measures to to verify this page. Because one thing is that we have this mentality that most times there's an ego preference in celebrities, that they don't have your time to come and chat you personally. For them to be able to chat you personally on a personal note, you know that you have a content, you have something they are selling. I told you that for you to make profound friends or anybody profound, you must have something that you have that is sellable. If it mustn't be content, it must be something that you have. Like I always say, if I don't have anything that I'm benefiting from you, I don't think I accept you as a friend. I might accept you as a friend, like in my ideology, you think I'm a friend. Yes, we're all friends, but for you to be my friend, you have to have something. So if it comes to that thing, I really have that common sense that a celebrity will not just come and be chatting you, asking you how you are, how is your night. It's just only a daft man or woman that will understand, hey, I'm celebrity. He's not chatting you. It's a 1419 in his house that is chatting you, because there is no celebrity. Because if you go to their main page, you see that they are just following 1 or 2 people. 3. They don't follow much. Because they feel like you are the one that need their services. They don't need you. Okay. So they don't have that time and patience to come and chat you. Even if they want to reach out to you, they'll go through their manager, the right procedure to reach out to you. Not coming to your DM. And you see, like now, somebody will use the space of Ronaldo to come to chat me and tell me, how are you? Have you drank water this morning? Did you sleep well? Ronaldo, ask you that time. Who has that time? No. When you read well, you know that Ronaldo doesn't even... he doesn't speak English well, so he doesn't even have that time. It's like somebody coming to my DM one day and was telling me, he used the face of what's the name of this foreign celebrity? He was not telling me gift. I think I actually purposely annoyed him. She started saying Igbo words. I said, hey, wait, you even speak Igbo? He blocked me. So actually, we see this in a lot.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, let's take it from this other dimension. This issue of targeting one's real-life friends and their contacts is another problem to connecting to unknown people on Facebook.
Connecting to unknown people is a problem, actually, because that would really expose you to some risk. If you don't know this person and you want to connect with this person, you're exposed because you don't know what this person is capable of doing. You don't know if this person can put you in harm's way. You don't know if this person can be a danger to you. You don't know if this person has actually committed an offense and they're looking for this person. And you chatted or communicated, you become implicated in what you don't even know. That is why these are the dangers of all these things.
You know,
to be careful. To be careful with these things. Yeah.
To a reasonable extent, I am very sure that all of the things we are talking here, people don't know it before now.
Yeah.
And they have erroneously accepted whole lot of Facebook friends to themselves.
Yeah.
And they will need to do something about it. Yes, something needs to be done. Okay, moving forward, fake charities and romantic scam. I think it's another problem people face as a result of connecting to a lot of Facebook friendship.
Yeah. So, coming to charity, you see...
fake charities.
Fake charity. Yeah, I think they go and adopt pictures of people who are known for this particular venture or business, philanthropists. Their picture, they just do it, adopt it, create a page, start posting their picture. You see, they will post more than the real person themselves, because this is a way that they feel like, yes, they can attract people. They can attract Facebook jam traffic on their page, and it's sellable to them. So this is just where you can actually fall victim of this. So I think the best way to do it, there are certain things you actually have to look after. When you look at those, the way they post, the way they chat you, because I always say one thing you have to identify that most celebrities don't have time to come to your DM to chat you privately. That is number one step of identifying them, because even if they want to reach out to you, they will reach out to you with their manager and they will come and chat you differently. But you will not expect them to, unless you're on the same level or you have something that they desire. That is when they will reach out to you, and most times they have a verified page for themselves.
Okay.
This is the only way, all these the apps the system themselves can actually differentiate it, because most of them they have a verified badge to their names. So this is just a way of separating the do's and don'ts. Yes.
Okay, Ken, have you had this experience of fake emergency request for money?
Yes. Mutually, it's a scam. Anything that seems urgent or very, very impromptu right now, check it is a scam. They have actually did it to my friend, and once I see it that you are asking me, can I send money to this account, I'm just even leave it. Before you know, after some minutes, the person will call you, say, please, my WhatsApp has been hacked, or this, please don't listen to anybody that asks you. But some of these people, I think the guy even got away with 400,000. Somebody just sends the person the money, and maybe because he had a whole lot of money to spend, and but there's some person that they will check. They will call you now. In fact, open your eye, do your ear like this, open your mouth.
So they will mention a name of a relation. They will say he has an accident, he's in the hospital, exactly, this and that.
Exactly. So all these things are found on social media and all this. This is where they get this information from. WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, X, LinkedIn, TikTok. All of these are just avenues where they can get your data.
Lovett, have you had that experience? Somebody chatting you, just a person you know, and tell you, please, I'm trying to send money, the network is bad, it is urgent, could you help me send this money to so and so account, that tomorrow morning I will refund you. All of that.
Lovett, I know, will tell you, nah, you didn't give me spare money to give for you. But I actually have, made numerous occasions where I've seen those things. But the funny question is that I don't have none. As you ask me like this, I don't have any spare money you gave me. But no, that time is just engaging you to verify. Do you understand? Engaging you to verify. So because if you ask me for a separate amount, I will first of all ask you. No, but personally, I told you, I select my friends. So okay. I hardly see friends that come and tell me, gift, I need money. They actually ask me, gift, you have an avenue for this. Not gift, you have money. I have those kind of friends that ask for money, but the ones that are my friends, they hardly ask for money. So when you ask for money, I have to withdraw myself.
Okay, thank you so much. As you are, we understand that a lot of you are into this problem of having accepted a whole lot of friends to yourself on Facebook, and then it is a problem because you don't know how to come out of it. Youth Focus today has a solution for you in these following ways. Please listen. Ken, then how do you audit your current friend list to remove unfamiliar accounts?
Okay, first I said do a quick scan. Do a quick scan of your friends, everything, then take action actually. Then there's a privacy settings. Limit who can send you a friend request.
How do you do the quick scan?
By going to your privacy, there's on that your dashboard, you check the setting, go to privacy. Even then there is 2 authentication pattern or pin you can put, even on WhatsApp too. Then control who can look up to you, tighten your profile visibility for strangers. Okay, there's even this recent one that is not everybody that can comment on your post. But that is how you can be mentally sound and safe right now. Mental health is an issue. You see somebody who post, people start commenting any kind of thing, attacking you from left and right. You see some high-profile people who just, only the thing you can do is to like or share. You don't comment. The people that comment are people that are his friends, that they actually know. I see a lot of politicians doing this, and top politicians. So I think we can just start from it and know so that you save your sanity. It's a thing right now. So I believe everybody should know how to control this thing, tighten your profile visibility, know who can send you friend requests, and actually scan. If you see a friend request of someone who has just a picture and never posted ever, there's nothing on his timeline. No, it's a scam. It's a red flag.
Okay.
Don't accept.
Okay.
So these are the way. Then if you see random posts, the person is black, started posting fair person, somebody that is fair in complexion, know that this person is a scammer. So some of these things we should just look out for. The signs will be there. And somebody says if you ignore the sign, you will see wonders.
Okay, thank you so much. Gift, is there any way one can make use of these Facebook privacy settings to restrict who can send friend requests to them?
Yes, you can actually. Once you get your privacy, you just hide. Most times people hide their well, first of all, hiding their mutual friends, hiding all their friends. You cannot, see their friends, because I have some friends that on Facebook you don't know their friends. They hide it. You can actually hide them. You can actually hide some comments. There are some comments that you don't hate comments. Facebook gives you the allowances to hide those comments, hide your friends, save them from prayers, because most people, what they do, I have some people that what they do is wake up, go and scout for new friends. That's what they do with their data. Just go and scout and look for people to take money or launder something from them. So just try to protect someone close to you or your friend by locking your profile.
Okay, thank you so much. Ken, once again, I want you to be emphatic on how to identify the fake profiles of potential scammers, the red flag.
Red flags, just like I've mentioned, if you see someone with just a picture, profile picture, and sometimes you will see that the name is even different from the profile picture. You know that this person is an Igbo man, and he's answering one kind foreign name, Santiago, and you know that this person is a scammer. Because for kind of like, why would you try to be someone who you are not, or to become something you are not? So once you start sensing that there is, a disproportionate, something that is not similar, what you are saying is not portraying who you are, just please know that it's a red flag. And there's also some people that don't even post. They don't have friends, just one friend, one post, and they are like that, for a very long period of time. And also check when did this person join Facebook? Yeah. Or when did once it's very new, check it again. I think Facebook now has also improved these things, and they will even ask you if somebody who is not your friend is trying to send you a message. Facebook will ask you if you want to even block the person, because at first they even know if you are not in friends, but why are you sending this person a message? So some of these things we just need to be careful, and I think the signs will be there also, but it's just that we choose to ignore these signs. So we should look out more for these signs and know when they are red flags.
Okay, thank you so much. I Gift, quickly talk to our viewers who have fallen victims of financial scam as a result of this.
The only thing I can say is that I always say, if you fall victim of any circumstance and you don't learn from it, that means you're a daft person. Why you learn from this, your mistake is to grow better and be better, so that at the peak of your success, you will not see yourself falling back to the previous square. So nobody is an island. You actually learn every day. So learn and be better, and don't feel like, yes, because a lot of people are falling victim. You're not the first person. You rather not be the last. What you do is always learn, try to improve, and try to know where you made your mistake, and try to educate others when you learn. Because one thing about people hoard their knowledge. So, but don't be that one person that always hoard knowledge. Try to educate others, sensitize others, and tell them what they do, what they should not do. And that's the only way we can improve the society and be a better place for us.
Thank you so much. We've been with Obodo Lovett Ngozi, a lawyer and a media personal. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Mr. Kenneth Eze, the Executive Chairman, Enugu State Young Farmers Association, thank you also for coming.
Thank you, sir.
Our viewer, thank you also for being there. You must not wait to be the victim. You can learn from the mistakes of others. My name is Chukwemeka Opasi. Do have a wonderful day.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
To be a man is not to be hard, but to be whole. A true man feels, weeps, protects, dreams. He does not hide behind silence. He speaks with strength and softness. He carries responsibility, yes, but also joy. He provides, but he also hugs. He's not just a builder of homes, but a nurturer of hearts. A man is not less when he leans on others. He is more when he uplifts them. In truth, in tenderness, in integrity, that's where manhood truly begins.
The Nigerian electorate remains heavily youth-driven, with demographic projections consistently showing that more than 60% of the country's estimated population of over 200 million people are under the age of 35, placing young people at the center of democratic participation and political outcomes. According to the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC's official breakdown of the 2023 general elections voter register, out of 93.4 million registered voters nationwide, youths aged 18 to 34 accounted for about 37 million voters, representing approximately 39.6% of the entire electorate. This confirms that young Nigerians remain the single largest demographic bloc in electoral politics. As Nigeria moves toward the 2027 general elections, INEC's ongoing continuous voter registration exercise indicates a gradual expansion of the voter register, with fresh registrations and PVC updates expected to significantly reshape the electorate. Electoral officials have repeatedly stated that the final voter register for 2027 will reflect updated youth participation, particularly first-time voters, reaching voting age since 2023. Despite these numerical strengths, electoral participation in Nigeria continues to show a persistent gap between registration and actual voter turnout. In several election cycles since 1999, turnout has remained below 50%, raising concerns about political apathy, distrust in the electoral process, and systemic barriers to participation. Democratic expectations place clear responsibilities on young citizens. These include active participation in voter registration, collection of permanent voters' cards, participation in peaceful voting, rejection of electoral violence, and engagement in issue-based political debates, rather than identity-driven or money-influenced politics. Since the introduction of the Not Too Young to Run Act in 2018, legal barriers to youth candidacy have been reduced, allowing Nigerians as young as 25 to contest for legislative offices and 35 years for executive positions. However, political analysts argue that internal party structures still remain largely controlled by older political actors, limiting meaningful youth inclusion in decision-making and candidacy selection. On the ground, youth political engagement remains mixed. Digital platforms such as X, formerly Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok have become powerful tools for political mobilization, awareness campaigns, and election monitoring. However, this online engagement often does not translate into equivalent physical turnout at polling units. During the 2023 elections, youth-led movements significantly influenced public discourse and voter education. Yet, reports from election observers highlighted challenges, including vote buying, logistical delays, pockets of electoral violence, and low turnout among the first-time voters in several states. Many young Nigerians continue to express frustration over unemployment, inflation, insecurity, and a perception that political leadership remains disconnected from their daily realities. These socio-economic pressures are widely identified as major drivers of political apathy among youth voters. Experts and electoral analysts identify several structural challenges affecting youth participation in Nigeria's electoral. Good afternoon and welcome to News at 3 on Aneke TV. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. On the headlines, federal government begins mass terrorism trials as over 600 suspects are arraigned before courts in Abuja. Abuja Police Command parades suspected kidnapping syndicate, including pregnant logistics supplier arrested during operation. National Bureau of Statistics reports sharp decline in company income tax to 1.37 trillion naira in first quarter of 2026. Now the news in details. The federal government has commenced another phase of terrorism trials, with hundreds of suspects facing prosecution on terrorism-related charges in Abuja. Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Mr. Lateef Fagbemi, said the trials demonstrate the government's commitment to combating terrorism and strengthening national security through lawful means. According to the Attorney General, 490 suspects are currently being arraigned, while another additional 84 are scheduled to appear before the courts. He added that more than 100 pending cases from previous proceedings are also being handled as part of the exercise. Mr. Fagbemi assured Nigerians that the government remains committed to ensuring justice for victims of terrorism and prosecuting all individuals found culpable under the law. He noted that the initiative forms part of broader efforts to address insecurity and violent extremism across the country. The Anglican Bishop of the Missionary Diocese of Oyo South, the Right Reverend Dr. Olufemi Familoni, has called for greater support for local security outfits in the fight against insecurity. Bishop Familoni made the call during ordination and installation service in Oyo State. He said community-based security organizations have continued to play important roles in intelligence gathering and crime prevention. The cleric commended the efforts of the armed forces and other security agencies in tackling security challenges, but stressed the need for sustained collaboration between government and local security structures. He also urged political leaders and citizens to treat security issues as matters of national interest, while calling for continued efforts to secure the release of abducted students and teachers in affected communities. Kogi State Governor Alhaji Ahmed Usman Ododo has reaffirmed his administration's commitment to strengthening security across the state. The governor stated this during an inspection of newly recruited forest guard trainees in Lokoja. He said the initiative is aimed at protecting forest reserves and preventing criminal elements from using them as operational bases. Governor Ododo explained that the program aligns with the Presidential Forest Guards Initiative approved by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to enhance security in forested areas across the country. He commended the Office of the National Security Advisor and the Department of State Services for supporting the training process and assured residents that investments in security personnel and equipment would continue to ensure the safety and lives and property. A delegation from the Defense Headquarters has paid a condolence visit to the family of the late Major General Rabi Abubakar in Katsina State. The delegation, led by the Chief of Administration, Major General I.M. Abdullahi, conveyed the condolences of the Chief of Defense Staff, General Olufemi Oluyede, following the death of the retired senior officer. The late General Abubakar reportedly died while in captivity after being abducted by unknown persons. The military team described the late officer as a committed patriot who contributed significantly to Nigeria's defense and security architecture during his service. They assure the family that efforts are ongoing to bring those responsible for his death to justice. The Katsina State government also received the delegation at the government house, where Deputy Governor Malam Farouk Lawal Jobe described the incident as a national loss and a painful tragedy for the armed forces and the state. The Federal Capital Territory Police Command has arrested suspected kidnappers, logistics suppliers, and other criminal collaborators in a series of coordinated operations in Abuja. Federal Capital Territory Commissioner of Police, Mr. Ajao Adewale, said the arrests followed credible intelligence and community support. He noted that the operations led to the disruption of criminal networks operating within and around the capital city. In one of the operations, police arrested 4 suspects in the Paze Baizin area, including a woman identified as a logistics supplier to a kidnapping gang. Items recovered include motorcycles, mobile phones, cash, and illicit drugs. In a separate case, police rescued a woman who had allegedly been chained and held captive by her brother for over a year. The victim is currently receiving medical treatment, while investigations continue into the circumstances surrounding the case and the whereabouts of a missing child. The Kogi State Police Command has commenced a statewide enforcement operation targeting vehicles with covered, fake, or defaced number plates. Police Public Relations Officer Mr. Williams Ovie Aya said the exercise is in line with directives from the Inspector General of Police aimed at strengthening vehicle identification and crime prevention. The Commissioner of Police in Kogi State, Mr. Naziru Bello Kankarofi, directed all area commanders and divisional police officers to ensure strict compliance with the order across the state. Motorists have been warned that any vehicle found violating registration laws will be impounded and subjected to investigation as part of efforts to curb criminal activities linked to unregistered or hidden plate numbers. The Anambra State Police Command has arrested 4 suspects linked to separate cases of murder and child abuse in the state. Police Public Relations Officer Mr. Tochukwu Ikenga said the arrests followed intelligence gathered from social media reports and public complaints. In one case, a suspect was arrested in a mall for allegedly murdering and secretly burying his girlfriend. The remains of the victim were exhumed following investigations. In another case, 3 suspects were arrested in Isiowulu for allegedly torturing a 10-year-old boy. Police say the boy sustained severe injuries and is currently receiving medical attention while investigations continue. The command says all suspects will be charged to court upon completion of investigations. The African Democratic Congress, ADC, has been reported to have named former Rivers State Governor, Mr. Rotimi Amechi, as its vice presidential candidate ahead of the 2027 general elections. According to party sources in Abuja, the decision followed consultation with stakeholders and coalition partners and was said to be based on Mr. Amechi's experience in governance and his performance in the party's internal processes. The report further claims that Mr. Amechi is expected to run alongside former Vice President Atiku Abubakar as the party's presidential candidate, forming what it described as a unity and rescue platform ahead of the polls. However, the development has not been independently verified, as official confirmation from the party leadership remains unclear at the time of filing this report. The News at 3 comes to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking news stories, follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here is a recap of major stories making the headlines. Federal government begins mass terrorism trials with over 600 suspects facing prosecution in Abuja. Abuja Police Command parades suspected kidnapping syndicates, including pregnant logistics supplier arrested in major operation. Coming up shortly, National Bureau of Statistics records sharp decline in company income tax to 1.37 trillion naira in the first quarter of 2026. Do stay with us.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Welcome back. The Borno State government has omitted specific budgetary allocations for the rehabilitation of repentant Boko Haram members in its 2026 fiscal plan, marking a departure from previous budgets that contained clear line items for such programs. This follows earlier reports indicating that the state spent about 7.7 billion naira on its disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration program over a 21-month period, including 3.45 billion naira in 2024 and 4.3 billion naira in 2025. Security analysts and civil society observers have continued to question the transparency and effectiveness of the reintegration initiative, particularly amid ongoing insurgent attacks in parts of the northeast. The Borno State government has yet to issue a detailed explanation for the mission, even as authorities continue to reintegrate low-risk former insurgents into communities under the state rehabilitation framework. An Anambra State High Court sitting in Onitsha has adjourned the bail hearing of the General Overseer of Chapel of Faith Bible Assembly, Bishop Emeka Wampa, after the prosecution failed to appear in court. The cleric, who was arrested over allegations relating to impersonation and operating as a fake pastor, remains in detention as proceedings were stalled due to the absence of state legal representatives. The defense team, led by senior advocates of Nigeria and other lawyers, was present in court, while supporters of the detained cleric also gathered at the premises in solidarity. The presiding judge adjourned the matter to June 19, 2026, as public debate continues over the circumstances surrounding the arrest and claims of political undertones linked to the case. Akwa Ibom State's Governor, Pastor Umo Eno, has urged National Youth Service Corps members deployed to the state to avoid involvement with individuals or groups promoting violence or division. The governor made the call during the swearing-in ceremony of over 1,400 Corps members for the 2026 Batch B Stream 1 orientation exercise in the state. He assured the Corps members of adequate security and welfare support, while encouraging them to actively participate in skills acquisition and entrepreneurship programs to promote self-reliance. The Chief Judge of Akwa Ibom State, Justice Ekaite Fabian Obot, administered the oath of allegiance, while NYSC officials appealed for improved infrastructure at the orientation camp to cope with seasonal weather challenges. Special Advisor to the Abia State Governor on Investment, Promotion and Public-Private Partnerships, Chief Jerome Mbonu Green Amakwe, says Abia State is undergoing significant transformation under the present administration. He said the reforms being implemented by Governor Alex Oti and Deputy Governor Ikechukwu Emetu are restoring public confidence in governance and improving infrastructure delivery across key sectors. According to him, the administration is building on years of developmental challenges through structured policies aimed at economic recovery and sustainable growth. He also paid tribute to key political actors and stakeholders who contributed to the emergence of the current administration, urging continued unity and support for ongoing reforms. The National Bureau of Statistics says Nigeria's company income tax revenue fell significantly in the first quarter of 2026, reflecting wider economic pressures on businesses. The report shows that collections dropped to 1.37 trillion naira, representing an 8% decline from the previous quarter and a sharp fall compared to the same period last year. Analysts attribute the decline to inflationary pressures, foreign exchange instability, high borrowing costs, and rising energy expenses affecting corporate performance across sectors. The federal government says it remains committed to expanding non-oil revenue sources, even if it reviews fiscal strategies to address the impacts of the slowdown on national budget projections. Football governing body FIFA has confirmed that Cote d'Ivoire has the youngest squad at the ongoing 2026 FIFA World Cup, with an average team age of 25.8 years. The announcement highlights a new generation of players as the team prepares to begin its tournament campaign in the expanded 48-nation competition hosted across the United States, Canada, and Mexico. Head coach Mies Fair has included several young players from top European clubs, including Manchester United forward Amad Diallo and other emerging talents. FIFA data also shows other young squads in the tournament, including Ecuador and Morocco, reflecting a growing global trend towards youth-focused national teams. Nollywood actress Wunmi Toriola has dismissed reports circulating on social media suggesting she has welcomed a second child. The actress said the viral claims originated from edited content shared online and do not reflect reality, adding that she remains focused on her career and personal growth. She also claimed that she is currently single, following her separation in 2023, while urging social media users to verify information before sharing. Toriola expressed concern over repeated false narratives about her personal life, calling for an end to misleading posts circulating on digital platforms. And now to end the news, here are the main points again. The federal government has commenced a large-scale prosecution of terrorism-related cases in Abuja, with over 600 suspects currently facing trials. The Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Mr. Lateef Fagbemi, said 490 suspects are being arraigned in the current phase, while 84 others are scheduled for subsequent hearings. In Abuja, the police command has paraded members of a suspected kidnapping syndicate arrested during coordinated operations across parts of the Federal Capital Territory. The Commissioner of Police, Mr. Ajao Adewale, said the operation led to the arrest of several suspects, including a woman identified as a logistics supplier to the gang, who was pregnant at the time of arrest and later delivered a baby while in custody. Meanwhile, the National Bureau of Statistics has reported the significant decline in company income tax collection for the first quarter of 2026. According to the report, revenue dropped to 1.37 trillion naira, representing an 8% decrease compared to the previous quarter and a more substantial fall when compared with the same period in 2025. And that concludes the news. Thank you for watching. I am Princess Ken Ochamba. Have a good afternoon.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Depression is more than sadness. It is a medical condition that affects thoughts, emotion, and daily functioning. Many people struggle silently, masking their pains with smiles or business. This silence often makes the battle harder. Recognizing symptoms like fatigue, isolation, and loss of interest is an important first step. Depression is not a sign of weakness. It is a health challenge that requires care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health seriously, more people find the courage to seek help. No one should suffer alone. Compassion can save lives.
In the stories of ancient Greece, Achilles was more than a warrior. He was a hero whose strength could turn the tide of war, whose courage inspired loyalty, and whose presence commanded respect. His name had endured across millennia, a symbol of valor, power, and influence, a figure whose actions shaped destinies. Yet, Achilles' legacy was not only in the power he wielded, it was in how he used it. He fought not for personal glory alone, but for the honor and protection of those who depended on him. His might was purposeful, guided by responsibility, and measured by the lives he safeguarded. Today, Nigeria faces battles of different kind. These are battles fought not with swords, but with policies and principles. Our enemies are corruption, insecurity, inequality, and leadership that too often prioritizes ambition over accountability. These are struggles that affect millions, shaping the future of a nation rich in potential but fraught with challenges. The story of Achilles carries a lesson for our time. Strength without wisdom and responsibility is hollow. Power without vision can destroy more than it builds. Leadership in Nigeria demands more than force. It requires courage, foresight, and a commitment to the people. True heroism is not in personal triumph, but in the welfare of those entrusted to your care. The heroism Nigeria needs is tangible. It is reflected in leaders who listen to their citizens, govern with accountability, and deliver policies that empower communities, safeguard livelihoods, and create opportunity. It is measured by children in classrooms, families with secure futures, and communities that thrive. It is heroism that transforms potential into progress and challenges into triumph. Achilles' greatest victories were those that protected his people and honored his obligations. Similarly, Nigeria's most enduring successes will be those that prioritizes its citizens, safeguard their future, and uphold accountable people-centered leadership. Strength exercised for the common good, rather than personal gain, is the truest measure of greatness. As the nation charts its path forward, the message is clear. Leadership must be courageous, visionary, and responsible. It must fight not for applause, not for legacy alone, but for the prosperity, security, and dignity of every Nigerian. When strength is wielded for the greater good, it becomes enduring. When power is guided by principle, it inspires. When leadership is accountable, it unites. The chapters of Nigeria's destiny are still being written. Its future rests not in the triumphs of a few, but in the collective progress of millions. The nation's victories will be measured not in fleeting fame, but in lives transformed, communities empowered, and hope restored. In the spirit of Achilles, Nigeria must find strength that serves, courage that protects, and leadership that uplifts. In that strength lies the promise of a stronger, united, and more prosperous nation. One that honors its people, secures their future, and fulfills its boundless potential.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Today we have a very interesting discussion, which people call Eto Mada Alose. Every time we hear that Natolonia Alose, that Atonian Alose, and Alusi Bolonia, now Alusi Bolonian cause. So we want to understand, one, is it possible that somebody is brought under whatever energy and called it to Mada Alose? Because somebody says it's not about whether you pray or you don't pray. And today we have by my immediate right, SM Walker, please, you are welcome to this program.
Thank you very much, and thank you, viewers.
And then, of course, we have the peacemaker, Gabriel Anechukwu. You're welcome to the program.
Prof, thank you very much.
And then, of course, we have a man of God who is here, who is going to help us. After we have created the problems, he will help to pray for us. He is Reverend Omar Carlo Oka. Welcome to the program.
Carlo Omar.
Whichever one.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
sir.
So, this I want to start with you because concepts come up one way or the other. So I want to start with Mansi Gabriel Anechukwu. This Etomada Alose. Is there anything like Etomada Alose in reality?
Actually, there is Etomada Alose petitioning somebody before a potent deity.
It is serious.
Summoning somebody to a potent African traditional deity that has track record of unleashing evil on who doesn't want to shift from evil.
Okay.
Etomada Alose is a conflict resolution methodology.
Okay, what has studied it?
It's a conflict resolution methodology.
Okay.
That is recommended for interpersonal or intergroup conflicts that defy normal human settlement.
Okay, it's a settlement.
Because deities operate under the altars of Ofo and Ogu.
Okay.
Ofo is justice, Ogu is innocence and truth. Ijido Ofo, Jidoku Ogu.
Okay.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that Etomada Alose is a method that we use in our indigenous society, even up till now, to resolve hydra-headed interpersonal conflict. Whenever somebody says that he must take your good, he must snuff life out of you, he must subjugate you for no just cause, that he has sons who can defend him anywhere, and even he kills, something will happen, then you have no other solution as a poor man. Because Alose it protects the common people who don't have the economic and political power. Then they will summon you to where it happens, and you see that it happens with every nafa you are doing, with every holy oil, with every anointing you have. You see that there is the potency of Ofo and Ogu to ensure that the evil man is punished.
Okay, that's the potency is. I'm happy the way you're putting it, but let me go back. Let me go to my brother before I come to the reference. You are talking of the potency of the Ofo and Ogu. I like that. But you mentioned something about the poor. Alose, should it just be for the poor? Is it only for the poor? Because where I live at Emene near Enugu. And that Emene near Enugu, we have all those kind of big people, and they always here.
It's not only for the poor, but all I'm saying that the poor ones, the downtrodden, don't have money to get sons.
Okay.
They don't have power. They go to the indigenous source.
It's left for my answer to enter into this pattern.
Okay, first and foremost, I want to thank you so much for this question.
And I want to thank the last speaker, my brother Nemeka, for this. You see, I think it's better for Africans to do what works for them and stop deceiving themselves about what does not work. We have a system of justice in, for instance, Nigeria, where we have seen justice perverted in front of all of us, and everybody is happy, asking God to come and help us. How will God do that? It doesn't work. We have had cases, political cases, land cases, and all sorts, injustice, that we subject to the so-called Western-oriented system of justice that they brought to us here. Sometimes I see our people wearing wig and gown. I'm sorry about it. I don't know if you wear wig and gown.
Yes, but very soon.
And then I wonder, why do we still wear those colonial things? Because these things we are working, those things are they
Why
work
are you
for them.
always talking about colonial? Address this one.
No, I'm addressing
you're already in colonial.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second, Prof. Hold on a second, Prof. You see, we have to understand the root of where our problems are from. And then we now begin to look at...
We are not very colonized people. We just don't have good people here.
The point is that we are carrying the colonial thing we are carrying the colonial thing on our heads like selling gala. That's my problem.
I'm saying now. It's not
so
about our people.
Back to the Alosi's case.
Yes,
the Alosi case. Yes. We have had issues of oppression. We've had issues of people turning justice upside down.
Okay.
And here we have people who cannot afford the services of a lawyer. Good. Because it's a legal system. And then someone comes in, acquires somebody's land illegally because he has some friends who will make a phone call and then that person loses his land. So the best thing to do is to go to where you get justice.
Okay.
And if you get justice in that Alosi, so may it be.
So,
I agree with that 100%.
Okay. Reverend, it's time for you to help us. Because now that he has agreed 100%, and he says...
And I also agree.
But he mentioned that it is about innocence. I like what he mentioned. About innocence and...
Or for Ogu. Or for justice.
Yes.
Ogu, innocence.
Okay. Or for Ogu. Thank you. So, Reverend.
The truth of the matter is, right from creation,
okay,
God created heaven and earth.
Good.
And he rules the world with dispensation.
Thank you.
When you say that there is potency in Ofo or in Ogu, it's not debatable because there are evil powers and forces residing or taking residence in any of these items. But to be honest with you, and you know that for true, that a time came when somebody lied in the presence of God.
Yes.
He sold a land.
Yes.
And came to bring a portion to the church. And the spiritual halogen in the church captured the footage and the transaction. And he died instantly.
Yes.
And that was God in action. So if God is reigning in the dispensation of grace today, and is not killing people like he killed them in the dispensation of judgment, so we will not say that Ofo Ogu is stronger than the God who created heaven and earth.
Please,
and we will not come and say and contradict colonialization with the presence of...
I've heard that one. It's not about colonialization.
Yes.
It's about our evil...
Of a truth, somebody that operates in the domain of that angle can take somebody to the shrine. That is what we call divination.
Okay.
That is what we call sorcery, enchantment. The Bible even declared it. There is an existence of enchantment.
Oh, yes, yes.
It's an existence of divination.
Yes.
It says no enchantment against Jacob, no divination against Israel.
Thank you.
So whatever we do, we have the yardstick parameter to judge them. So long as God is concerned, you don't say despite your anointing. If you are heavily anointed and you break the hedge, the serpent will bite you.
Okay. Of course.
If you are heavily anointed and you break the hedge, you understand? Somebody can take you to an evil priest, and it will work.
It's not an evil priest.
Whether you call it a righteous priest or not, it's an evil priest. Yes.
That's what you said one day. As long as you trespass, you are in trouble.
Serious? Yes.
No, if you
that does not mean that God cannot deliver that victim from the hand of that
I have a very important my point remains. You know, when we started talking, I said it is good for Africans to do what works for them.
Simple.
I was some time ago on TV, one of these television stations, where I was being interviewed on the political stuff and the political system, the political pattern, style that we will use to achieve the best. I said to them, listen, leave all this trying to mesmerize people with electronic voting. Let's do option A4.
Okay.
You might call it crude, but that's the only thing that works for us here. So why are we trying to copy what we cannot do?
We are trying to copy a system the white man brought here. And the white man brought that system because he knows it's counterproductive for us. And we are seeing it. Even in the churches today. With all the so-called halogen you talked about, there is evil in that system. Why is the halogen not catching them?
No, he said that
the halogen is not catching people in the church.
No. He said
that's what we are saying.
No, he said that
doesn't understand the dispensation of God.
No, he said no.
Which dispensation again are you talking about?
He said that we are. No, he said that we are in the dispensation of grace.
Yes.
That we are moved from the dispensation of judgment.
I will not dictate to God. I counter that. You will not dictate to God.
Reverend, what is grace?
Grace.
What is grace?
One singer says, Amaraboga, me mama behave. Madu nke na-enweghị Jesus nso ahịa asụrụ ya. Amaraboga mama behave. If you don't have righteousness in you, Christ is not for you.
Of course.
There is no grace anywhere. In our fund ogu. Nothing like grace.
Justice.
And if one metarubulu, then the sinner will leave sin and come to God.
Let me
excuse me.
He quoted somebody.
Excuse me.
That person sang a song from the Bible.
Excuse me.
Shall we continue to say that grace will abound?
Excuse me. If you say there is grace now, you heard my property, and I have asked you, begged you, and even met your general overseer to beg you, and you refuse to give it to me.
Someone, not me.
Not
you.
You.
Someone.
Okay, not you. Okay. Then, and you refuse, and I can't pay school fees to my children. Why I have millions of naira? And I know that I cannot fight you through the courts. I can go to a potent deity in my town like Mpomolonvona, Mvobodo. If I give, I will someone you don't come there, then I will give the rights there. Then, if you don't bring down my property back to me, go with your grace and fire, Holy Ghost fire everywhere. My brother, the deity have just summoned you to wicked you. And you bring my property back to me.
The deity is still in existence.
No, that is no grace. Leave that grace alone.
One man they wrote a letter to. Up to now, nothing has happened.
Let me moderate. The issue is this. He said, if you break the hedge, the snake will bite you.
Grace will cover him.
No, wait.
Grace will cover the
person. He said, if you break the hedge, the snake will bite you.
Grace will cover
and that should be the message for everybody.
Why are you quarreling?
No, he's not quarreling. He's trying to tell people that, he's trying to make it known. He has one of my crazy classmates. He's always causing trouble all over the place. He said that somebody went and did business with his friend and ate the money and went and covered himself with chaplet.
Okay.
And put
all sorts.
Everything that we have.
He went
and covered himself with chaplet. And then, of course, on the day he died, he was smashed to pieces. And the man that raised that potent energy was going about telling the people that because if Alice does something, you must also shout it. You must proclaim it too.
Testimony. Hallelujah.
I don't want to call it testimony. I don't want to go there. But because pastor, the question is this now. No, what we are looking for is this. How do we address? Let me come with you first because I know where they're going to land. What do we do to avoid breaking the hedge and spiritual trespass? Because if we do that, I like how you summarized it. If you break the head, the snake will bite you. So what is to be done?
God is the God of vengeance.
Okay.
God does not support injustice.
Okay.
And God's judgment does not come immediate at all time. He has his way of administering justice. That's God for you.
People continue to wait.
That's God for you. And the truth of the matter is that you encourage people to live away from wickedness.
Okay.
Do the right thing.
So what message do you have for the viewer?
The message I have for the viewer is that whatever you are doing, do unto others which others do unto you. Okay. Because you know metaluvuli philosophy. No grace, no blood, no message of Jesus Christ there. Once you metalu, you go full. And when you fully it totally, you will repent the spirit and in truth and become a born again.
So I like the last one you said, because I like when our Lord Jesus Christ was talking, my brother may not want to accept the way I put it, but when Jesus was talking, our Lord Jesus Christ, when he was talking, he said, do unto others as you wish to do unto you.
Yes.
That is the law and the prophets. So your message to the viewer.
The message to the viewer is a very simple message. we must do something that works for us. If we see something that is not working for us, can we just abandon it and find something that works?
Okay, so one of those people that insists that please, when we come for ceremony, that's what they call it, taking ceremony, that we should bring a shrine.
Yeah, then we're serious. I want to say something serious. Yes. We've had independence for how many years now?
66 years.
Where are we?
Okay.
Where are we?
Corruption.
We are at Aneke television.
Good. And then every day, once somebody is being sworn in, they give him Bible, they give him Quran. These are the same people that go to pilgrimage in these countries.
It can't kill them now.
And then what are we deceiving ourselves?
Nothing is happening.
What is deceiving
So what
ourselves?
I'm recommending now is that
something indigenous has to be incorporated.
Exactly. Indigenous energies.
Yeah, but yes. Everybody, if you are from
I'm from Mbo now.
Bring your own there. Oh yeah. Or go to your Anembo and do that. Come and witness the ceremony. Come and all of us will come and witness it. Then we give you the mantle of leadership. Go and lead us. That's what we need.
Okay. Tradition is in tradition.
Because
they take tradition in the tradition. In the traditional way. They don't bring tradition into the government house.
No.
They can go inside secretly and practice all these things they are talking about. But you cannot bring a shrine. Because it's a conventional environment. They go inside and do all the manipulation.
People are causing all this trouble here. We have only one more.
They go inside and manipulate.
Wait, there's no manipulation. What Mahansa said is not about manipulation. What he said is this. Very simple. Mahansa reminded you about your childhood days when that your mate would dive into the water and pull out coins of all varieties and show you because it was possible.
That is demonic.
No, wait now. Wait, it's not about demonic. This is the reality of life. So what he's saying is this, that if I were to be elected governor of Enugu State, that when there is time for oath taking, that they should take me to whatever is dreaded in my community.
Indigenous to you.
Yeah, whatever is dreaded in my community, we will take because it's part of the community.
Or senator or whatever.
No. You come to your own. Everybody will go to their own and take their own.
Yes.
Knowing that if you fail, you are going to pay for it. I don't know about that one.
It's a true sign. Power belongs to God.
We know that power.
God gives power, not a shrine.
No.
Not the village idol.
No, the deities are just of God.
The village idol cannot even preserve it. When the power comes up,
the deities are just
power
of God.
belongs to God.
You know, there are something that we respect God here. You know what we are trying to.
The agents of God. All agents of God.
No, we are trying to. Something happened in the Bible. One boy was talking about it. It was a joke. The boy said that when Gabriel was sent to Persia, that Lucifer arrested him.
Okay.
I don't want to talk about that kind of thing. But the issue is this.
Lucifer blocked him.
Whichever one.
Then why not send Gabriel to attack him? Why send Michael with equal superpower?
Whether they use the word arrested or blocked, the truth of the matter is that so long as power is concerned, there are hierarchies.
Thank you.
And not until you understand that all hierarchies are under the authority of the sovereign God.
Finish.
Okay. You will not submit.
I always like that prayer of David, sovereign Lord.
And yes, all the hierarchies are what under the sovereign Lord.
Even the devil.
Of course. Even the devil. When you read your book of Job, he said, and he summoned his ministers. And he also came.
Yes, he came.
Let me remind you. Christ is the Prince of Peace. Devil is the prince of war. And once you want to get certain things done, you need war and peace. So if you want to get certain things,
Christ is sovereign Lord.
The prince of peace is Jesus. The prince of devil is prince of evil is devil.
So you are the one that is saying that Satan is the prince of war. You are the one that is saying that.
Prince of peace is Christ. Prince of evil, devil. Then what is sometimes new devil? For God to
we are going to continue. Listen, we are going to continue. Wait. We are going to continue with this discussion next time when we meet. Hallelujah. So I want to thank Reverend Oka. I want to thank my brother Gabriel Anichukwu. No, you are not the one that got blocked to arrest, whichever one.
Michael, Juma, Michael, no grace of blood.
You used to have his name too, but he has got angry with Colony. But I said that you should not be so angry with Colony because you are putting on glasses which the colonial people did.
The Africans invented it.
I agree. We should invent more.
Yeah.
So having said that, I think for the viewer, we continue hoping on the best. Hoping that our people will get to that development which we are talking about, because it is possible. What we need is leadership. In 3 years, Biafra did all those things. And they are still here. What we needed is leadership. If we get leadership, whether it is through whatever, there will be no problem. There will be no problem. So with this, we continue to look up to God, who is the super supreme in every which way. Thank you.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Here on Aneke TV, a program where we bring to you conversations that surround and events in the Southeast, be it emotional, financial, psychological, and of course spiritual, cutting across the southeastern states, Enugu, Abia, Ebonyi, Anambra, and Imo State. And we've gathered here once again to discuss. In the last weekend we celebrated Nigeria's 27 years of democracy. And today we are looking into a conversation, how has this affected us here in the Southeast? My guest is already seated in the studio, but of course we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll be analyzing a few stories around events that has circulated in the Southeast today. Do stay with us.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're welcome back. This is still Aneke Brief. And before we get right into the news bulletin for this evening, my guest with me in the studio is a big uncle and a friend, of course. He is the former candidate UD North State constituency. He is Honorable Ijegalo Felix Simon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. It's been a minute. It's good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you.
It's good to see you. Okay, before we get right into our conversation for the afternoon, we'll just look at a few, events that have come up in the news bulletin earlier today here in our station. And the first story is from Enugu State. Said concerns have emerged over a report that more than 19,000 prepaid smart meters supplied under the World Bank supported distribution sector recovery program remain undistributed within the Enugu electricity distribution. However, the head of corporations has said that there's still a process ongoing that it will still be shared. Now, this has happened over time, and we still have 19,000 meters yet unshared in the state. I mean, what's your say? What do you think? Do you think this is the reason? I mean, what is your reaction to hear that 19,000 after it has been freely shared by World Bank, by a certain program, and then we still have them lying around at the EEDC's office till now?
Well, I think perhaps they've not been properly information. The general information is that if you want a prepaid meter, you have to pay for it. So, and even while people were to pay for it, people struggle to get it.
Yeah.
So if it is available now, and it's available for free, like for free, and not the official for free, then what it means is that the awareness is not there, that a lot of awareness should be put into it. If it is done, I think people will start getting it.
Okay. Anambra State government says a 10-year-old boy allegedly subjected to severe abuse by his guardians in Awada, Obosi, is now under protective care and receiving medical. I don't know if you saw that gruesome video.
Social media.
Yes. So they said he has been arrested and he's receiving care, and these persons will be brought to book if they are found guilty after investigations?
There's nothing to investigate. The evidence are clear. I think it is not a thing of always, you know, trying to solve problems after they happen. I think we should try to create avenues whereby these things do not happen, you know. Create avenue for children to be able to have free education, children to have welfare packages, that even when they're orphans, they will have school.
Yes.
Most people go to stay with people because they can't you know, afford basic needs. So I think the government should prioritize on that one. It will reduce the level of dependency of infants on people who are not their parents. Secondly, there should be some level of orientation. You know, general knowledge is that you're not my child, you're a slave. No, people should you know, be taught that before God, all men are equal, and that the dignity of man is unnegotiable. True. Man is dignified irrespective of color, race, or tribe. You know, so a lot of, you know, orientation needs to go. The Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs should prioritize teaching people rather than just always coming out to punish. All
right. Now, lastly, this is still in Anambra State. The management of Chukwuemeka Odumegwu University have dismissed 5 staff members over allegations of sexual harassment, intimidation, extortion, and other forms of misconduct. This was approved during their Governor Council meeting held last week on Friday.
This is particular to me because I'm a student of Chukwuemeka Odumegwu University. Okay. In fact, I was an SUG president of that school. Okay. I did my master's degree in that school, doing my PhD in that school. So that's particular for me. Okay. And then, funny enough, I know these lecturers. One of them was an ASU chairman, so he's a comrade. So, but you know, as a grown-up, you know, and seen a lot of things I've seen in life, I like to know facts of the case before I begin to venture into it. But I just hope that every inch of the law is followed and every investigation properly done, and then, you know, the principle of fair hearing adhered to. And if all pegs, you know, are put in the right place, it is the right thing to do when people commit crime. They're not saying about it. True. So that's what it should be. It also serves as a lesson to other people, you know, things like that. It's a plus. But what becomes a problem is if the right steps are not followed. So if it is, and it's not just some level of intimidation, then it's okay for me. Like I said, I do not know the facts of the case, so I just hope that everything is, you know, put well. That's it.
All right, that's all on our news bulletin for this afternoon. We'll take a short break, and when we get back, we're diving into our conversation for the evening. Do stay with us.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back to, this is our special conversation for this evening. We're discussing 27 years of democracy, assessing the political gains and economic realities in the Southeast. Now, last Friday, Nigeria marked 27 years, uninterrupted years of democratic governance since the return to civilian rule in 1999. Leaving citizens across the country to reflect on the promises, achievements, challenges, and unfinished business of democracy. For the people of the Southeast, the moment presents an important opportunity to take stock of where the region stands politically, economically, and socially after nearly 3 decades under democratic rule. Now, over the past 27 years, there have been undoubtedly significant milestones. Democratic governance has provided citizens with the opportunity to elect leaders, hold government accountable, and participate in the political process. Across the Southeast states of Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu, and Imo, democratic administrations have overseen varying degrees of progress in road construction, urban renewal, educational development, healthcare expansion, and economic reforms. Yet, despite these gains, many critical questions remain. Has democracy truly delivered the dividends that citizens expected? Why do many communities continue to struggle with inadequate infrastructure, youth unemployment, poor industrial growth, and limited access to quality public services? Has democratic governance translated into sustainable economic development for ordinary people, or have the benefits remained concentrated among political elites? While the Southeast remains one of the most vibrant hubs of commerce, trade, manufacturing, and entrepreneurship in Nigeria, businesses continue to grapple with rising operating costs, insecurity, poor power supply, inflation, and infrastructure deficits. To help us explore these important issues and address it, my guest is already in the studio. He is Honorable Ije Galo Simon Felix, who will help us, provide insight into the political evolution of the Southeast, the economic realities facing the region today, and the prospects for a more inclusive and prosperous democratic future. Welcome once again. And aside from all this big grammar, what are we? Let's talk, because on Friday we had conversations here in the studio. It was holistic, and one of the reasons why I wanted to discuss this is, majorly because my show is about issues in the Southeast, but coming from a place of democracy and seeing that on a larger scale, we like to believe that Nigeria is democratic. We are operating on the democratic system. But we want to know how this has transcended to the state and the Southeast, and how we can leverage on, or the things that we've leveraged on over time in this past 27 years to better us, or the things that we have to do to make our lives better. Now, let's start with the first question. This is a question of presence and power. The Southeast has 15 senators, 46 House members, 5 governors and ministers in every civilian government since 1999. That's presence, right? But after 27 years, we've never elected or produced an elected vice president or president. The Saudi problem, is it lack of numbers in Abuja or lack of strategy within this portfolio? What exactly is up? We have governors, we have senators, but we've not really had that power in this past 27 years. What would you say is the reason? Is it lack of numbers or really lack of strategy?
It's funny, you see, when we talk about this, Southeast presidency, it's a nice one, coupled with the fact that almost every region in the state, apart from I think Northeast or so, has produced a president, and we have not. And so we just feel that when we get this president, we're going to do better and all that. Why is there this clamor for the presidency? It's not just because we've not produced. It is because our country has turned somewhat into a nepotic state, what we can loosely call man with no man state. So I want my man to be there, because if my man is there, I'll have more access and more opportunity. So everybody wants his brother to be in power. And that's why when you say this, you say, your brother don't do now. So that's majorly the clamor. Ideally, we shouldn't even be talking about who gets what, when, and why, as Harold Raswell talks about politics, in the sense of ethnicity. Are you getting me? George Bush, Clinton, them. They moved from one city to another city and they became mayor here. You moved to another city. Just like, for example, if I moved to Ziago, I become local government chairman of Ziago. Maybe I move to Adamawa tomorrow, I become a local government chairman. As long as within America, within, states of, and that's the beauty of it. And that's why Europe is better than, getting better than us. They pick those things they do not have and, amplify it. Our players go there, play football for them, nationalize so many of their countries, come back here and beat us. Are you getting me? They take our professors, they take our stuff. But here in our own country, you who is good is not good enough because you are from a particular region. So that's a problem. Now, it is not because we do not have the numbers. I do not believe so. There's an Igbo man in every city, almost every village in Nigeria. And that's why there's this popular saying that anywhere you go in the world that you don't see an Igbo man, run away. Because an Igbo man will know we're gregarious in nature. We move almost everywhere. But there's something that we have failed to do, and that is holistically pursuing this as a nation. We have lost the Igbo nation. It's not completely our fault. It was, created for us when we now have the difference between the Igbo nation and the Southeast.
Yeah.
We now have the Southeast and we now have the Igbo nation.
Oh.
You get, so the Igbo nation is not different from the Southeast, and it's now a problem because somebody in River State is telling you he's not Igbo. Somebody in Delta State who is bearing Chukwuemeka is telling you that he's not Igbo. So now the holistic Igbo issue is no longer there. So we're not dealing with the Southeast issue. But even as the people of Southeast, are you getting me? We've not been able to say that we want to come together and say this is the person we want to go for us. Not on the side of the citizens. I'm talking about the political class. Yes, and I will give you some little history. Now, from 1999, we've had somebody like Rochas Okorocha, who was close, had the proximity to become president. The greatest critics he had were the people of the Southeast. They mentioned all the problems that Rochas have. But I can tell you authoritatively that there's nothing bad about Rochas that Atiku does not have. There's nothing bad about Rochas that El-Rufai does not have. There's nothing bad about Rochas that Buhari does not have. There's no baggage he has that they do not have. The problem is that they are more united in pursuit of a goal. When a northerner wants to pursue a goal, it becomes a northern affair. And irrespective of whatever, they push it and they achieve it. But when we have our candidates who have the proximity, close to power, the next thing you see, the best critic is the one at home. And then they run you down the way they ran Rochas down. Because I can remember, and then, and then that's how they ran him down. And Rochas is nowhere to be found. The APC, which is in power today, one of the key blocks of the APC from the Southeast was Rochas Okorocha, in Gige, and some of them, but they are nowhere in the APC picture as of today. Are you getting me? Now, the APC again is moving. Maybe in the next dispensation, you might not be seeing maybe the Umahi, you might not be seeing the governor of Imo State, the current governor.
Uzodimma.
Yeah, Hope Uzodimma. Are you getting me? So the problem is the people who, because politics is all about alignment and realignment. And like say, who gets what, when and why, Herod last word. So when we say, okay, you get this now, I get this the next time. So when it's supposed to come to the term that I get this the next time, our people run you down and then they bring in a new person who alters the original agreement. So we're not always on ground. And that's why if you notice the famous Emi Lokon statement, he said, it is our turn. And when it comes to our turn, it is my turn. I lay down the, the groundwork. I know a lot of people fault that statement. But what it means is we got this power. I invested to make sure we get this power. On an agreement that when you get this power, when it rotates, I get the power. And that's how you broker. And I know a lot of people have criticized that, but you can see our wonderful, beloved brother peterobi, Onyoma. You can see he's now understanding the politicking. And now he's not associating with this person, associating with that person, because politics is all about what? Alliance. You can't win the election yourself. You need almost everybody. Not because everybody is good, but because politics begets governance. So in a summary, the problem we have in Southeast is that we've not been able to play the politics. I can remember our brothers from South saying that they are not Igbos. Just because at the time to identify as Igbo became what? A problem. Their own national message was that they are not what? Igbos. To be able to get. And as funny as it sounds, they are more recognized nationally than you have. They produced a president. They were about producing a vice president with Atiku's vice president, Okowa, and all that. And they have 6 states. We have 5. Generally, the Nigerian state is unfair to the Igbo man. But because it is unfair to us, we also have to use what we have to get what we want. The last part is that we fail to blame ourselves for our shortcomings. Because you can't say, if you have 10 cars, you would have done better. You should be able to say, what have you done with 2 cars? For example, our governors, Let's leave it at that. Recently, we're talking about Marco Koyi, who the head of SDC.
I was going to come.
You know, SDC he has all the opportunities.
Yes.
Now, you're saying Southeast is marginalized. Now you have funds. And if you check the mandate, part of the mandate of that commission is to eradicate all the problems that was brought upon us by the, civil war. Now you say we have a problem, the civil war caused this. Okay, you have this, have funding. And then you now went and started doing it like the Niger Delta Commission way, speaking a lot of English and doing a lot of stuff. Come on, the common man. Sometimes when the executive heads get this problem, if petermbah is having issues today, it's those who are appointed, not doing their job. If Tinubu is having issues today, it's people, wherever you are, the president is not going to come down. And that's why I give kudos to Umai. Because no matter how you criticize him, his projects are solid. I rate him as one of the best ministers currently. His projects are solid. If you see the roads, I don't know if you're getting me. Now, and for me, that's the best we've ever had. We were crying that we are marginalized, no roads, they don't capture us in the budget, they don't do. Now they now give us the person who implements the job. And look at when the bridge at MNA fell down. Without it is done, go to Ebuko Binaga. Are you getting me? We're not saying that the Southeast is becoming the Dorado. We're not saying that this is the best that we can get. But we're saying at least we are not in the equation. Before, somebody called us 5% and called us a dot nation. Very funny. But today, we are in the table, we are discussing. Some of our governors are part of the power brokers in the country. They are not the best of human beings. But you don't throw out the only soldiers that you have on the anticipation that you will get the one that you will not get. I don't know if you're getting me. So what we should do as a people is to support the ones we feel we have so that we can make them the national champions. We don't have national leaders. All these people they are naming for us about the below, this one down, okay, by the way, we have our Zigs and the rest of them. But in country for 1999, the Atikus and the rest of them are that large because their people allowed him to become a Syria contestant. And they always gave him the support. Buhari is a president today because he was a Syria contestant, and they always gave him that support. The closest we have been now is with peterobi, of course, giving him that support. So we need our people to work in tandem and, push for some things. And then, we're going to get there.
Okay, now you've already mentioned yes, the conversation of the SEDC. Now, we are aware that this bill was passed in 2000 and it became law in 2024. What would you say was the delay? Let's not even talk about the misappropriation, that is the alleged misappropriation on the part of Marco Koyi. What would you say was the cause for that delay for a bill that was passed in 2000 to be passed into law in 2024 as it affects the Southeast? Why was that delay? Why was it prolonged that extent?
Well, it's not just us. We have the Central Service Commission. It was just, and there are others. Because, when you make this conversation, it sounds as if it's just us. Of course, there are so many things that are just about us. Amplify that. Because when you amplify everything, it looks as if we're always complaining. It also boils down to what I've said before, that we've always complained. Are you getting me?
Yes.
That this is this way because this is that way. And now they now said, okay, have the opportunity. You get, because it's either to give a person the method, knowing how to catch the fish, and to give him the fish. Okay, you say this road is this. Okay, I've given you this. Try and find the problems at least peculiar to you, so that at least apart from the one the federation is doing, the one that is peculiar to you, this is funding here. Are you getting me? How does coming to ICC here in Enugu, translates to helping the man in Nkirifi? Have you been to Nkirifi before? I have a wonderful friend from Nkirifi, very wonderful brother. You get, but that place is somewhere else. Or the man in Owo, are you getting me? Or the man in even if you go to Ijakatija, are you getting me? Now they can help us connect the Southeast. The Southeast is poorly connected. Why do I say the Southeast is poorly connected? The Southeast is a very small region. Even smaller than some states. I think maybe Niger State should be bigger than the Southeast put together. So if you can properly, in fact, our states are poorly connected. You get it is difficult for you to move from one rural area to one urban area. If the SDC is saying the best we can do is to make our Southeast properly connected so that you can move from here to here easily. That's there. They should mark something. The governors are there, of course. If they are saying, okay, what we want to do is to support education, are you getting me? They should mark it out. They are not the governors. They should spell something that every single person will know about. Do you know how as simple as Empower was that time? Every Nigerian knew that Empower was existing, even if you were not a beneficiary.
Yes,
are you getting me? True. Because when you say you are empowering people, people need to see the empowerment. Yes. Are you getting me? So I'm not saying it should be as major as Empower, because I think it was 30,000 then. But let it be so popular that the man in Nkerefi will be aware of it. So you cannot be saying a lot of things on television. And we should also know that the African philosophy is different. If you carry red round peg and put on square hole, so stop trying to import everything that you see overseas. There should be some level of ingenuity. What makes us better? Are you getting me? What is that thing that if we are for Southeast, are you getting me? If you say you want to support soft fashion and make Southeast fashion become global, are you getting me? You channel it to that place, because the essence is to grow the economy. So and not the economy of Nigeria.
Are you saying we like to dabble into a whole lot of things, like more like being a jack of all trade and probably master of none?
I would say rather we are too good with optics.
Okay.
You know, trying to paint old walls. Are you getting me? That's basically, and no defined. Are you getting me?
Yes.
No defined. You want to do at school. We're 20th century. Oh, of course, AI is this. Are you getting me? But you mustn't. You can be at the same pace with the world without doing the same thing with the world. We feel that if we are doing the same thing America is doing, then no, it's not true. You can do your own thing in your own way and steam it up. Of course, science is science, but there are some modifications in Chinese medicine that differentiates it from British medicine. Of course, we have African medicine. There are a lot of ways you can modify these things and keep it at par with the world. We have failed to, as wonderful thinking people as we are, we have failed to amplify our originality. This program is designed specifically for the Southeast. And what it should be doing is to be promoting those things that make the Southeast unique. That is what it should be finding. It should not try to, want to maroon down, go a lot of places. There's so many things that were there that are even dead. Do you even know? The British were doing cashew plantation. It's still there in my village. If you reverse some of those things, do you know what it's going to do to our states? There's some of those things who are there, like the zoo that they finish eating all the animals that are there. You get me? So there's so many things you can revive, some natural stuff you can bring back into play. And the states we kept kicking. We're not telling you to replace the role of the governors. We have a lot of worked on lands that are just bare, doing nothing. That's why we're having security in this country. Because these criminals have places to hide. When you begin to think of what to do with those unfarmed lands, those empty plots of land that are there, there will not be. Are you getting me? It is because most of our lands are lying fallow. You need to bring up an ingenuity. It's not about taking everybody to Lagos. Why we were in the olden days, we have to go to Lagos is that there are so many things in Lagos that is not here. We have to go to Ugwausa. Today, technology has made it possible for you to be in your house and connect with the world. So we can bring everything we want to do and bring it here and interact with the people and be with the people. Somebody in Copenhagen can even bring an idea that will change the world. We have them. I've seen a lot of young guys who are doing things in a different way. But remember, we want to copy and paste. Copy and paste. So I just feel if we do some changes and some genuine thinking and not borrowing prototypes from places that is not original, that is not anything to us, we're going to get better.
Okay, you've brushed on agriculture and farming. Now we understand that we have, the South have minimal farmer-herder conflict compared to other regions? I mean, I'd like to be sure that you agree with me on that first.
I don't know the statistics, but I don't want to agree with you on that.
Well, over time, compared to the stories in the news and incidences that are trending, it's not like we don't have, but it's not as constant as we have in other regions.
For me, every life matters.
True. Yeah. But to my question, on agriculture, seeing that we have these lands, and for regions that are probably allegedly plagued by these insurgencies, there seem to be more food availability and affordability in those regions than in the southeast. Is it our making? Is it that we are not resourceful enough, or that by some measure we rely so much on the government to do a whole lot of things for us?
Well, there are many factors. Firstly, there are more land than you. That's a fact.
Okay.
A very small place. Though the lands we have is enough to farm enough things to feed us. But if you take away the imports, it's going to be a problem. But we also have crops too that do well here. However, I feel since we're looking at this, if we're looking at it as a nation, are you getting me? It doesn't really matter where the food comes from. Let the food be available. But since we're looking at Southeast as a place, I think the insecurity, some of them are underreported because it's when somebody captures it. Mostly you can see, you don't get the report of this insecurity from the normal media. It's people who, sometimes you see it on Facebook, on social media. And without social media, you might have even gotten some of all those insecurities. So it's everywhere. It's happening in Uzowani. It's happening in Sumei. It's happening in even Afa, my place. These things happen. But it is reduced somewhat in our place. But like I said, it is because of some of these uncultivated lands. Our people should start prioritizing communal farming. Africans are communal people. And before Ekebeha and Ekesinane, I never called before. And I before. So that way we can, farm a mass chunk of land. Are you getting me? So I just feel communities should start prioritizing what they should do with their empty lands. And the government also should start thinking of, what they can do to make those lands visible.
Yes.
You get, and because if those lands are highly assessed, you have little. These criminals are not much. 10 people can, because there's a bush path between Afa. You pass Egede, before you know you are in Okbatu, before you know you are in Nsukka, because the way they carry you, because they are pathways for them to follow. And these guys do these things in the evening time when the farmers are no longer in the farm.
Okay.
You get, those are small scale farmers. But if they are large scale place of farms, are you getting me? Even footpaths will tell. But if you see footpath in your farm, before you know it has disappeared into the bush, do you get me? And then secondly, we need to, I'm happy that the state policing is coming up, you get me? But what I felt would have done better is not even the state policing, because you still post people. They should allow somewhat of a vigilante nature that works in pari passu with the police. People who understand this terrain.
I think that's what the forest guards are for.
Their job is limited.
Okay.
Are you getting me? There's a limited kind of ammunition they can carry. There's a limited kind of listening they can do. Are you getting me? Let it be like some level of joint task force where you have there, you can even arrest and do all the. There's something that happened sometime in Neke, where the vigilantes went to accost some people who they felt were kidnappers. Of course, as a lawyer by equity, I can't just say, but some people who they felt were kidnappers, and then some soldiers came and they shot even the vigilantes. Today they killed the vigilantes. Are you getting me? They wouldn't have shot them if they were policemen. You get, they escaped because they said they couldn't identify that they are village, but they were wearing their uniforms. They shot the guy in uniform, And then, like I said, by our laws, you can't carry firearm if you're not in the armed force, So something like that. So we need to empower these local people, and then we need to break this power, decentralize this power, so that people can have the ability to do things, and we know who are holding accountable. The local government should be totally free because it is closest to the people. If the local government is free, a local government chairman can take his sole decision on how to make sure his place is safe and secure. So that if nothing is happening, we can begin to call out the local government chairman. You don't have a place whereby a culvert is bad and I'm calling the governor. Mr. Governor, 10-kilometer road. I'm shouting, Mr. Governor, because of the lack of total independence of the local government. Now, this is not about my state. This is about Nigeria in total. If we allow total freedom of local government, where the local government elections are not conducted by the state, where there's an independent body that conducts election for the local government, just as we have INEC conducting for the state. And you know, some people will always say, if INEC conduct it, the federal will hijack it. But I now ask you, INEC conducted the one that produced your governor, produced your senator, produced your district. Why didn't they hijack it? Why are you still in control? So these are optics we put so that the state can continue to loot the local government.
Okay, before we continue on the conversation, let's take a short break. We'll be right back.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're welcome back. This is still Aneke Brief. And my question, I mean, we've spoken a lot, we've cut across nscdc, talk about on agriculture. Let's talk about this prevailing sit at home that, you know, I think it's just recently, or in this year, that the actual suspension of the sit at home was announced and it took effect. Democracy says it promises protest and dissent, right? But since 2020, sit at home has shut down Southeast economy every Monday. And the question is, did democratic government fail to address the grievances that birthed IPOP? Or did IPOP's method destroy the democratic space needed to solve these grievances?
Both.
Okay.
I have no problem with anybody sitting at home. I will never fault it. I can never fault it. Except if the realities change. The problem, sitting at home is their democratic right. They do have the right. But your right stops where another person's right starts. I can decide to sit in protest. We do, what do we call itself? A hunger strike. In foreign climes. But the problem is, let it be willingly. If Chiamaka feels the only way she can protest is to sit in a house, let her sit in a house. But Chiamaka should not stop Okoye from going out. That's where the problem is. Okoye is allowed to go out. Let it be free will. Those who want to comply. Don't come and tell me, oh, go when you go and you're killing your brother. You are looking for liberty for your brother. You are killing the brother. In what they have, that you are in a just in situation. In what you take, why you and who? Are you getting me? Okay, so that's why I fought it. But if it is you have your right, and I frown at governors who are saying, if you lock your shop, in come. As long as Okoye opens, if you don't open, everybody buy from Okoye now. Are you getting me? Any day of hunger, why are you? You will come out. When I was president, are you getting me? I told the people to reduce the bus fare. That is too much. They refused. They said they are going on strike. They went on strike. I went and brought buses and carried my children for free. When they moved 3 days for free, hunger, why are they came back. The problem is when there is no alternative. If they had come to block my bus on the way and say I will not carry bus, I wouldn't have no problem. But it is their boss. How do you go there? They choose to go to work. They don't choose to go to work. So me, I frown at any governor Who say I'm from somebody must na business in here. In a grant. That's for me being autocratic. So the problem is when you now say you are enforcing sit at home, that's a crime. And anybody caught doing that should go to prison. Because I have my freedom of movement. As you have your freedom of speech and your freedom to decide whatever you want to do with your life. But as long as your right does not encroach on my own what? Right. And why we have massive shutdown is because it's not everybody that believes in the IPOB. It's not everybody that believes in sit at home. Are you getting me? I don't want to sit at home. But I don't have a problem with those who want to what? Sit at home. I don't know if you understand the difference. Yes. Are you getting me? I don't take alcohol. I don't have a problem with those who what? Take alcohol. I don't keep people. I have a problem with those who keep people. That one is a crime. So I want you to understand the difference. Yeah. So it's not everything I don't do that I have a problem with people who what? Who do it. So if the IPOB people are doing their stuff and they are sitting at home and then this one that people are just peaceful protesters carrying placard and you know that's wrong. You shouldn't kill people for protesting, for saying this is wrong. Protest is part of human right. Expression, freedom of you have the right to express yourself and express how you feel. In fact, it's a human right infringement to hurt those who are protesting to say this is not the mandate we give you to hold on trust, because if you're on trust, you can never be there forever, even when Methuselah died. So if you say do this for us and you're not doing it, we cannot say, oh, as long as we are not causing public nuisance, we are not stopping other people from having their day-to-day activities, we are not breaking public properties, we are just shouting on top of our voice, do the tear gas person. So that's it.
Okay. Now, in the conversation, I said we'll have to touch on a whole lot of factors and sectors. Let's talk about business and infrastructure. Now, in this past 27 years, the Southeast does not have, or we like to think that we do not have a functional deep sea port. The Calabar port is 60% idle. The one in Akwa Ibom is stalled. What is the reason why this is not functioning? Is it political refusal? Is it Southeast governors' failure to lobby? Or is it Southeast businessmen preferring Lagos? Still on business, we've had Innocent staying in Nnewi. We have Ibeto move to Lagos. We've had so many Southeast billionaires relocate to Lagos. Is it that we don't trust the Igbo capital or the Igbo society to boost our businesses, to enable our economy grow? These two questions.
I told you before, there's a difference between the Igbo and the Southeast.
The Igbo, yes, the Igbo nation and the Southeast.
The Southeast is more of a location.
Okay.
The Igbo is more of a people. And the Igbo capital can be anywhere. The Igbo capital can even be London.
Yeah, but we are trying to build.
I'm going to get this.
Okay.
Our seaports are not being dredged. Are you getting me? These seaports are, if they are opened, will open a big economic flow to the Southeast. In fact, that's like one pointer that Mark Okoye should be telling us that he sank how many 100 millions, and it will making sense to us. Like if you said I sank 2 billion just on lobby, are you getting me? And it makes sense because we know that this thing will change the trajectory. Why we are moving to Lagos? It's because of the seaport or what it also. We are business people. Not because we are really business people, though. We are not. We are more professionals before. We were civil servants. It is the deprivation of the civil war that kicked us out of all offices and threw us away. To rebuild, because we had no jobs again, we started doing buying and selling, and from there we became business people. We came from behind. We were 100 years behind because of what happened. The civil war was basically fought in the Southeast. Yes. Yeah, so that's how we became business people, and we learned how to survive with it. And they stifled us by removing all those seaports and the rest of them. Are you getting me? You know, even those refineries are not functioning. It is part of it because 80% of them are in this side. So it's a political stuff. The Southeast Development Commission, the Niger Delta Development Commission, these are things they should be looking at because all those seaports are within Niger Delta and then the Southeast. These are what they should be looking at. How do we make these seaports functional? Since this one government has given to us budget and say, well, do whatever you like, they should invest it there. That's the way you open this stuff. That's the way a fisherman can marry somebody. Are you getting me? Moreover, it is from the local places. Chebe started from Ogidi. You know, those before our people could stay in their location and touch the world when we were already writing letters. Now that you can stay in your house and phone somebody in New York, we are lagging behind. So if the Southeast Development Commission to say, like I was telling you one thing, say no seaport, It's what we are facing as a people. This allocation they are giving us, let us tackle seaports. I think we'll open the economy.
But I think there was a project that the nscdc just completed, some pitch and win, where grants were given to people for businesses, and most of them were on tech development and, of course, investing in their businesses outside of the country. So I would think that is, you know, a plus on the part of the nscdc, seeing that they are doing something to empower citizens of the Southeast.
I wouldn't say it is not. But I would also rather say that if you fix, you see the road they built from Kobunago going to Nkalago, nobody knows who is going to pass it. But it is there. All of us have the opportunity to pass it. Even if we don't pass it, we have the what? The opportunity to pass it. What we need is something that all of us have the opportunity to partake. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Because if this seaport is functional, I have the opportunity as Abaja to pick anything I want to pick from Abaja. Are you getting me? Easily. I'll send it to whatever country I want to send it to. If I choose not to, are you getting me? It's left for me.
Yes.
But the opportunity is prevalent. What we are looking, the ingenuity we are looking at, is holistically Southeast. Do you get it? What are we doing that affects everybody? Just like our Lord, the wonderful our Father in heaven. He created the sun for the blind, for the deaf, for the tall, for the short, for the good, for the bad, irrespective. So that is what we are looking at. What you are creating. So if the goodness of God, you decide to stay inside your house, the sun will not touch you. But let it be that it is you that decided to stay inside your house. And you didn't come out. Mirizobe, Itinishi, Omage. Because you came out. So what we are looking at from them is to create platforms that will touch all of us. And that seaport will affect almost everybody in the South.
All right, lastly, because we are gradually we're running out of time actually. But let's talk about voter power. Now, in the last election, the South is recorded just 18%, lowest in Nigeria. Now, after 27 years, why are Ndibo? Are we tired of voting? What is the reason why we don't? You know, that voter apathy is prevalent in the Southeast. Just in a minute.
A great number of our population does stay in the Southeast.
Okay.
Because of all these circumstances I have said. Are you getting me? And that's why you say, go back to your place, go back to your place. If you give us what makes everything viable,
we'll come home.
We'll come home. A great of our number will come home. And we have it all. If you remove our voter, Igbos will voters everywhere. So why it looks as if now we are everywhere, it's because we are progressives. We turn dust into gold. And if you are a progressive, I'm a progressive. If all of us are looking for one dust to turn into gold, it's not going to be enough. So we move out. And fortunately for us, when you go to that your place, you are seeing that dust. We turn it to gold. We start having problems. You say, you come and carry our dust. The dust is there. Are you getting me? You refuse to turn it to gold. So that's what it is. But if the Southeast Development Commission, for example, is to put in effort, are you getting me? And seaport, whatever. We'll start doing according, and this is a lot of revenue for the Southeast. So that number is going to return. With that being said, through our local places will be opened. Are you getting me?
Yeah.
In my village now, for example, before I get voter's card, if I'm living in my village, I'll travel some plenty kilometers in some very, very funny road to go and get a voter card and now come back. And I will spend a whole lot of money. You will not compare me with somebody who is staying in Obiago that can just walk to enugu not here. Do you get me? These are the realities. So, but when you open up the Southeast, because it's a very small place, and connect this the Southeast, somebody in what do you get in Sumei can easily interact with somebody in Kalago. Somebody in Kalago can easily interact with somebody in Umunya or somebody in, like that. It's going to be a very wonderful space, So if they do it, our people will return. And when they return, you see the true nature of Ihe Ndibo.
All right, thank you so much.
The Igbo nation would not turn to the Southeast.
Thank you so much. I mean, it's fair to say that in the past 27 years, we've experienced some level of goodness in the Southeast, above all. And we pray and hope that even in the coming elections and the years to come, the Southeast will evolve and become what we live in the South, or what we Southeasterners project and believe it will be. And that's all we're taking this evening. Thank you so much, Honorable Ijegalo Simon, for joining me this evening. And to my viewers who have stayed up to this moment, thank you so much for joining. Till I come your way again, I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Have a blessed day.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter. Through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Good evening, viewers. Good evening, my sports lover around the world. It's your one and only. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm worldwide, and you know what time it is. It is Monday evening, and welcome to your favorite show we call the Free Kick, where you are free to kick anything you like. You are free to kick the ball. You are free to kick your opponent. You are free to kick a Chelsea fan. You are free to kick an Arsenal fan. You are free to kick anybody. But what you are not free to kick is, please, don't kick the bucket. Anything concerning buckets, don't kick. But every other thing, you can kick. And it's Monday evening where we keep you updated with the recent happenings around the weekend in the world of football. Here we discuss exclusively just football. We live football, we breathe football, we dream football. And of course, I'm not here alone. Of course, you don't play football alone. Where you play football, you are just the only person on the pitch. It might not be called football. It might be called a lone football, a one ball. But in football, you have to have an opponent. So it's something that keeps you entertained, keeps you glued to your screen. And of course, it's the World Cup season. The leagues are already over, and we are already in the World Cup season where some matches have come. We have viewed some matches over the weekend, and we are here to bring you every details of those matches and every other news around football. And of course, I'm not doing this alone. We said it's not something you do alone. Football, you have to have either an opponent, a colleague, a player, or whatever, but we don't do this alone. And I'm here with one and only, the one I call the sports oracle, Mr. Good Hope, someone who also dreams, who speaks football, who dreams football, and he lives football. Mr. Good Hope, how are you? And how was your weekend?
Yes, you're now asking me officially how my weekend
Yes.
was. I must tell you my weekend was amazing. And like he has already said, we dream football, we talk about football. Free Kick is all about what is going on in the world of football. Yes, and as the World Cup is already rolling in, the weekend was a lot. A lot of matches came through, seeing the highlights, seeing the real games. Since Thursday, it has been a roller coaster of emotions for teams and countries, even the Curacao. Those who
Of
just
course, Curacao.
I mean, they had to score a goal, and that is what history means to them. So, I mean, we are kind of having a wonderful time. That's really interesting.
Curacao is like they are the one that are enjoying this World Cup. They are the
really
country that has enjoyed the World Cup so far.
I just saw before. I just saw just yesterday. Okay, today. I just saw that they held a worship. These guys are very serious with their game.
When they got that goal,
they had to go and
they have been
worship.
celebrating.
They had to go and praise God.
And
give thanks for everything.
No, it's like a testimony for them when you get a goal, a World Cup goal. This is your World Cup debut. The first time you are going to a World Cup, and you are getting a goal in your first match against a giant. It's not just that you played a mid-country, I would say per se, someone like Germany, to play a country like Germany, and you got an equalizer. It's not that Germany we are leading you 7 goals to nothing, then you got a consolidation goal. You got an equalizer. That means you were drawing Germany as at the 25th minute of the match. You are playing a 1-1 draw. So it's something we keep celebrating. It's a record that they have already set for their country. The next generation, it might take maybe another generation to come to the World Cup. So the next people that are coming are already having a task to do, getting at least a goal in the World Cup. So congratulations to Curacao, even though they lost the match, it's like a win for them. But just before we go into the World Cup, let's talk about the news, the transfers, the rumors, the updates around football before we just get into the World Cup. Because there's a lot
of surprises for countries and clubs. Just this afternoon, Tunisia's coach,
head coach, they said they have sacked him.
He has been sacked, and still talking about that, you would have the likes of Cucurella moving here and there, going to Chelsea. A lot of Chelsea fans are heartbroken right now. I don't know why you are heartbroken.
Of course, it's something to be heartbroken.
You should have expected this thing to happen.
Yeah, they were expecting it, but not from Cucurella.
Cucurella would not even have been playing for Chelsea, looking at the kind of season he has had. Still talking about that. I'm sure when Enzo Fernandez eventually leaves Chelsea, they'll come out and shout, hey,
it's going to be a surprise. Well, on the news that we have here, we have Ruben Amorim, the former Manchester United head coach. Here we go, about to get the deal done for AC Milan, a deal that is going to be lasting till 2028 and possible option till 2029. It's just a 1-year contract that they are about to offer him. But
I don't understand. Is it like the team is retiring?
Not that they are retired, but of course, coming from what happened to Manchester United and Amorim, they just want to experiment him, to 2028.
Why are you offering Ruben Amorim just a
year or two contract?
A year contract.
Why are you doing that?
You know,
it is not.
They don't want to take the risk. Now, Manchester United took the risk. It was a 4-year contract, and look at what happened. So, AC Milan will not want to take that. It's also a financial risk, you know, when you have to sign a coach and you have to pay him over a period of 4 years. AC Milan will not be willing, you know, to get that kind of contract where they are not sure of his performance. If he eventually did not perform, like even, let's say, getting AC Milan a Champions League spot, imagine what will happen. AC Milan will now be in debt because they will have to pay him over 4 years, and you are not in the Champions League, you are just going to play the domestic league. So sometimes these clubs don't want to take that risk anymore with coaches. You know, even Mourinho contract, I'm not even sure, it's not up to 4 years. Most times they'll just sign a coach.
Guy, trust this guy. For once, trust Ruben Amorim.
Yeah, they're trying to trust
him.
Manchester United trusted him. Look at his history.
Trust him,
with
like
their sporting.
Listen,
that's the trust.
Listen, this is sports,
yeah.
And it's a lot. When you look at the basis of how coaches are assigned, what you need, the records, the strategies you need. I'm sure that Ruben Amorim is one of the top coaches you ever find in this modern coaching era.
He's a great guy.
He's disciplined. He's not just disciplined, he's focused. He's stubborn. That's also what you need in the modern era.
Yeah, but I think the problem he had with Manchester, he does not, it's like someone that sticks to his own formation. He does not change his tactics.
When you talk about him over there, when he was coaching Manchester United, when you talk about him, we could tell you he made mistakes.
Yeah.
The mistakes were obvious. You don't take away Kobe Meno and make such comments. Kobe Meno, looking at him already, he gives you this agility.
Yeah, he was someone that was willing to play that football.
That is willing to, tough it out. No. He's young. He could make mistakes. Yeah. It's part of football. But he was willing to give everything. Why do you want to take him away? Also, looking at him, you would see that the choices he made in the midfield affected the team. Yeah. Now, for a team to play a lot of games, and you cannot boast of back-to-back 3 wins.
No, it was not possible.
3 wins in a row. Now, what Manchester United needed was not Ruben Amorim.
Yeah.
What Manchester United needed was Ruben Amorim as a technical director.
Yeah, probably.
Or someone who could coach or organize a team. Someone who could discipline, just your job is to discipline the midfield.
Yeah.
You don't need that guy kind of person in Manchester United to be
as
the
a
coach.
head coach.
Yes. Who you need as a head coach is someone who has a freelance mentality. Someone who has seen the trophies before.
Yeah.
Someone who has won it before. That was why Michael Carrick came into the play. That was why Michael Carrick had to take over the game. Now, Michael Carrick actually has existed before. On the coaching radar.
Yeah.
He
also played for Manchester United.
So he has won many trophies. Yeah, he was part of those guys who won the trophies for Manchester United. Then with Alex Ferguson. He was also an influential figure in the midfield.
Yeah.
And when Ole Gunnar was sacked, Solskjaer, he was the one who
was the interim coach.
Yeah. Like, looking at this fact, you will see that he's ready, he's doing something already. And I must tell you that when he came in, he had to bring in that Sir Alex Ferguson vibe. That was all Manchester United needed. That freedom to play and not be questioned while everyone is disciplined. That's what all Manchester United needed. So Ruben Amorim would have been someone like a technical director, someone like a sporting director, someone that scouts, because
young players.
Seeing the kind of players he brought to Manchester United, he really had great plans. But teams doesn't fit on great plans.
But don't you think maybe they will have given him more time? Because actually he did not get enough time.
No, you don't give him more time, because what he achieved, what it took him many months to achieve, Michael Carrick came just few weeks.
It might be luck, because look at Arsenal, for example.
It's not luck.
Arsenal gave Arteta a lot of time, because Arteta came and there was nothing to show for it in the first season.
Let me tell you, in modern football, you don't give coaches time now. I don't blame Chelsea that sacks coaches.
But look at now you have brought in Chelsea. Look at what's happening to Chelsea that don't give coaches time.
See what's happening to Chelsea.
Yeah.
Chelsea's own is not, their problem is that they don't know where they are going.
But they are not giving coaches enough time.
You know why? You can't compare Chelsea's time with Manchester United's time. You can't compare the two.
Manchester United gave Ruben Amorim a good time.
Some months.
Now, if Ruben Amorim did a little of what Enzo Maresca did with Chelsea, he would have been given a lot of time.
But you know, when he came, he was performing. Despite that,
no,
he was performing.
He was performing. He did some good job. He had to, you know, stabilize the team. You could see discipline.
Yeah.
You could see focus. You could see teams playing well. People are coming together to, you know, take
and
their
the pattern,
positions.
there were changes in Manchester
there were
United
changes.
play, yeah.
Then Bruno Fernandes had to go down to the defensive midfield with Casemiro.
Yeah, that's where he made some mistake. And I think maybe if he had adjusted those mistakes, he would have still been in Manchester United.
Guess what? You cannot even play Bruno Fernandes in the DMF.
As a defensive midfielder.
If, okay, imagine he was still playing as a DMF. Do you think he would have gotten to that 21 at 6 in a season?
If Amorim was willing, of course, you are the head coach, but you should maybe sometimes take lessons from the player self. Because Bruno was not a DM, and you are trying to play him as a DM. Maybe if they have resolved that issue, you understanding that this person is an attacking midfielder, not a DM. Maybe, maybe you will have still been in Manchester United.
You see, when you are watching football, watch football like someone who has sense. You know what I mean? You're watching this game. You're seeing that whenever this guy gets the ball, he starts to run.
He wants to, look for someone to give to.
Pass to someone. Or in his mind, Bruno is a working football. He thinks football. He is just like me.
Yeah.
Just like you. We think football. We live football. We dream football. We breathe football.
Of course.
When he's thinking, I want to pass to someone. You could watch. Just get to YouTube. Check the Premier League page. You would see goals.
Yeah.
Counter-attacking goals. Manchester United had more counter-attacking goals in 2025-2026 season. But most of the goals came almost at the end of the season. Now, what I'm saying is, when you look at a team, looking at Bruno Fernandes, a midfielder who attacks, when he holds the ball, he doesn't get tired. I understand that you want to use him as a DMF, defensive midfield. I understand that fact, that he's good. When you even play
when you had a Kobe Mino to use as a DMF, you are now using Bruno as a DMF.
So I understand he's good, but you don't do that often.
Yeah.
You can test run it and do it the next 5 or 6 games. You know, when I knew Manchester United would not even amount to anything last season, really, was when Manchester United lost to Grimsby. You know, losing to Grimsby tells you that Michael Carrick cannot lose to Grimsby.
Even get to a penalty shootout.
Get to a penalty shootout. Like, you can't lose that kind of game. That's Grimsby, for God's sake. It tells you the quality of the manager. Jose Mourinho cannot lose to that kind of...
Even when you use your second lineup, let's give him the excuse that he not... If we use this first line, because Mbeumo was in that match, there were a lot of guys that were in that match, but at the end of the day, I was shocked that that match proceeded to 90 minutes, gone to extra time, they went to penalties, which they lost.
Actually, who caused the whole thing was Bayanda,
the keeper.
The Turkish keeper that is not even starting for Turkey.
Yeah.
He's the one that caused all those goals. He was not clinical. There was no reflexes. There was nothing to write home about from his attitude in the game. So I think for Ruben Amorim, he would not have been a best coach in Manchester United in that short period. What teams are looking for are people that can fill in that position in a very short while, like in 3 to 4 years. We have passed that era of giving coaches time. Well, when you give coaches time, you're losing money, you're losing fans.
But let's not forget that Arsenal gave Arteta a lot of time.
That's how many years?
Arteta has been in Arsenal for more than 4 seasons now. And this is his first time to lift the league.
let's calculate it. How many years could we say? 4 seasons. How many
That's
years?
more than 4 years.
Let's say, okay, 4 years. Well, let's say Arteta has been in Arsenal for 8 years. Let's say 8 years.
Yeah.
Because since Unai Emery was the last person who coached the team, Abi. Now, since then, Arteta has been with the team and he has finished second twice, right?
Yeah, even more than twice.
3 times, sorry. Then this is the time. Did you see his effort?
His effort, but not coming to... If you come and tell Arsenal fans that they are finishing second, that they should be happy.
No, excuse me. Did you see,
he lost a lot of league even finishing that second.
Excuse me. Did you see something that was very obvious? What was obvious was Arsenal had never, or there was no time in although that period they did not qualify for Champions League.
Arsenal has been qualifying for the
That's
Champions
what I'm
League.
telling you now.
Right from time they have been qualifying for Champions League.
That's the mentality of a coach. That's the mentality of a coach. That's the mentality, a winning mentality. That's all we are.
For me to come in, if you agree with me, if Arsenal did not give Arteta this long time, maybe Arsenal will have not even been lifting the league right now because they will have sacked him and bring in another person.
Arsenal will tell you, Arsenal, they are the management, they are clinical. You know what I'm saying? They are clinical. The way they think is how every coach, every football club should think.
Yeah.
You signed Mikel Arteta, you brought him in, and as he came in, he was struggling. Now, let me tell you one beautiful thing. Where did he come from?
He was under Pep Guardiola.
He came from Pep Guardiola.
He was not actually a coach. He was under Pep Guardiola.
So that's actually what I think that we should see. He was under Pep Guardiola, and a lot of things had to come up. So when he was under Pep Guardiola, he had to move on. He had to, seeing who he was under should tell you that this guy will be a wonderful guy.
No,
the same thing with Enzo Maresca.
The bottom line here is that they gave him a lot of time. Look at Amorim. Amorim was coming from Sporting, where he was doing well, and it was expected that he was going to do well at Manchester United. For me, he did not have that a lot of time, to develop his, tactics, but he was not also willing to learn, to also change tactics. Let's leave Ruben Amorim alone for now and go to other news, where we have Yaya Toure, who has opened his career as a head coach. This is also Yaya Toure that has played for Manchester City, plays for Barcelona, so he has worked under Guardiola, like you have said, and he's opening his career with, signing for Slovan Bratislav. This is a new chapter for the former Man City player. And moving on, let me also give you the news where we have Cucurella. I know Chelsea fans will not be happy with this news. Cucurella, about to seal a deal with Real Madrid. In fact, this is a 6-year deal. This is taking him to 2032. He's said to be signing for a fee of about 60 million euros. 55 million plus add-on, 5 million add-on. That's 60 million euros. And I want to remind Chelsea fans, especially Chelsea fans, that there was a time where Cucurella said, in quote, this is what Cucurella says he would rather shave his head than join Real Madrid. It's worthy of note to remind them that this is what he actually said, that he would rather shave all his hair than to join Real Madrid. Cucurella made this statement, and today we have Cucurella signing for Real Madrid. Is this to say that footballers, they lie a lot? When you are not playing for this particular team, you tend to say so many things. Now, this is same Cucurella joining Real Madrid, also doing Mbappe's celebration in their training ground in Spain, doing Mbappe's celebration, about to sign for Real Madrid. And it was you that sometime ago.
Wait, he was doing Mbappe's
Yes, he did Mbappe's celebration already.
This guy, see, let me tell you, footballers are like politicians. Let me tell you for a fact, footballers are like Nigerian politicians. There's nothing you can take away from that.
No, they lie a lot.
These guys, they are so emotional wherever they find themselves.
Yeah.
Someone will tell you that this club, they have been dreaming of this club. So you see, most of those pictures you are seeing, they Photoshop the picture.
No, he actually said it.
When they were little.
No,
I'm talking about when they were little.
When they were little, Cucurella has actually said it.
No,
in Chelsea. He was playing for Chelsea, and he said it.
Yes, he said it, but do you get what I'm saying? When they were little, when footballers, when they are kind of that very young,
they will have one club that they admire, or player yourself they admire.
Then they will now wear the jersey. Now they are grown. They will go and find their infant picture and Photoshop it.
Yeah, that's true. Like Mbappe, Mbappe, of course, today his idol is still Cristiano Ronaldo.
Yeah, so
even Rashford then used to say his idol was Cristiano Ronaldo, but we saw of recent where Rashford was even wearing Messi's jersey. Went to Inter Miami's training ground to train, just to seek or find favor that Barcelona should come and sign him. He does not want to come back for a loan. He wants to be signed. Of course, he was disappointed when Barcelona had to sign Gordon, leave him behind, trying to negotiate with Manchester United on the fee. But this is the same Barcelona signing Anthony Gordon, the same position, the same wing that Rashford played. And at the end of the day, Rashford has to go and post again to say he was so disappointed with Barcelona doing this to him and all that. Well, another news here is Ismaili Sabri to FC Bayern Munich. This is a PSV player.
The Moroccan
guy. He's going to Bayern Munich.
I must tell you, this guy is a bomb that is waiting to be unleashed. And I must tell you that he's an amazing young man, and everyone has been expecting him to, do something. Yes, I will tell you for a fact that there's no one that comes close to the striking force and then how wonderful, how clinical he is with the ball.
No, it's a good signing for me. This guy
is
really going to be signed for a fee of 55 million naira. 55 million euros, sorry. If I say that, 55 million euros. I quickly realized what I said, naira. It's not in naira, of course, it's in euro. It's coming from PSV. He's going to do his medical in USA, and the deal will be done when he completes his medical, if he eventually passes in medical. Of course, we also have Enzo Fernandez, who some Chelsea fans will say we use the word that he's twerking for Real Madrid. He has been twerking since April. His agent has gone to Madrid to talk to Madrid, try to get a contract. And, Chelsea fans right now are not really happy with Enzo Fernandez. You are supposed to be the captain of Chelsea in the absence of Reece James. And you are now making moves, trying to force a way out of a club that, is adoring you like this is supposed to be our vice captain. But here you are when Cucurella, posted, and he went to like the post like going to Real Madrid, just finding a way, to make a move that, Real Madrid should come for him. And I don't know how he's supposed to go down if Chelsea are going to let him go. But, of course, the transfer window is officially open now. So we are going to see what's going to happen at the end of the day if he's going to eventually leave Chelsea. Maybe he might not even go to Real Madrid because I'm aware Man City is also interested in
Man City could. Looking at who is at Manchester City, you have Enzo Maresca at Manchester City. So it means he is someone that could go to Manchester City. Imagine having Enzo Fernandez in Manchester United midfield, Manchester City midfield. Yeah. It's going to be one of the cleanest midfield you ever have.
Because a lot of guys are leaving Manchester City. Even Bernardo Silva has already signed for Real Madrid.
So they're going to reinforce. They are going to reinforce. It's only Madrid that have started signing a lot of players.
They have made a lot of moves this period.
It's going to really make sense at the end of the day. Yeah.
If the move is going to work out. Yeah. Then also we have on the news we have Ferran Torres, who said, I do not know anything about PSG and I don't care. Of course, he has been linked with PSG, but he's unaware. It's like somebody or someone they are trying to tell that PSG are coming for you, but he said he's unaware and he does not care. He's ready to fight for his position. In Barcelona, he does not get that lot of playing time. Most of the time, he's supposed to be a striker, but of course, Lewandowski is there. So most of the times when Lewandowski is not playing, that, he will be featured. You have Yamal by the right wing, Rafinha by the left, Olmo and Gavi, Pedri in the mid. So most of the time, they use him as an option when Lewandowski is not playing. But he still wants to play for Barcelona. He said he's not interested in any move to Paris Saint-Germain, that he remains focused to play for Barcelona. Barcelona is the team he prefers to play for, despite interest that PSG even want to offer him a better contract. This is like a passion for me that players are supposed to show.
Yeah, players are supposed to show passion. Players are supposed to fight for their positions in the team where they are.
Yeah.
There's nothing like you are in a team and you are meant to switch, but you are not going to switch. People who have been examples of that, you could call the likes of Bruno Fernandes. Saudi Arabia came for him.
Yeah.
And you could see the passion that he had to go into the next level of football. But at the end of the day, he said no, that he's it could be better. His contract at Manchester United gets to be improved than for him to, kind of
just leave to side. Even when they were offering him a huge sum, because it was a huge sum of money Saudi were offering them for Fernandes, and he said he wanted to fight for
someone going to Saudi Arabia. You wouldn't see them in the Champions League again.
No, of course you won't see them.
There will just be a money machine.
You are just going there to make money. It's just the domestic league in Saudi Arabia. And other leagues attached to the Saudi Arabia football community. But anything Champions League, you are not coming. Anything Europa League, you are not coming.
We should have. Football should spread their tentacles. UEFA should work with the Arabian League so that if there could be some competition, is that the wartime?
No, they are actually spreading, but it's not only Saudi Arabia that is. It depends on how visible your league is, how people are aware of your league.
Like
Look at US. US also have their league where Messi plays for. Inter Miami are not in the Champions League. There are other leagues that have not yet been incorporated to the Champions League, but they are trying to spread. African leagues are there in the Champions League. There's no African league, when you even say the best league in Africa is South Africa, you don't get to see any team from South Africa going to the Champions League. But of course, they are trying to extend. That's why sometimes they are trying to change the format to be like a league, something where people, it's no more that group stage that we used to know where you have 4 teams, because there are a lot of teams now. They are trying to open space for other people to come in, trying to make it a league kind of stuff that where you get to play and gather enough points, you're automatically qualifying for the next stage, then the other. So I believe with time, if Saudi Arabia League, because of course it's only apart from where Ronaldo plays for right now in Saudi Arabia League, we might not know of other teams in the Saudi Arabia. It's just because we have Cristiano Ronaldo there trying to publicize the event. That's why we are even getting to hear of Saudi Arabia. They're having a league. So now Messi has gone to Inter Miami. Now we are getting to know, okay, US are also participating. They have their league. So it's when these leagues open up that they can now be infused into the Champions League. It's not just they are going to get them to come and play because Ronaldo is playing there. So it's going to take a lot of time for me, but
it's really going to take a lot of time.
They will get there.
It doesn't really matter. What matters is that at the end of the day, you could see the willingness to play for a team that you love. You are no longer a player. You are now a player and a fan. You are fanning this club. You are playing for this club. So that's what makes sense in football, I will tell you. So I think it makes a lot of sense that way for me, and that is amazing. That's really amazing.
Well, on the news also, before we go on a short break, let's quickly look at this news just before we go on the short break. We have Matheus Fernandes. Of course, we have talked about him before, being rumored to, wanting to sign for Manchester United at a fee of about 85 million euros. The same Matheus. When I look at this guy, it reminds me of Declan Rice. I think they have similar physiques.
Matheus is going to make
similar face.
Matheus is going to play a lot of good game in Manchester United.
Yeah,
I'm telling you. Matheus is not someone who's relenting. He's pushing the transfer. You could see how good he is, even though he can't carry the team. I used to blame him for his team being, going down to the relegation zone. Yeah. But I can't blame him. Of course,
it's not the only one there.
If he's good, he's good. So let's buy him.
Yeah.
Let's just get him and move on.
Of course.
And let the relegation guys be at
they will fight from the relegation to come back. So just. Okay, before we enter the World Cup, I think we should go on a short break. Stay with us while we dive in other news. There are still other rumors, there are still other transfer, but we'll get into it and finally into the World Cup. Please, let's take a short break and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Right, welcome back. It's still your show. It's still the favorite show you call the Free Kick. We are still here discussing everything that happened over the weekend, the rumors, the transfer, and of course, World Cup itself. But before we get into the World Cup, Mr. Goodhope, I want to remind you of a player that played for Liverpool. It could be described as one of the African finest that has played for Liverpool. That's Djibril Cissé. You remember Djibril Cissé? He used to play for Liverpool. He used to dye his hair. He was a wonderful attacker. And now he has left a dynasty where his 3 sons are also playing either in the academy. He has one in Liverpool, which is Prince Cissé. He has another one, Cassio Cissé, that plays for Lazio. He has another one, Mali Cissé, that plays for Nottingham Forest. All these guys are in the academy. Something like he has, in fact, giving football some talent that are going to showcase someday in the world.
I'm expecting these guys to, come up with a lot of talent, especially if you had played football before. You're looking at your history and where you came from, what you have done. I expect to also see your children toe that path. it is not going to be okay that you played football and you were a sensation when you were playing, and your children could not even take that route.
Especially when you have the boys.
Especially when you have boys.
Yeah.
Even people who are not football, enthusiasts are now putting their children
of course,
there.
they want to put their
So
children.
I would tell you that this is something I would recommend all day, and he's a great dad. You could see that they are not just entering the academy; they are already into the academy.
Yeah.
And one of these days, one of them could just bust
especially the one from Liverpool.
Yeah, you look at him. He's organized. He looks sturdy. He looks very, solid with his swing, and seeing how he's already going to command the team, and looking at the one playing for
Lazio. This guy looks more like Amad Diallo. When I look at him, he looks like Diallo.
Yeah, and he also looks like Rashford.
Yeah,
Marcus Rashford. Then looking at this one, looks like
I think he's the youngest one.
No, you can't look like Hannibal, please. Come out from that. You look like Lionel Messi.
Of course.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a great dad, a really great dad, I will tell you.
Gave them the opportunity to also showcase their talent.
Yeah.
And also moving on, we have the breaking news which we saw. I think it was this morning where we saw Tunisia coach have been sacked. This someone that led Tunisia to the World Cup tournament, and there was a time they played a friendly against Belgium, which I told you that Belgium had to trash them 5-0 in a friendly, and I was surprised. Now also they have played their first game in the World Cup, and he has been sacked after that 5-1 defeat against Switzerland. I don't know, what are your thoughts? Because for me, I don't think because you lost a first match which you lost 5-1, you should be sacking the coach at this stage. Who are you going to bring? Are the players going to quickly adapt to a new coach right now? That just because they lost, what will now happen to Curacao that lost 7-1? Are they going to also sack their coach? Is it that if you now lose a match, you should sack your coach? I don't know if this is a step in the right direction, because they need to get someone to fill in the space while they are still participating in the World Cup matches.
Well, they should play. They should do what they know best how to do. For me, sacking your coach during the World Cup is a lot of disrespect.
It shows a lot of disrespect.
You don't regard this guy, and eventually, if tides turn around, you are going to face the consequences as a national team. Who do you want to hire? Who can you pay?
Just in the space of...
No, excuse me, who can you pay? If it is teams like Real Madrid, all these higher, professional football bodies that are doing this, I could tell you for a fact that things would have been better. But in the middle of World Cup, you are sacking your coach because he lost first game.
Just the first game.
No, I don't understand. So other teams that lost their first game,
they should not do what? You are not the only one losing your first game. USA trashed their Paraguay 4-1. We not hear Paraguay sacking their coach. For me, I don't know how people just come up with this idea, because to get to the World Cup, first of all, it's not an easy journey. Our own darling country, we are not in the World Cup. Then someone brought you into the World Cup. He played qualifiers. He did not just jump into the World Cup out of nowhere. He played qualifiers. He did well in the qualifying matches. You are now in the World Cup stage where you are expected to win some matches and even lose some matches. But now, you just lost your first match. Whether it's because of the scoreline, I don't know whether you are saying the scoreline is so embarrassing for your country to take that you lost 5-1 in your first match and you are sacking the coach. What idea are you giving to the players? Are they now going to, of course, right now it's going to be an interim coach. Maybe the assistant will have to take the place of the head coach, or someone in the technical team, or there has to be a replacement immediately, because in the next 3 to 4 days, Tunisia have to play another match, and there has to be someone that is going to coach them. So which motivation are you giving the players?
Maybe the assistant coach could just take over. I don't know if they sack both the whole team.
It's just the head coach. When the assistant coach is taking over, is it not, learning? We take it that you are learning from the head coach as an assistant.
And as please, all this African kind of coaching activity used to be anyhow.
Just immediately
in the middle of World Cup, you are sacking your coach. See, I don't want to sound insensitive.
Yeah.
But we have not reached that capacity to be engaging in such.
Well, I don't know what Tunisia. What are they expecting, that Tunisia is going to beat Sweden in the first place?
Excuse me, I don't understand. Maybe this could be political, because we are Africans.
Yeah.
Of course, there's politics everywhere in the world. There's politics in football.
Yeah.
But there could be more than this. Maybe tomorrow we could look at it in a wider view.
Okay.
But for now, or if it's just on a plain background, on a plain issue, that they just woke up because he lost his game and they sacked him. What about Turkey?
Yes, Turkey lost quite unfortunately to Australia. You remember the shenanigans and everything they did while going to the world. In fact, it was the best that we saw. And they lost to an opponent that we could say in terms of football, they are not on the same level. Turkey, they are way above Australia, and these people lost 2 goals to nothing without scoring any goal. And nobody has
Turkey, where you have the likes of Kanoholu.
Gula is there, Chalanogu is there. There are a lot of guys, and they lost 2-0 to Australia, who does not even are not regarded in, will I say, top 50. You can't see Australia.
But it's politics. There's nothing else we could call this.
I don't know. I wish them good luck because I was not really expecting this thing from Tunisia.
They will now leave very fast.
The morale is already dampened, and the morale is down.
Let's watch the next competition.
What are they going to play when you have sacked the head coach? Probably the motivation is no more there. They just want to play the remaining 2 matches and go home since you have decided to sack the coaches, because sometimes the players are not, really aligned to these sackings, and they just wake up all of a sudden and see that the person that has been managing them is now sacked and expecting another person to take over. Sometimes these decisions, they should just have patience. If it's going to take them 3 matches and they lose and go, you can make your decision and sack the coach. I don't know if you are expecting that you are going to lift the World Cup or something. That's why you are sacking your coach after a 5-1 loss. Well, let's move ahead. There's a fact or a news concerning Morocco, who has become the first national team in history to line up 11 players. And these 11 players, they are all born outside Morocco. That's the 11 players that they fielded. We are all born outside Morocco, and these guys are playing for Morocco. We start from Bono, who was born in Montreal. We have Mazraoui, who was born in Ledadrop. We have Issa Diop, who was born in Toulouse, France. We have Chadi Riyad, who was born in Parma, that's in Italy. Hakimi himself was born in Madrid. Then Anoui was born in Nancy, which is France. We have Bouadi, who was born in Senlis, which is in France. We have Taubi, who was born in Sambreville. We have Villa El Canous, who was born in Molenbeek. We have Samri El Mourabet, who was born in Strasbourg, of course, in France. We have many players here that are born in France. Then we have Ismail Sabili, who was born in Terrassa. This is the guy that is going to Bayern Munich. All players were born outside Morocco, but all of them are playing for Morocco. Well, what do you have to say about this list?
This is a lot for me, and you don't blame people who are born outside Morocco who is playing for Morocco.
Yeah.
Because when you think about it, you're thinking about a team that came together.
Yeah. It's showing love for their country. Because they could have played for another country.
Professionalism.
Yeah.
Now, let me drive it where you will not like it. Looking at our national team, when Erichele, appointed or called players who are not
outside,
who are not Nigeria
professional
ball league based, people were tongue lashing him. Football has moved on from those things.
Yeah.
Football, why do you think, listen, let me just be clear. Do you know why people don't like South Africa?
No.
Because they don't have any player who plays outside.
Mostly home-based.
All of them are home-based. I'm not sure they're going to go far in the World Cup. Listen, Morocco, looking at their team, how formidable they are.
Yeah.
They are that elite team that you ever have to compete with any top professional.
Look at their play against Brazil.
Listen, when you look at Morocco, Morocco can go toe-to-toe, head-to-head with Real Madrid.
Yes.
And they could even win Real Madrid.
They have already proven that they have played Brazil now. Brazil were begging for a draw when they played Brazil.
That's what I'm telling you. Like, you don't do that, because a lot of people say, Richelle, why are you calling, you didn't call home-based players.
Yeah.
Even me, I was kind of trying to criticize, and I now learned that football has gone beyond that. When you look at football, football has gone beyond those local, I'm calling it local because South African League is even better.
Yes.
MPFL, how far?
No, it's way better than MPFL.
MPFL, how far? So you want someone that is playing in our league to feature? See, listen, let's be sincere enough. Which team do you think Nigeria could win, or Nigeria would win if they had qualified for this World Cup? Do you think they would have won Turkey or even USA?
With home-based players.
With home-based players,
yeah.
So no. Let's talk about or is it Morocco?
No.
I like the way you rushed him on.
Well, let's move forward.
Let's be honest, because sometimes we are so emotional with this. It doesn't make sense. This coach saw that not that there are no home-based players.
Yeah.
but all of them,
they were born outside.
All of them are not.
Most of them are not even playing in. Most of them.
How many of them are playing in their league?
I don't think anyone there is playing in their league.
Bro, it doesn't work that way. Football has gone ahead. People are learning from other climes and bringing home. There's no team in Africa that plays like Morocco.
No, of course.
Even Egypt. Even Egypt cannot even touch a little of what Morocco has as a team. Egypt cannot even play.
In the World Cup match where they played 1-1 against, they scored the first goal. Brazil they were still pushing to even. It was like Brazil were playing. Let this match just end as a draw so that we know. Yes, we have. Morocco we are playing like. I thought it was Spain that was playing at a particular time because of course they were red, but you could see the mentality in the way they play. They are not that the regular African pattern that we know that always try to play long ball, cross the ball, trying to get. So they calm you down, settle you down, knock the ball, get 1 or 2 passes before they get into the box. You saw their first goal. It was like a true pass from Brahim Diaz to the striker who chipped the ball above the keeper. So Morocco play a fantastic football that is way on another level apart from what we play, the ideal football we play in Africa, which we sometimes call the police kind of football. But it's a wonderful thing that they are incorporating these guys, despite they were not born in Morocco. But I see the love that they want to play because they could have nationalized in another country, playing for another country. Meanwhile, they were born outside Morocco. They had the opportunity to play, for Morocco, and they did. They obliged. They say, okay, yes, we'll play for our country. That's taking me to Nigeria, where also I want to show you something.
I like the way you ran into Nigeria.
No, I want to take you the same thing that is happening to Morocco now. Let's go in the Nigerian direction, where we have some of our brothers playing in the World Cup right now who could have played for Nigeria. There are a lot. Look at the list. We have Noni Madueke, who is playing for England. Of course, he has a Nigerian trace. We have Bukayo Saka also playing for England. These people could have also played for Nigeria in this current World Cup if that we qualify. But of course, they are playing for another country. We have Eberechi Eze.
Eberechi Eze looks like my grandmother. This guy looks like my grandmother.
Who is also playing for England. That could have played for Nigeria also. We have the other person, the Antonio Nusa. This guy plays for Norway. I've watched him. Very fantastic when he plays. He plays as number 7. This guy dribbles like Doku. He has that flair.
Very fast.
He's very fast, and I wish this guy. In fact, from everybody that is here, I actually wish this Nusa actually chose Nigeria.
It was their choice.
No, it was painful. No, we had a lot of guys. Then we have Balogun, Folari Balogun, who played scored a brace for USA.
Did you watch the goals?
No, I watched a bit of it.
Very fantastic. Composed. Premier League, international standard. Proving goals that he scored.
We have a lot of guys that we are missing.
There would not be a goal you could score like that would be better.
Then we have Emmanuel Akanji, of course. Akanji of
Switzerland,
Inter Milan, has played for Man City now at Inter Milan. We have Okafor, Noah Okafor.
That scored Manchester United. I won't forget that. That plays for Leeds.
We also have our great guy Michael Olise. Imagine Olise in our team.
Imagine Olise.
In fact, that our right wing, you have Ademola Lookman on the left, Olise on the right.
This is
then Osimhen by the front. In fact, you can get a full 11 from this list. We have Chukwuemeka, Kani Chukwuemeka, who plays for Austria. We have David Alaba, he has played for Bayern Munich, plays for Real Madrid. We have Felix Mecha. This guy scored in Germany match against Curaçao 7-1.
It was the
opening goal. I watched the match and I saw what this guy.
Clinical finish.
Musiala still in Germany.
Yama Musiala.
There are a lot of guys. We still have Ime Okon who plays for South Africa. My brother, what are you doing in South Africa?
Please leave it.
How come you went to South Africa, my brother? You should retrace your step. Retrace your step. Then we have Tani Oluwaseyi and we have Promise David. This Promise David from Canada. This guy is also physical, like your favorite brother.
Okay, how many are there now? 1, 2.
That's 15.
15. This is
15
just one
guys
team.
that could have made our team.
One team that could have made our. Imagine this is our national team.
It's just a goalkeeper that is not here. The rest are
we're talking about goalkeeper. We're not talking about Otto Okonkwo.
We have Otto Okonkwo
Francis
already.
Uzoho. Then you have Maduka Okoye.
Yeah, we could have had a squad to remember.
That imagine this squad in the World Cup.
No, it will have been something else.
Everybody.
That's why I said Osimhen. We have Ademola Lookman. We have Olise. This one is already enough for the front line. Then we now come to the midfield where we still have Ndidi. He will be there. You had Eberechi Eze to read. Playing the midfield. In fact, Balogun will still be like a substitute for the attacker. We have Mechasi as a substitute. see, Nigeria, you'll be scared when you hear Nigeria. It will be like the way you have France attacking guys.
Oh, France.
Enough options.
Bacola. Do you know the guys in France?
No, that's why I said Nigeria will have been sounding like France. Bacola will be there. Doué will be there. Dembele is there. Mbappe is there. Thuram is there.
You're wondering what's going on.
Olisa is there. How do you want to start marking these people? Ryan Check is still there.
Let me tell you something. And that France national team, they are not even going to, in the next 4 years, all of them are still young.
They're young players.
So now they'll still have another squad.
That squad is still going to play the next World Cup. Another
squad
is still coming up. He has Doué and Bacola there by the side, just still waiting. The other people are springing up. France, for the next 4, 8, 12 years, they will still remain a formidable club. Well, let's look into the scoreline of some of the matches that were played, over the weekend. World Cup started on Thursday, where we had the South Africa versus Mexico. It was a 2-0 victory for Mexico. Then another interesting match that we watched was Brazil, which we have already talked about. Brazil versus Morocco.
Brazil was not good.
Morocco had to play better football to make Brazil look like they were not good.
Brazil wasn't clinical for me.
Yeah.
Seeing that game, it reminded me of some teams that struggle and some teams that are not up to standard.
Yeah.
I would tell you for a fact, the only thing I could remember, I could take away from that game, just two things. This guy's strike.
Vinicius
strike, and then Carlo Ancelotti's hairstyle. Just these two.
So those were the two. But you saw Neymar on the bench. Neymar was there.
No, actually, Neymar was not meant to play.
Yeah, but he was,
these two things, his strike was sensational.
Yeah,
then
of course.
Carlo Ancelotti's,
we still saw Delima Ronaldo, part of the spectators.
Yeah,
Roberto
but
Carlos.
Carlo Ancelotti's hairstyle.
He had to. He's a man that recently celebrated his 65th birthday, so
he was
looking
peng.
He has to look
Very
that pengy look, to let you know that of course this is Ancelotti, a man that has done well in the world of football. Then we have the 5-1 victory where Sweden had to trash Tunisia. Now we are seeing that the Tunisia head coach has been sacked. Of course, it was a goal.
Did you see that Gyökeres goal?
Yeah, I saw it. It was a mistake for me. It was a mistake on the part of the defense where Isak now had to push the ball. Tunisia, really, the team, the players were dull. They made a lot of mistakes. That's why I said they should have not sacked the coach. Just something that they have to readjust. The first match,
really,
whether they were playing with fear, I don't know.
Maybe they were playing with fear.
It was fear. That confidence was not there.
That's the first time they appear in the World Cup.
No, they have been in the World Cup.
No, you don't understand this edition.
This players,
they are hearing die, and they are kind of what's going on.
Seeing Isak, seeing Gyökeres, those guys that you are scared of.
They are hearing, the names of Shakira. So they are kind of
they are seeing different things.
They are seeing different things, and then for me, I will tell you that you don't expect them to win Sweden.
Of course, on a good day, you are not supposed to win Sweden.
Do you know the names? Isak, do you know the names? Do you know these guys? Do you know what they actually could do? Okay. So it's very important to actually see that they are clinical. Even though they lost the game, at least they got a goal.
Yeah, they got a goal.
That they celebrated like Kura.
Of course, when you get the World Cup goal, you have to celebrate it. It is a World Cup. It's a one-time competition that comes every 4 years, and you get a goal inside. People sometimes go through the World Cup, they don't get a single goal, and they never come to the World Cup again. Before you see them, it might take another decade. But Curaçao this is their first World Cup, and they are getting. You look at them celebrating white like they won the World Cup. But let's move on. We have the 7-1 victory, which of course Germany won Curacao, and the interesting part, which is the only African country that have won a match in the World Cup so far, is the match between Ecuador and Ivory Coast. Ivory Coast has to get a late winner, 90-minute winner from courtesy of course, the I wanted to say Nigeria.
Young man, are you not proud?
The young man, Manchester United forward.
Are you not proud of your?
No, of course, as a Manchester United fan, what else can I? I'm so proud of the young man. He's getting me a late winner.
Yes,
so.
He's so good.
Yeah.
With learning times and seasons to slot in the goal. I will tell you that Amad Diallo is the man of the moment.
Yeah, of course.
Everyone, everywhere should, respect.
Take a moment and respect.
Take a moment to bow down to the king. Because currently he's the king.
Sorry, I'll have to cut you short because of time. We still have USA beating Paraguay 4-1. This it country that, people were in doubt, especially because of Mauricio Pochettino, who were not getting the result. But his first match, he has gone to deliver a 4-1 victory over Paraguay.
That just looks like the World Cup, design.
Yeah.
And it's okay. It's very good.
Then we also have Australia beating Turkey, who, Turkey we have talked about, who had a beautiful send-off, but of course, getting a beautiful defeat in their first match of the tournament. Then, of course, to let our viewers know, there is a match currently going on right now, which is between Spain and Cape Verde. It's surprising for me to know that Spain is still playing a goalless draw. It's already halftime, of course, they are through with the first half, but for coming to a nation, a country like Spain, playing Cape Verde, who are not even in the top 100 in terms of FIFA ranking, still playing in first half. Of course, by this time in Germany match against Curaçao, they were already loaded them with 3-1. They were ready, show me your bomb, let me show you who I am. They were loading them. But now we have in Spain playing against Cape Verde, and the match is still, of course, 0-0, and I'm wondering what's going to happen. Are we going to see a 0-0 match? Because this was not what I predicted. Well, for me,
I would tell you that Spain is going to win. But it's a draw.
Spain is going to win, but
it's a draw. Yes, Cape Verde must come.
Are you sure Cape Verde will get a goal? They might not be lucky like
Curaçao. Now, let's see.
I'm not sure. For me, they will not get a goal.
Okay.
Spain should probably, at the end of the day, get a 2-0 victory over Cape Verde.
Now they have not scored.
Now they have not scored, quite all right. Just like yesterday's match between Japan and Netherlands. First half was goalless. But second half, they added 2-2. A match that was goalless by the first half. Second half, all the goals began to come in. So I'm expecting Spain, at least for the love of football, to still get at least a 2-0 victory. 1-0 will be, of course, it's still 3 points, but 2-0 victory will be like a more dominant victory for me. And of course, this is the much we can take on this segment of the show, the free kick. It's already almost the time we'll have to draw the curtains, to tell you goodbye. And we'll be expecting you guys to, leave your comments, on the section at Aneke TV on X or on Facebook. Tell us what you feel. You are free to bant. This is a show you are free to. That's why we call it the free kick. You are free to bant. You are free to give us comments. You are free to give us recommendations. On your team, right now is the World Cup. So tell us who you think might lift the trophy, for the World Cup. And of course, we'll get to give you more updates when we see you on Friday. Have a lovely day. Mr. Goodhope.
Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day. See you again on Friday.
All right. Bye.
The eagles stand as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective. Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power. Discernment is advantage. Awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.